The kingdom is crumbling right before everyone's eyes. Nobles are ripping into each other like the whole court's gone feral. In a forgotten village, one brave kid starts pounding out bricks from scratch to survive inside the castle. While armies thunder after those crowns, he hammers out foundations, well, safer by the time the nobles even got. Nobles clocked him at once, those rich faces turned, and the poor guy's fear hit him like a punch. That poor farmer already owns the very dirt he's standing on. Nations don't get conquered, they get engineered, piece by piece, like a weapon. Engineered it, rising from the dirt to seize a monarchy. Narky, come on, let's see what he's got. This tale kicks off with R, the protagonist, being incredibly touchy. As he hit the ground, he realized Man-Earth felt like home already, like he'd adapted to it way better than anyone expected. That town's inn is built from the bricks he made, so yeah, he'd better. He flooded the whole inn with his mana, then implanted a memory so it'd stick and never slip. Tension hit his brain. Then he rebuilt the inn's layout with ruthless precision like it had never been broken in the first place. Magic, his experiment to remake the inn, worked fully, perfectly, and with a snap of success. Then, out of nowhere years later, the protagonist suddenly realized he couldn't move at all, and his mind felt clouded. Then the MC suddenly erupted into tears, panicking like, did I get hurt in some kind of accident? Right then, a gorgeous girl named Mary burst into the room. She closed in on him with a soft smile and asked, sweet as can be, are you hungry? Ours couldn't help but wonder, man, could this stunning woman be a total nerd? Nurse, so he's stuck in some hospital room. The lights are out and the whole place feels pitch black. The room stayed pitch dark until Mary snapped the light on and boom, bright illumination flooded everything. The protagonist whipped his head around and instantly realized, oh no, this wasn't a hospital at all. He sobbed harder than ever, and Mary scooped him into her arms like she could hold his pain away. As they tried to calm him down, it hit the protagonist like a thunderclap. He finally realized he stepped into a brand new world, no Japan, no familiar streets, nothing he knew of magic was real here. And it was everywhere. Mary cradled him to her chest and urged him, go on, dig in, and enjoy every bite. Drinking his mother's milk, he felt his body move like it was being controlled by something else. Magic wasn't just real. This young lady was his mother. Once Mary was done feeding him, she tucked him into bed. Then the protagonist stretched and started to think. Getting reborn into this world was the best break of his life. He started over as a kid, and somehow he still didn't know. MC was Ashira and Mary's third kid, and it hit the moment he turned 6, because that's when he finally got the chance to receive his. At a naming ceremony for the Holy Church, Mary stepped through the streets with him, and the townsfolk kept whispering, what baby is this Ashira's third child? As those words hit, unease started to creep into his chest. Totally, he couldn't stop wondering if magic really existed. So from his bed, he started staring around. Then everything he noticed started pointing him somewhere. He looked around and found darkness swallowing the whole room. No light anywhere. Maybe they didn't just forget it. Maybe magic did the heavy lifting. And now it was gone because right then he saw his mom do it. So yeah, magic was normal here. And that meant he already knew how to. He gripped the idea of magic and flicked his arms and legs, picturing himself bending the elements as his heart thundered in his chest. From the moment he grasped that he could master every kind of magic, he couldn't wait. He had to try it right then. Reaching out, the protagonist tried to pull light into existence, but it refused to answer. And RC kept hammering the same spell, one failed try after another, but nothing worked. He suddenly snapped, bursting into tears, totally offended. Mary rushed up to him, scooped him off the ground, and demanded to know what went wrong. He just knew his magic had failed, and he was a total loser. And MC finally snapped. He believed he had to change his whole tune first. He decided he needed to watch his family the moment they used magic, then hunted down exactly how it worked. And every time his mother came to him, each time cracked as the summoning light blazed to life, and the protagonist stared, locked in awe. She watched with laser focus, twirled a finger through the air, whispered light, and energy burst from her hand, flooding the whole room in glow. The protagonist suddenly felt it. Some wild energy was flowing from her, like he just witnessed it with his own eyes. It looked like this energy was the key to casting magic. And right then Mary hauled him up. Then he started blurting out nonsense like he couldn't stop. He tried to say something to her in that baby talk voice, and she just smiled sweetly like, oh, he really loves to talk, doesn't he? And the protagonist couldn't help thinking his vocal cords still weren't ready to unleash spells, but deep down he could feel the power he had been carrying, waiting to wake up. He's pushing himself to get it right, training it day after day, so 3 long years slammed by since he poured his life into mana training. And now, he still couldn't use magic. And then his stomach started growling that unmistakable, starving sound. Hunger slammed into him. Then he realized the real nightmare. Not only couldn't he use his power, but he was stuck starving all the time because his family was broke, like really broke. So when she saw him clutching that scuffed knapsack, his mom grabbed him and asked, "Where are you headed?" And he answered her. He trudged out to the backyard fields, and poverty was grinding him down to the bone. Even though he was just 3 years old, he still had to start growing his own food. And he knew he had to start right now. When he finally got there, the protagonist zeroed in on mana. Some lived inside him, some hung outside. Even the air carried it. He could breathe in that outside mana, mix it with what was already within. And so he started stacking those two inside his own body. With iron control, he spread that power through his whole body so he could refine his mana with zero effort. And he was only 3 years old. But he's still stuck. He can't cast a single spell until his 6th birthday, when the naming ceremony finally gives him a name, and when everything around him suddenly sparkles. He realizes he can only tap basic life magic like light, fire, and water. Those were all he had because his parents only knew everyday magic. Nothing beyond that, and he'd already pushed through too much chaos to stop now. Magic has been slipping through his fingers for years since he was a kid, leaving behind endless mistakes now. MC dropped onto the ground, pressed his hand to it, and for the first time something answered back. The exact energy he needed was there, humming through the surface. Soar shut his eyes, focused hard, and inhaled deep slowly. He yanked the internal mana up through his lower body, dragged it into his chest, and blasted it out into his other limbs while his hands stayed planted on the ground. And then a deep rumble hit, so he yanked it out again as the mana slithered over every inch of him, and the rumble kept swelling until it shook the air. Louder, the protagonist realized he couldn't afford to miss a single beat, and so he moved in tight, steady control, smoothly feeding mana through his entire body. External mana feels like glowing gas when it hangs in the air, suspended like it's waiting to ignite but the purified mana inside him morphed into a thick, sticky gush that felt like a liquid. Then he clapped his hands together and shoved the overflowing mana into his palms, right before it all burst to life, and dumped it straight into the earth. The ground convulsed and something tore through the surface like it was waking up, bubbled inside him, and the protagonist forced himself to calm down. He can't afford to lose focus. He's been through this exact kind of mess before. Before, he'd recklessly toss a spell, and then the mana he'd been pumping so hard would backfire in an instant. Then he pictured it like he'd pictured his own mana. Anything else would be an absurd idea. To claim the field's success comes down to the soil is no exaggeration. Soft, fluffy earth stays warm under your fingers, and packed in it is packed with nutrients. The soil from his grandmother's village was loaded with everything a field needed, ready and waiting to grow. Fresh sunlight poured over the field's smooth, freshly plowed soil, weeds already gone, and that rich, earthy smell hanging in the air. Earth beneath his feet, and that warmth in his chest, he just kept imagining it all. Honestly, those popping sounds burst into the air and filled the air turned electric, and his sweat streamed onto the ground. Then, boom, everything lit up in our eyes. He gasped in shock because it worked. Wool-soft dirt stretched out in front of him, loose and fluffy as a freshly made bed. The whole scene felt warm, and when he stared at the garden beds, he clocked them at about 10 meters long, which, wasn't ideal, but that wasn't the point. Even though they were farming, they still had to slog through the hardest weed-choked dirt that screamed bad idea for planting, and not a single farming machine was anywhere in sight. The technology in this. In a world that was supposedly still undeveloped, he somehow pulled it off. His magic was simple. Yet for the first time since he arrived, it finally clicked, and he took the first step forward. The protagonist felt utterly drained, like all power had leaked out of him, and he realized that using energy, it demanded a ton of effort, but the MC didn't back down, and despite everything, he started planting vegetables anyway. The food was still scarce. Those poor farmers hand over useless veggies, and when he plants them, he spaces each one out perfectly equal distance apart. They say 20s are root veggies that blow up in just 20 days looking kinda meh, tasting even worse. And honestly, no one's opinion is gonna change what you get. Seriously, he needs to grab a bite right now. And honestly, up until this exact moment, he wasn't exactly thrilled with his whole reincarnation. Incarnation hit, and hunger gnawed at him nonstop, as if he could force himself to blitz through every task fast and clean. He slammed the root vegetables into the soil. He watered the soil, then let out a deep, heavy sigh. Come on, this kind of work is brutal for a 3-year-old, and every splash of watering burns all their energy until, finally, 5 days had already crumbled away since his very first try at magic. And every single day he kept wrestling with the soil, forcing it to do something. And now the ground had started to give way. Then on the 5th day he was stunned to see flowers bursting open everywhere. Those blooming plants meant a rich harvest. But something was way off. Only 5 days had passed when it normally took a full 20. This all happened way too fast, and it was just as obvious something was seriously wrong. But no matter what he did, it was already locked in. He only managed to pull out a 20. When he shoved the door open, the protagonist blurted out in shock. Whoa, look at all of them. There are so many of them that it's basically a whole bunch. Most of the time, only a tiny handful of edible fruits managed to grow. They'd kept growing, and right here, it was about 10 of them. He grabbed one, rinsed it off, then took a bite, and yeah, it was instantly vile, no question about it. And just like that, the farm roared back to life after they pushed the improvements through. Burrowed in the dirt, he started breeding something just like the protagonist had already clocked. The vegetables in his field were suddenly taking off, growing more and more. 20s usually take 20 days to ripen, but his were ready in just 5 much faster. The food from his past life, absolutely mind-blowing, fresh, delicious, and downright gorgeous. Beautiful breeding takes forever, but somehow there's still something here hits different from ordinary life. Magic crackles in the air like it's about to explode. Still chomping that root vegetable, the protagonist blurted, I don't really know much, of course, but vegetables are shooting up in the garden, and he knows he has to strike. While the chance is there, he's just praying he can make them come out even stronger. Their flavor fine, but how in the world could he pull it off? Later that night, when Mary said goodnight, Sao was left alone, deep in thought about breeding. He caught himself remembering a tale of green peas and how once upon a time, they counted the folds on 1,000 pea pod. And with that breakthrough in hand, the whole principle of heredity finally clicked Mendel's discovery. Ours hit Hill's law and realized he had 0 extra 20 varieties to crossbreed. So he pivoted on his very first move to take a detour. He spent the night pinning down the traits of all 20 varieties, then sprinted back to his garden the very next day. The protagonist dropped onto the ground by the beds, grabbed a couple of vegetables and stared, clocking not just but the stems and blooms weren't identical. Some looked pure black, while others flashed a faint purple tint. Some blooms were tiny but packed in like a crowd, white flowers with sharp yellow pops, so he had to size up every single one and compare them all. Even the taste made him regret it, because every single fruit he tried turned out nasty, and after a while, when the protagonist, he'd sorted it all by species, then ripped into crossbreeding, first splitting the field into 6 parts. He split it into separate pieces for each species, then started the whole setup just to make sure he, and only he, had food to survive. It had turned into his new daily ritual, and then it hit him. These vegetables were straight up magical, like they had powers all their own. He crafted a magic spell that mashes internal and external mana together, so when he finally unleashed it, it wasn't pure mana at all. It was a messy blend, and if he kept trying to force it together, his inner reserves would get wiped clean. And if that happened, he'd be stuck, no magic at all. So tell me, how could he even pull this off? How's he supposed to refill his internal mana? Easy his supply regions by itself as time passes. But it never moved as fast as he dreamed. MC figured that out the hard way when he kept stuffing himself with nothing but root vegetables. So he decided that if he kept hammering these vegetables every day, his mana it regenerated way faster. But it still took a bit before the changes showed up. So he didn't spot it right away. So here's the real mind bender, which fruits can make the store man sprint the fastest, and turns out all 20 types of fruits work their magic in totally different ways. Different. Taste barely shifted at all, and ours decided he'd handle it later because the whole thing started out as something simple. He was driven by simple curiosity. Every single day he hunted for something new, and now the only thing left was finding the one kind of variety that could restore his strength the best. They'd have to test all 20 varieties and carefully grow the one that's best for the job. Even he couldn't keep spending mana forever if his memory served right. He had to sort those different types before he ran out. Different kinds of rice were tested, and the seeds got dipped in salt water, watching which ones sank until the 20 seeds. Everything sank. He let out a heavy sigh and decided to just widen the field for now, because those thoughts were draining the life out of him. Eyes wide open, he finally laid out his plan, though it wasn't easy at first since concentrating. With them open at first, it freaked him out, but now it didn't faze him anymore. Activating his magic. Magic hit, and in the blink of an eye, his heart started to tremble, and the world snapped into a dizzy blur. He forced himself to obey, no matter what. He forced himself to lock in and pour the purified mana straight into his eyes. And when it happened, pure shock hit him so hard he couldn't even breathe. A blue flame suddenly erupted in the middle of the field. The protagonist tiptoed closer, practically buzzing with delight as he realized that. He knew it, those blue flames were bursting from the 20s, and the blue parts of the roots were literally sizzling away into nothing, vanished like it never existed. MC clocked it, and that gave him a weird, cold, creepy feeling. That the fruits started vanishing by themselves, like something was stealing them in the dark. So the bluest fruits probably restored the most mana, basically. Those blue flames were pure mana. Ours clenched his fist, and he hoisted the thing high over his head and let out a triumphant grin, feeling on top of the world. Then he kept his eyes locked in, zeroing in and studying everything with full focus. He pushed his mana into one tight focus, and right in front of his eyes, the protagonist realized there was a cluster of 5 or 6 fruit. Fruits sat there like a mana buffet. Whatever was biggest packed the most power. And when he took another taste, that disgusting shock hit him again. That nasty taste never vanished, so day after day, he kept digging deeper with his research. And even at 5 years old, he was still uncovering brand new secrets eventually. The protagonist hit a species that slammed a huge amount of mana back into him. But it didn't kick in that fast once he focused mana into his eyes. Everything around him snapped into a whole new form, like the world was being rewritten. Vivid blue swirled in his mind, and every lesson on magic that he'd learned fueled him like fire. Then one night, right as sleep was stealing him away, a wild thought hit him. What if he could catch? He fed that same mana into other parts of his body. Why hadn't he thought of it earlier? And why did it feel like the idea was going terribly wrong? But now he had to crash and sleep. Then the very next day, he dove right back into his research. Before, he'd only been dumping mana into the soil, but now he could actually keep the power inside his body instead of losing it. Legendary strengthening magic, so suddenly he could water vegetables like it was nothing and even stretch his fields wider. And that's when the power got concentrated on his body. His body's physical power skyrocketed so hard it made him wonder if he could actually bulk up specific parts, one by one. So if he can boost digestion, what happens to his internal organs, and how would that change the amount of mana he can pull from food? After he took a shot, the boost hit hard. MC's joy exploded, and it was crystal clear the amount he ate and absorbed had jumped way higher than before. He could feel it in his bones, like every second he'd spent mastering his magic had finally paid off. And then one day, soon his life would slip away then. Just a bit later, they watched their father off into the distance. Mary, tears threatening to spill, swallowed her feelings, and her husband to take care of himself and come back home safe and sound. Ashiro stared at his son with a warm grin and leaned in to tell him. He shrugged it off and handed him the whole rest, or crashed into them like a tidal wave, swallowing every single everything until it tore away nearly the whole village where workforce. The protagonist always believed this world's tech was stuck in the past. War had probably burned it back to the Stone Age, and more. Back in calmer days, villagers huddled together, tilled the fields, and slowly grew their crops because in this village, land was plenty, and what you could harvest depended entirely on how much ground you had. No wars meant the story didn't get cut. The fields stayed untouched, and that opened the door for new tech breakthroughs that lifted everyone's prosperity. The protagonist leaned in, swore to his mother that everything would be fine, and begged her to stop worrying because this wasn't even the first time his father had vanished. So you mean once he went to war, everything would be okay? Because that cultivation magic he forged was the one thing everything depended on. Because taxes rose with the land you owned, his fields had a huge edge. MC stared at the pathetic war supplies and clenched his jaw. Most of them only marched with pitchforks and axes, which were basically just metal snacks, not real weapons. And this was war, so people like that they were just cannon fodder. Most wouldn't come back. And unplowed land was basically useless. So the odds were they'd lose everything still. Ours decided to crank up his military power, even though his past life still had him struggling. He just wanted to live, and he absolutely didn't want to kill anyone. In this world, the military's bare minimum is weapons, armor, and above all money, because there's never enough of it. And still somehow people try their best to keep up. Their neighbor showed up at their door and asked their mom, right to her face, if she'd swap her harvest for her potatoes. Shivers racked the protagonist. This barter system was pure misery. Yet Mary still nodded and accepted her neighbor's offer. With a heavy heart, the protagonist realized the village life was broke trading. Vegetables brought him exactly zero money. So there was only one last way out he needed. When MC pitched the idea of taking up a trade, he told his mother, and her face lit up like a spark as she blurted, "Then why not make sandals? Straw," she said, could be woven into them. Leave every kind of shoe, sandals, boots, ankle boots, then he could grab whatever he wanted, guilt-free, and yeah, he always kept his family in his thoughts, right? The protagonist just felt like this plan wasn't the smartest way to do it. A traveling merchant weaves from town to town hawking their wares, and if the price isn't right, they jump in fast to haggle until it is. They have to make this a win-win pull in the cash. No excuses, and honestly, this was a solid start for now. They tried a few different weaves, and ours got hauled straight to the local market. Then a merchant named Kale stepped up, sized him up, and picked a product. He fired up the conversation and said, "These sandals are awesome." And when the protagonist answered, he admitted, "My mom taught me how to weave them, and I practiced every single day." The buyer snatched the shoes and handed over just 6 worn copper coins. And the MC stared at his earnings like, wait, that's it. They didn't get played. So the only answer left was the sandals were just priced way lower than he expected. With prices like these, there's no way he'd ever scrape together enough for a weapon. The protagonist yanked Kale he tugged at the sleeve of his robe and begged for permission to finally ask the question that had been gnawing at him. And he obeyed, shocked that such a frail kid could pack that kind of power. A few days rolled by, and our protagonist, thanks to that relentless merchant's help, finally dug through the market to figure out the real price. He ditched the usual shoes and decided to try something totally different. And based on what he'd learned, he was convinced it would pay off big. After he set everything up, Wood included MC, dove straight into testing how to grow magic mushrooms. The merchant straight up told him the details, showed him exactly how the mushroom looks, then leaned in and added, "This is a magic mushroom. Mushrooms are brutally hard to grow, so they're rare and a nightmare to track down." So when the protagonist stared in shock, you could almost hear him thinking, wait, wouldn't this kind of experiment cost a fortune? Wait, do men or even restore guys really exist? The main character's face looked way too familiar, like maybe it was a shiitake mushroom in disguise. And he couldn't help wondering. Then the merchant shoved a sample into his hands and gushed, "Grimest, doesn't it taste absolutely delicious?" But the result totally blew his expectations out of the water. Expectations were sky high, but that mushroom tasted plain and lifeless. So now, with a special kit in hand, he'd been growing his own magic mushrooms. This stuff thrives on nutrient-rich wood mold, and if you use it, you're in for a wild ride. The room spread like shiitake mushrooms, and once we recreate the world for wood mold, the whole place starts bursting with brand new color. Mold to thrive, and suddenly mushrooms too. His crew grabbed the logs he'd set up, and he realized with a jolt they were already perfectly dry. Dry cut it open and swore it was the best news ever, until a local resident showed up out of nowhere and demanded some of the log. The protagonist handed him the wood, then stacked the logs up tight so he tried to coax the mold to grow. But it never worked, and he started questioning everything about himself. If it were really that easy, everyone would be growing mushrooms, but it never works like that. And he couldn't stop thinking about creating the right mix of dryness and humidity. So what's he supposed to do next? And if it's a magic mushroom, then of course it has to be packed with mana. If that mushroom is gulping nutrients from the tree, wouldn't it also be stealing the tree's mana too? So why not just pour his mana straight into the logs? He figured he'd test different mana amounts first, because his days were already wild by morning. The protagonist worked the fields. At dusk, he poured mana into logs, and after dark, he crafted sandals by hand. After a little while, 3 mushrooms popped up right on the log. The protagonist got fired up and thought, if I want to make real money from this, I've got to grow even more mushrooms. Even that merchant only had a handful left, and somehow, it still wasn't nearly enough. After a while, his mom finally snapped and told him there was no more space left in their house. Then everything in the room hit him, the stacked logs and those worn straw sandals, and he hauled in crops from everywhere. Then the MC realized the storage room just wouldn't cut it. He needed a whole separate building for all of it. When he casts magic to raise a field, he yanks the earth up and shapes it into beds, then uses that exact same trick to build a whole building, unlocking a brand new power inside himself, the magic of a builder. And this isn't some goofy thought these piles of earth can turn into top-notch building material. No joke, it's the real deal. Yep, even magic has a rule: making something from pure nothing is brutally hard. So don't think it's easy. Like, for example, earth magic shows up a lot in games, and you scoop purified inner mana straight into your palm, then you use it to forge. Build stones meant for throwing the punch lands only if they're flying fast. So picture this. Picture the whole journey from the first second to the final moment right now. That dream is actually within reach. And yeah, it's pretty awesome, but it's useless, especially when you're trying to shape stones. One throw, and the whole thing just dies in a puff. He must have got a special. With earth magic, you don't just connect, you tap into what's already there. And suddenly spending mana feels way easier. They're finally down on the ground, and the moment hits, thoughts start racing. He thought, fine, I'll give it a shot. All he could do was dig in with dirt. He's tried everything, and it still won't work. But honestly, building a warehouse himself sounds like a dream. He used only earth, and the moment the weight of it hit him, the protagonist let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. He wished he could just turn earth into metal, because then none of this would be a problem. And so he knuckled down and got to it, running through the same old tricks like he always did. But this time, right when he tried to dole out mana, everything went horribly wrong. Wrong earth snapped at his influence way too hard, and the protagonist, he shook so hard that fear snapped him wide awake. Everything turned pitch black, and before he could even blink, his consciousness vanished. He collapsed right there, and he didn't move until late evening, while ants crawled and croaked around him, crawling all over his body. When the MC finally snapped back to his senses, he saw his mother and brothers hovered over him with scared faces, and Ars felt his pounding headache hit harder than ever. The weight of it crushed him, and Mary told him the truth. He'd been out cold for 2 full days, and maybe that blackout happened because he just didn't know enough magic. Magic was practically gone, an ugly, terrifying emptiness. He'd already riled everyone up, and his mother shot him down cold, saying his help wasn't wanted here. He should finally hit the bed because the protagonist realized the magic that first lived inside him wasn't basic at all. It was advanced. Magic surged through him, buffing his body and turbocharging his own magical power. His magic didn't just sit there, it moved with him, driving every action. But then he should have been dead, but some miracle kept him alive when his magic vanished. And even if MC saw it coming, this wasn't some random blunder. Because he'd burned through every last ounce of strength the moment it mattered then, when he stumbled back to the exact spot where he'd blacked out, he stared at the crater in the ground and thought. The damage from his failed spell barely left a mark, and his magic never would have drained it in the first place. It boils down to scale, how much space the area and volume are taking up when a huge field goes up against a massive building. So yeah, he probably burned out about 10 times the magic it would have taken to forge a whole field in one single instant. He should drop the whole plan to build the thing and go try something else instead, anything but that. Poured his magic into shaping building materials, and once the project kicked off, he couldn't help but grin, realizing he was pulling it off until, after he churned out a huge stack of bricks, he snapped and said that architectural magic was just a dream, and then he cut himself off. He refused to quit, and right then, he started pushing his limits like never before. The brick-making magic finally kicked in. After a while, the MC started building the structure. Then once it was up, the team tore into a critical check to see whether it was some half-baked clay warehouse or maybe just a box. And the moment you looked at it, you could tell this builder had absolutely no business doing it professionally. He just stacked bricks on bricks, no fancy plan at all, and somehow the building still stood tall. And yeah, this was only the start. He was really just getting his footing, because he was using. He swore he'd use only earth magic just for wildly different goals then. Stepping outside his well-tended field, he shot a look at the abandoned spot that had once won his life's work. He'd grown up thinking this was his ancestral land, but the moment he really looked, he couldn't ignore how downright ugly it all was. It was a total waste of space, just the years-old leftovers of their ancestors, stretching out and growing with time. For years, it had slowly twisted into something nobody even recognized, and now it looked like it might as well be a nightmare. Usually the protagonist would have shrugged off little stuff like that, but not this time. He couldn't ignore it. Not even a tractor could push through, and once his plan was set, then the MC grinned like he'd struck gold, thinking the village field's wild look was his little secret flex, so he yanked out every stone and stump and swept the whole place spotless. Field, cultivation magic, enhancement magic, brick-making magic. Now he could master them all at once. Bars muttered something under his breath, but that field cultivation magic felt way too drawn out since only he could use it. So naming each one felt pointless, because saying its name didn't make a damn thing show up yet. He kept going, and somehow he renamed it Soil Improvement Magic, and honestly, he cracked up every time he used it, because he's always acting like that. He slipped and said its name by accident, but somehow that was the exact spark that made it all click. Our team hit the ground, and once the spell touched the soil, his magic ignited like a spark catching fire. Magic hit the air, and just like that, the land snapped into a new form, becoming a massive well. Rows of crops stretched on forever, laid out so neat it felt unreal, and the moment the protagonist saw it, their jaw basically dropped. The moment he threw the spell, it snapped into action, and no matter how hard he pushed, he tried to make it work with his imagination, but nothing budged. Turns out that was exactly why it was so much easier than it looked, and he had managed to master this new magic, though even he never saw it coming. He watched the cast summon their spells, and the way magic had a real name made it feel even more legendary to him. He tried to power through the name, but it wiped him out. He had to lock in hard and picture the whole process step by step. It took every ounce of effort, and yeah, he still couldn't bring himself to complain. Ours powered up the soil enhancement and quickly counted that there were around 10 meters on each side. Magic lets you spawn objects that are so perfectly identical, it's like they're clones. It looks like they used to raise rice here. See those beds? They were basically the same size across the board. If you cast magic without a spell, you can even reshape your cultivation area, and the more precise the location is, the more your magical power guzzles. But the spell itself sips power. So how in the world did he pull off casting anything at all in the first place? Maybe it was because he muttered to himself every time, then sighed until the protagonist finally snapped. The trial begins. Staring at the ground, he started chanting a spell, like his life depended on it, summoning a brick into existence, and he kept doing it all day. Even at night while he slept, the chanting never stopped, and months later it was still going. Later, during yet another brutal run at making bricks, he finally nailed it and pulled off the feat. He cast a spell to forge bricks that were perfectly uniform in size and weight, and the moment he did, the whole batch snapped into existence perfectly. But here's where it gets weird. It is basically Pavlov's trick: eat a dog, blast a whistle, and suddenly, bam, the dog learns to react to that sound alone, making the dog's mouth water like it's about to get a treat. A spell is like a master key, unlocking the magic inside. He just found a brand new way to turn power on. With those possibilities on the table, R struck the right path, earning a brand new spellcasting technique, and then he knew he had to act fast. He had to dump the rest of his magic into this mode too, but there was one scary problem. What if the villagers hated it? Staring up at that huge wall of bricks, the protagonist suddenly felt it. He'd gotten a little too carried away. His mother stared, totally baffled, and blurted that he went way too far. But if it was just dishes, they would have found a way to use it. For them, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. How come it never hit him before if he could just make brick? Then he realized he could cook dishes too. The same idea, just different food, and after a while he stacked up, Dish shoved the new rice bowls into Mary's hands and told her exactly which one would crush it for bean soup. Then he even repaired the busted dishes. And Mary burst out laughing. Of course she's thrilled, those dishes are amazing, but she cuts it short, thanks him for all his help, and then the MC decides. Now it was time to trade more for better, because all he wanted was to make his mother smile again, and her pain only grew with his father's absence. But he didn't even realize it. He'd somehow made a whole mess of it, and every dish he'd cooked before was the same muddy clay color. So what if he tried? A pristine white cup sat there once the protagonist wrapped up his plan. His mother erupted with joy, swearing she'd never laid eyes on dishes this snow-white in her life. Right there, the protagonist gave her a brand new snow-white porcelain set, and he beamed as he watched her react like he'd just pulled off the perfect surprise. Apparently he couldn't. Mary kept staring at it, loving every second, though it felt almost sad to use something this amazing now. She thanked her son again for the incredible gift. Then MC made a choice. He'd create something cool and make her happy. The result was a brand new product, a porcelain cup wrapped in floral patterns. Mary lit up too. Wait, he even drew flowers this time. Thank him. So much ours was crushed. He could tell plain as day. He didn't have a drop of talent for drawing, but he refused to quit. Then he had to ditch the porcelain idea and try something else. Sea sand, he'd heard, and if anyone could pull it off, it had to be him. Before today, the protagonist had been using something like that every single day, imagining an oblong. He sculpted a long, rounded form with a light, medium thickness feel, made it crystal clear, and that's how his brand new product was born. With a single glass tumbler in hand, the protagonist started forging rare, unheard of items, brand new to the world. The whole world's people witnessed it, then he started hawking sandals and magic mushrooms too. His first real profit was 14 copper coins. Then the protagonist slumped and thought, come on, just a few more copper coins. So he had to turbocharge his cultivation of magic mushrooms. Then right then, Kale burst in and told him everything about them. And the MC's heart leapt because he finally thought this would be They were just about to sell the dishes they'd freshly made when the merchant asked. Ours stepped in and answered the call. The man grinned and said he'd actually want to buy bricks from him, and the merchant clocked the protagonist's shock. That Donish look suits you, so you really just built a tiny house next to them, huh? And honestly, it's gorgeous. The wagonist shot back, clearly confused because he sure didn't build houses, so maybe he meant that warehouse instead. And Kale went, wait, what? That brick building's a warehouse. And still he's about to hunt someone down to sell it to him. MC just said it was. He didn't even need to worry. He built that warehouse. And there was still so much left over. The merchant just stood there, dumbfounded, and asked him again. And yeah, he built it all himself. Ours went wild, but then he ditched the plan and started firing up clay pottery instead. Look at this gorgeous merch, Al. Buy it, he said, completely stunned at how fast things were going. He could use pottery later right now. He needed bricks. So the protagonist yanked him by the sleeve and shouted, don't let him get away with that. When he said it, you could feel it. He'd never heard him. The way he talked screamed pure fear. The merchant flinched, flat out admitted he was terrified, and begged him not to do it. Finally, the protagonist guided him straight into his warehouse, and the moment Kale stepped inside, he just stared. Everything looked so incredible. How did you pull all this off? He demanded. And MC started to explain it was because of a secret right there. The merchant grinned and said, all right, then he'll buy this stunning dishware too, along with the bricks. He tossed us 5 coins, leaned in and said, that's the price for everything. Our protagonist just stood there, completely stunned. 14 coins, just that, and he snatched them up like he'd been waiting for this moment. The merchant grabbed him by the sleeve and snapped, this is robbery. Roaring with fury, he accused him of thinking he could cheat a child just because it's from a kid like that. Kale snapped back, but MC realized he was just snagging dishware. Then MC fired back. Why is it so cheap? Kale scoffed. These exquisite pieces would cost way more. And then he trailed off like he was about to say more. So he asked if he should sell the dishware to the rich, only to be told straight up that no matter how gorgeous it looked, it wasn't worth paying big money for. He drops a fortune on it, buying everything for the villagers. Then merchants just like him roll through town and take orders with bids. Business, sadly, they've got no real competition. He only deals with a single merchant from the village, and that's it. He just knew no matter how amazing the product was, it would still be a nightmare to sell. So he had to figure out something bigger, something that would lure every other class to snatch it up. But this world had no internet, not even newspapers. So the only real hype was a top-tier ad first-class tableware for a first-class family. Family or not, how was he even supposed to spread an ad like that? The protagonist marched up to the merchant and basically said there was no point bothering him. Kale blinked in shock. Then the merchant's whole vibe flipped, and he just broke into a laugh. He erupted in laughter and told us, "Don't be so crushed," like it was nothing because he'd already thrown himself fully out of space. But next time MC burst out, "I'll buy every last thing he's selling." Then he swore, "Next time I'm taking 10 times more." And by the merchant's next visit, the protagonist was already fully. He kept his promise, and the merchant just gawked in disbelief at the massive pile of bricks. Bricks, and he shouted it like a victory, because somehow he really kept his promise and churned out a bunch of bricks. And the protagonist reminded him that he'd promised to buy everything. Kale burst into laughter, shot him a look like pure admiration, and said, "We've known each other for way too long. You've coddled him like he's still a kid now. It's time to stop." At that exact moment, a dragon burst out from behind the building, and MC's shout cracked the air with pure terror. "What in the world is this then? Isn't it a monster?" Kale asked, and he totally got it, like, wait, so this is his first time seeing? When he spots a dragon being ridden, his jaw drops. "Wait, is that a riding dragon?" Dragon Kale snapped, staring at it. "No, this wasn't like real dragons at all. It was something. It's one of those service beasts," and the protagonist is totally thrown off. Because in that exact moment, his mind drifts to one thing: eggs. A service beast hatches out of an egg, born to serve the moment it breaks free. He was raised by humans and pressed into all kinds of jobs. And once that egg was chosen, it would grow by drinking in the owner's magical power. So service beasts always bow to their masters or creators, and you can basically see it coming depending on how this all ends. The energy it drinks from the world fuels something wild inside the egg. The creature shifts and reshapes itself to match the owner's power. That's exactly why these rare, oddball beasts are so prized here while lost in thought. The protagonist didn't even realize it, but somehow he'd already piled every last brick into the cart. MC flashed him a grin because he'd earned it, then stared back at the harnessed dragon again, and they figured a tough, fearless beast like that would be wanted everywhere. Guess what? In this world, it's their raw strength that makes them so popular, and this one looked absolutely brutal. Other steeds tore through the world with endless power, and birds could rocket into the sky, so he asked Kale straight up if a beast like that would cost a fortune, and the merchant snapped back, "It does," pointing to a dragon that was worth more than you'd believe because it could be. Ours stared at the bricks piling up and thought, "Sure, everyone wants them right now, but that doesn't mean this run lasts forever." So he decided he'd keep a stash for sale just in case demand suddenly vanished. In this mess, nobody knew what would crawl out of that egg, but he was so confident he'd be the one to crack it open and win big. Ticket, the protagonist sprinted up to Kale, eyes blazing, and begged to get an egg just like that, too desperate, like he couldn't breathe. He desperately needed a beast like that. So let him have it while the merchant grumbled, "No, enough is enough," so he named a sum that matched every last coin the protagonist had earned. In recent years, nothing left to do, so he handed Kale everything he had, down to the very last coin. Later on, the village men who marched off to war returned home. Ashura came back too, while Mary and the protagonist was out in the garden yanking fresh vegetables when his younger brother burst in, rushing straight to their father. The commander leaned in and grilled the little boy. "So you're a Shira, huh? And is Mary's fourth son really your father?" Dad nailed it. He gave them a friendly wave, then swept away down the road like nothing could stop him, Mary. Mary blurted, "Well done." Then she snapped around, already thinking they've got to grab something for the holiday. Walk up to the main character and ask, "Can I borrow some money from you?" We stammered, clueless, and told her we had nothing else when the woman cut off the sentence like she was done. He blurted out in shock, "How is that even possible?" Because standing there in front of his mother made him feel completely awkward. Ever since he was a kid, she'd backed him in everything, cheered every dream he chased, and made sure he never. He piled on hard work, and when he finally tried to plant radishes, she warned him, "Go ahead, But even if you pull it off, radishes. The food on those dishes didn't wow anyone, but she thought she had something better until the moment the woman clocked his imp. With a bright, eager grin, she told him, "Go on, grow me a ton of radishes," and then added, "Pick any spot you want." Then he couldn't stop himself. He went all in and planted the whole garden with radishes, full on enthusiastic. And even then, she didn't scold him. She just smiled and said their child was a born genius. And by age 5, he marched up to his parents and declared he was going to rake in a ton of money. Backed him up because he was ridiculously smart. And she'd already told Ashira that he was barely out of childhood, but he'd already made up his mind to become a merchant. And even grown magic mushrooms, he scared people at first with his relentless push, and then no help needed, he built the warehouse himself. He still remembered the way she used to stare at his food like it was pure magic, how his mother kept thanking him over and over again. And he kept blurting that he'd become so gifted. But now she stared at him like that, and shame hit so hard he felt like he'd disappear into the floor because he had to finally tell her exactly where all his money went. Mary heard him out, then snapped, what was he thinking? Because she could not wrap her head around the fact that he'd blown every last coin on some magic egg he hadn't even asked her now. He's gripping the egg tight as the protagonist blurts out his objections, because she's dead wrong. If the beast hatched, they'd rake in more money than ever before his mother snapped back, that if it were really that easy, everyone around him would have already been swimming in riches. Long ago, buying something like that felt like stepping into a casino. And everyone had to know the risk. She'd heard stories of shady vendors cheating customers, selling them something ordinary instead of what they promised. Eggs, the merchant bragged, saying they were rare, ridiculously so. Our guy practically buzzed with excitement, but then it hit him. The odds were way too slim. Still, he gritted his teeth. Fine, he'd show that merchant, and once he had his hands on them, his mom would finally. He lit up and said he wanted to save money, so she let him dive into trading. And honestly, she scolded him for being so careless with cash he tried to defend himself. But it was all legit, he'd earned it, and he was free to spend it however he wanted. Mary snapped at him, furious. Do you even get what you're saying? That money came from selling sandals we all made as a family? He got shut down before he could grab anything he wanted. The brothers just stared at them, frozen, tight, and tense. Then the protagonist pleaded, please, just this once. And the woman finally agreed. Snapped back, no way, let him learn to save himself. The protagonist choked up, tears ready to spill, thinking about how his sweet mother, just like that, had turned into something terrible. Was it the sandals pulling the trade or his bricks? He had to crank out and sell those bricks, no way around it. So he kept the deals hush-hush and pocketed a little cash. But first, the egg, he tucked it into a bag woven from radish stalks, so he wouldn't have to risk shattering it, and then the beast could gulp in magical energy, hold it close, and keep it safe. Sure, he could also tend the egg with the other. And yeah, sure, everyone's magical energy is totally different. It'd be a total nightmare to raise that egg all by yourself, it looked like that egg could gulp down the energy it needed, but there was nothing inside it yet, only this weird sign that it had already started to change. Maybe it's finally time our protagonist snatched the egg, shut his eyes tight, and called forth a magical injection. After a while, his breath caught when the whole thing suddenly darkened, like the magic had finally been swallowed clean. It worked, but he still had no clue how much power it would demand. MC leaned close to the egg and hissed, please let him take as much as he needs. And then that's where Ars kept a close eye on his brand new pet every single day, pouring all his time and energy into it, until one day curiosity sparked, and he started wondering if he should secretly build himself a house. His mom snapped that he couldn't throw money around like it was nothing, and that didn't mean she hated anybody, not even for a second. Charging into the war is straight-up heroism, and he started hustling for money because, as the youngest son, he was determined to buy a real good sword, and if it came down to it, he should either he grinds his whole life just to be his father's assistant, or he breaks free and goes independent, and if he does, he better grab something way bigger. Before he even stepped out, the protagonist shook off the ordinary and decided, all right, let's do this. Because this wasn't just about a simple sword, it was about what he was about to become. After hearing what everyone says, he knew the truth. If you want to do good, you've got to move fast, so he slowed his thoughts and marched through the village, quick on his feet. He was hemmed in by a fence, and past it, the forest sprawled wide as day after day. Peace finally arrived, so people cleared the spot and started cutting down the villagers once carved it all into the land, but now the fields have withered down, traded away just so everyone else could judge them. Opinions that stretch of land past the village is owned by nobody. So whoever dares to step in, whoever grabs it first becomes its owner. So when he finally reached the site, he stared in disbelief. He whipped his head around, adrenaline buzzing, and asked himself with pure anticipation, so where should he go next? Where should I build a house? First, the protagonist hit the button and activated his enhancement magic so he could grind nonstop, then MC. Then he turned right to the roots using magic again. He wiped out the entire root system like it had never existed. Then he grabbed the last bit he needed, and just like that, he figured, that's it. The roots gave out, and the trees couldn't stand anymore. The protagonist, once again, slammed back into one of his magics, and he started hacking through the trees in the exact area he needed. Then he paused. The protagonist thought, so far, everything's been going exactly according to plan. At this pace, he'd have everything figured out in no time. So he ripped out every unnecessary tree, and suddenly he could stand confident. Ours started building the house with pure confidence, and with purification magic, they leveled the ground clean, because that power was seriously top tier. Good he'd only used it a few times, and the results were straight up mind-blowing, though he'd still have to sweat again to recreate the bricks for the house. He wished he had magic that could conjure a whole house in seconds then. He refused to pass out from sheer exhaustion again, especially right here, and then it hit him. Maybe he didn't need to build that house after all, because the magical energy he used was tied to the size of what he was making, down to its volume and surface area. He wasn't claiming it was fact, just a wild hypothesis. And when he raised a building, the energy just poured in by the tone. The interior gets ripped open, and trust me, this is far worse than you'd ever guess, because then everything turns into something you can't deny. He has to raise that building step by step, starting with the bricks he just made for its foundation. The protagonist kicked his magic into gear. He touched the ground, shut his eyes, and forced an image to take shape in his mind. He pictured himself spreading the mortar just right, then setting each brick in place one after the other so they locked together tight. And boom, one wall down. Once everything was finally over, the protagonist stared at the building with tired disappointment like, great, it's still just. It was just another box, and he'd have to build the roof and doors himself, like some cheap tofu-looking thing, and then... So the MC secretly hauled together a hidden house deep in the forest then, after some time. They popped the egg out and gasped. Its shell had bulged bigger. The blue had deepened into a darker shade, and you could feel it. Something monstrous was about to show up. Right then, his mother burst into his room and told him they'd be leaving soon. Our protagonist grinned and said, "Yep, I'm already on my way." And this year he was about to hit 6, and once that day came, they'd throw a baptism to celebrate. The village church filled up, and at last that day exploded into reality. The whole family finally showed up for the baptism. Mary glanced around and realized it was basically empty. Maybe 10 people, tops, and most of them were barely there. Back in her past life, that baptism ceremony barely stirred her heart. But now it's the naming ceremony, and everyone crowds into the divine building a priest named Paul snapped for everyone to go dead silent and keep it that way. Absolute dead silence. Then he stood up and declared, "All right, let's start the ceremony." With bated breath, the protagonist braced himself because he was about to finally wield his own magic. He couldn't sit still, fidgeting and sighing like the excitement was burning out of his chest. Mary had to grab him and hold him back because he kept blurting it out louder than she wanted while the priest leaned in and explained how, back in the day, people were forced to live. They lived in the shadows, cowering from monsters, until they cracked the secret of magic and suddenly their power skyrocketed. Rage surged through everyone as the numbers skyrocketed, and when some couldn't face the monsters alone, they banded together, uniting under one demand to call. Colonies kept bursting outward, grabbing more land with every stride, because magic was the secret engine powering humanity's insane rise. And that's where everything kicks off. Ars fumed, ready to get to the naming ceremony already, but Paul wouldn't stop. He insisted that during it, regular people finally awakened their magic, and across the room, the protagonist couldn't hide how nervous he was. With a warm smile, the priest leaned in and promised he'd walk you through the process itself step by step. So hang tight first, the church takes in the believers, and later the owner gets handed a list of names. The priest explained that once you get a name, you fall under the owner's protection, and you finally unlock magic. But only for good, not for evil. And then he leaned in and demanded the MC promise it with his life. The MC swore. Paul cracked open the sacred book and said, "Good," while the MC stared at it like, "Whoa, is this thing made of sheepskin?" The priest shut the book, slid it back onto the table, pressed his hand on it with his eyes closed, and then stretching his other hand toward the protagonist, he solemnly declared, "The third son, son of Mary Sheeran. Paul is his name. He's the holy father of this church from this day on, bearing the name Ars. May he live honest, incorruptible, and true. Live like this, and you'll be shielded by the one who gave you this name." Paul snapped into a chant, and the protagonist's nerves flared as he braced himself. Right before he triggers the magic, he leans in and realizes its real energy is already surging into his palm, and then a blinding glowing oval snaps into view in front of Paul, instantly followed by a hovering magic circle packed with symbols. The protagonist. Stunned, he stared at those symbols, then it hit him. Someone had gifted him the magic that preserves memory. A spark snapped awake in his mind, and he couldn't help wondering what would happen if he poured magic straight into his head. Memory preservation was pure gold, and the priest was already in the middle. The sound didn't stop it charged, and a crushing aura poured from the magic circle straight toward MC, hitting him in every nerve like a lightning strike. He just knew something was being transmitted through that circle, and that's how Ars finally got his name and his magic. And when he remembered that first spell, glowing like light, he realized it felt like it was made for someone, just not him. Even for a kid who'd never trained a day in their life, the technique hit with the same power and ran for the exact same amount of time as it would for an adult. An adult tried to sharpen his power and refine his magic, but nothing changed. So yeah, he realized you could level up your fire magic just by perfecting the technique. And he was convinced that once he unlocked his own magic, he'd finally be able to learn any other power. Besides earth magic, but he couldn't do a thing with it until he threw that plan away and turned to Pastor Paul's magic circle. There was another way. He leaned in and stared straight into the depths of all the magic. With magic running wild in this world, the protagonist instantly tried to pull off his plan, only for it to flop hard. Ars blinked and scratched his forehead in pure confusion like, "Wait, I planned this for so many?" After many days, he still couldn't make sense of a single thing, and the night thoughts kept crawling into his head until sleep deprivation hit him hard, leaving him barely holding on. Our protagonist forced himself to carefully break it all down, starting with the fact that he couldn't even read these symbols, ancient or brand new. Who knew? Then his thoughts spiraled back to what he'd been wondering about until talking nonstop about food and money, and yeah, he couldn't even write his own name. Then crack an eggshell splits open right there. And the Magnus shot upward, heart pounding. He couldn't stop wondering, is this really happening? I can't stop wondering what's going to happen now that that shell just took forever to drop. MC took forever to crack it, and he just kept hanging there, burning with anticipation, impatiently wondering if he should jump in and help him. Then finally, the shell's top cracked with a violent snap. Then everything shattered down into tiny fragments, and the truth came into view, revealing a magical reindeer-like creature, all horsey grace and shimmering charm, let out a soft, soothing sound, and we just gawked at it like it was straight out of a dream. Beast blasted out of its shell, surged to its feet, and the whole place felt like it just woke up. Blowing away the protagonist completely, he already did. He reached out and summoned the beast to come crashing to his side. He grinned and blurted, "Valkyrie, come on, let her go to him, she's got this." The creature inched forward with shaky, unsure steps. He took another step and let out a soft, gentle sound. With a thrilled laugh, the protagonist reached up and patted Valkyrie's head. Watching these creatures claw and struggle for survival is honestly mind-blowing. Incredible. Wait, now that I think about it, she looks like a reindeer with a few horse-like touches. She's got that pedigree body, sure, but that mane is way too long. When she's grown, can she really haul cargo? And then Valkyrie. Suddenly, she started munching on her own eggshells, crunch, crunch, like it was nothing. And MC blurted, totally stunned, "Wait, is that normal?" And it's normal for her to do this. Also, what does she eat? The weird part is the animal's look shifts based on the magical energy flowing through it. It guzzles the energy it feeds on, and its shape probably shifts too because when a dragon rides, it's munching meat to fuel up. A guy like him, broke down to the bone, would struggle just to put meat on her plate every single day, and yeah, there have been plenty of times when the owner just couldn't handle the beast. So here's the real panic. What if Valkyrie starts craving milk? He can't crack it with magic at all. Then the beast keeps crunching through its shell like it owns the night. Ours hauled in a 20 he'd grown by his house, and Valkyrie devoured it like it was nothing. He gulped it down with relish then. Stunned, the protagonist blurted, "Wait, do you really like it?" He figured it had to be a herbivore, and somehow, someway, he dodged any food troubles. Troubles piled up, but he crouched down and promised the little one, "Don't worry, there are plenty of radishes." Let her gorge on every bite she wanted. Sudden chaos hits. Suddenly, Valkyrie locked eyes with him and climbed straight into his arm. His arm's weight. What? The protagonist froze, stunned by what he was seeing, and then he blurted, "What's wrong with?" She pressed in closer, settled right into the hem of his shirt, and instantly drifted off, sound asleep. Eventually, MC stared at her in shock, completely melted by just how adorable she was. She did because in just 10 days, Valkyrie had grown by leaps and bounds, leaving us utterly stunned and completely baffled. So fast he told her to grow, sure, but at this pace, he'd definitely sell her. He didn't even bother to name her, terrified that one little label would make him too attached to the creature, yet somehow he already knew it wouldn't matter. The protagonist chose a special name, and Paul's words echoed in his head. Magic was a gift straight from the god, but it honestly felt like the magic program had just been a magic circle got hammered into his head, and now he couldn't wait to use it and finally name his beast. If everything clicked, she'd finally master her own magic and summon water. So what if she chugged the local stuff and got sick? Maybe even died from an awful stomach or some illness? It wasn't a big win, but water magic was still better than having nothing. He couldn't shake the fear of using fire magic, like, what if something goes wrong? And somehow he prayed he'd crack the mystery while standing right beside her. MC couldn't stop thinking, what name fits this creature? He wasn't even sure he could pick good names or draw worth a damn, but he still decided to give it a shot himself. He remembered the association game and his brain started sprinting through choices. Unicorn, bicorn, white king, two horns, which name even fits? And then it hit him like a lightning bolt. Suddenly he knew what to call it. He would name her Valkyrie. Her snow-white mane glinted like living silver, the legendary goddess of war herself. So when she appeared, it felt like a sacred, otherworldly power had stepped right in front of him. And he asked if the name fit her, and Valkyrie nodded hard on the spot, so the answer left her stunned. Raised our heads, turns out she somehow understood human speech. He'd warned her, and she was about. He was sharp as a blade once he got settled in. He kicked off the naming ceremony, and his magic was already so under control that he was halfway to use it with zero trouble because this time he'd finally have his chance. Be careful, every detail has to be spot on, because once he's unleashed that energy, there's no undoing what he's started. He gathered all the magic into a single pinpoint because holding magical power steady in one place is brutal for anyone. Then he focused harder and started concentrating, about to unleash it. He started chanting the spell, and a bright oval of light started to form inside the altered air. A warped aura started to twist and coil until it finally snapped into a glowing magic circle. Then the protagonist's thoughts hit. Realized controlling magic from beyond his own body was way harder because even the magical power itself was fighting him. Trying to summon a magic circle hidden somewhere deep within the mind, like a switch flipped, sent every drop of blood rushing straight into the brain. The blood. Valkyrie's veins were seconds from exploding, then a real, fully formed magical oval carved itself into existence, its symbols igniting as its blazing light spilled straight onto her. MC blew out a shaky breath, practically beaming as he cheered. He'd done it, but that was as far as he could go. He shot his hand forward, palm out, and then boldly spoke its name. Valkyrie, then the magic finally tore apart and vanished. The protagonist crumpled to his knees. Breathless, he realized this had turned out way harder than he ever expected. He stared at the creature, lost in thought, and if it failed, then he'd blown his chance at his goal, and with that, the protagonist let out one hard exhale. Organist urged Valkyrie to give it a shot, and she nodded right away. Then MC finally got the point, use it. Letting fire loose in the house was pure danger. But staring at that beast, he couldn't help thinking, she's smarter than him. Valkyrie gathered herself, slammed her front hooves, and blasted a blazing fireball. A glowing ball hung above her, and Ars froze in pure confusion like, is this magic? Before he jumped up, grinning wide, and yelled to her in excitement, she's insanely smart. She's crushing it right now. So just let her keep going. Let her try something else. Valkyrie unleashed every kind of magic she had. Fire, then water, round after round, until purification finally hit. But the magic's power kept looking exactly the same, even after everything changed. The protagonist stared, and then wham, the animal stamped its front hooves, and bricks shot up from the ground like they'd been summoned. The protagonist could only stand there, completely stunned. This was pure magic for turning out bricks, sprucing up the yard, and making the soil way healthier, so tough it wasn't easy at all. It's hard to make out, but it looks like it's pouring magic in, and that same power is beefing up his body at the same time. Kids blessed at church can only wield one magic type, so how the heck did the Valkyrie cast the magic he invented? Did the magic circle glitch out? Or did he mess up the censure ritual? The MC just let out a heavy, defeated sigh. So many questions and not a single answer, so he snapped, testing the ground with his touch and triggering one of his skills. With those skills, he forged a cup out of sheer power, then held it up and showed it to Valkyrie. And he asked her, want to try making it with magic? She let out a baffled little sound like a straight-up no, and right away we all got it. So that's how it is Valkyrie he can only cast magic through spells, like when he levels the ground, he shrinks or enlarges the land first, then pours out the exact magical power it demands for that size. But Valkyrie's landscape flattening magic reaches a full 10 meters, so when she performs the rite of naming, magical power gets passed over. And the name's owner. You can only fire off magic through spells, but the whole right to name works like a strict system, not some divine miracle, so that's why he couldn't ever truly master light magic. At that exact moment, Valkyrie swept up to him and blurted, so are you satisfied? The protagonist grinned, stroked her mane with care, and spilled the whole story to her. Everything felt perfect until he started wondering, with a twinge of fear, whether selling her would bring trouble, because she didn't just master her own magic, she could wield his too. All right, he had to think this through. Then, after a bit, Kale finally showed up and he grilled the merchant, asking if a service beast could use magic. But the poor, confused guy just stared and said that he'd never heard of anything like this. So yeah, probably not. And the protagonist couldn't stop thinking how priceless it was that he'd been dropped into this world from another. The special demand for bricks kept coming, because the merchant who trekked far and wide had never once heard of it, so he swore it had to be real. Maybe magical beasts exist, but they're basically myth. Kale stared at the MC, completely baffled, and quizzed him like, so you're really asking? By then, that egg had already cracked open and hatched, and he pushed for the truth then. Ours snapped back that it was real and that his beast could too, also carry heavy loads. The merchant lit up saying, that's amazing. Can you show it to me? The protagonist hesitated for a split second, then shook it off and worried hardly at all. He'd warned Valkyrie to stay off magic in public, but Kale wouldn't back down, so he snapped, hold on, and stepped off to bring his next move. When he brought Valkyrie over, the merchant practically gasped, wow, she's incredible, because she could haul cargo with ease, and she was drop-dead gorgeous too. And that crisp white look is a favorite among the rich. What luck, the protagonist snapped. This beast isn't for sale. Kale froze in shock. Why would he refuse if he'd been hunting to make money off it all along? He drawled, sure, but once she got under his skin, he couldn't let go. Not yet. And decided to keep her for the time being. He told himself the truth. He wasn't just tense. He was scared she'd start using his magic. And if we're being real, he wanted her all to himself. After all, even though she's a service beast, she understands every word he says, and she's insanely strong in a way he never could be, which means this is only the beginning of He wanted life to feel lighter, so with those thoughts racing, he wrapped his arms around Valkyrie's neck and tenderly ran his hand along it. Kale jolted back at his touch and blurted out, and then maybe they could strike a deal, hand over those eggs for him, and he'd get 5 more wonderful beast eggs, and then he'd hand those things over to him for safekeeping, no charity. Either, not when he's a businessman. He wasn't giving them away for free, he was giving them too. Then he'd make a deal using magic. He'd raise those beasts for him, and he'd buy every hatched one. The protagonist stared at him in shock like, "So you want to grab every single beast for yourself, huh?" And Kale shot back. They clicked instantly because it wasn't like he'd have trouble raising them. Sure, he'd need patience at the start, but once they got going after that he'd finally get everything he wanted, plenty of it. No doubt because they'd been close for ages, and the protagonist could already feel where this was headed. He needed to clear things up fast, so he started laying out the details. If he'd taken serious losses, he could end the contract, and only he got to decide how many animals to raise and when to sell them. They'd hammer out the price when buying and selling, and he'd raise the eggs and sell them right back to him while the magical eggs were handed over for free, and the deal lasted one whole year. If the time got moved, they'd tweak the terms, and MC summed it up in his mind. It suddenly didn't look so grim when the merchant stared at him in shock, and then nodded with real admiration for his sharp business skills. The protagonist grinned and swore that day on, he'd raise magical eggs, because in their remote village, that was the best way to rake in coin. He practically shouted with pure joy, and nothing would stop him now. He'd give it everything he had, Valkyrie blasting her sound to back up her master, while Kale snapped out a gasp of shock. When the merchant and the protagonist finally split ways, ours just stared off and muttered, "We've got to pour magic into every single egg." Valkyrie let out a sharp little snort, then shoved her muzzle right up to the eggs, sniffing them loudly like she was on the hunt. Suddenly, she snatched it up into her mouth, and the protagonist gasped in pure terror. "Don't eat that," she gasped, dropped the egg in shock, and the moment it dropped, it hit the floor hard. Then the protagonist snapped his eyes shut and blurted out in pure fear, "Please tell me it didn't break." When he finally looked at the egg, thank God it was still perfectly intact, and right beside his treasures lay Valkyrie, her belly pressed against the edge of it. "Those eggs?" Ours blinked in shock. "Wait, does she really want to hatch them herself?" Valkyrie nudged them with her nose, then started firing off wild sounds in her own language. The moment he saw it, pure amazement hit him so hard he couldn't even breathe. She could fling magical energy through a spell so animals and even eggs could gulp it down already. Then he cut Valkyrie off, shouting that it wasn't that simple. The second they absorbed different magic, their looks start to shift, and if it wasn't him raising them, what in the world was the point? His eyes caught those darkened eggs, and panic hit as he realized 3 had already gulped in her magic. They could raise them together. But spreading that power would be a nightmare. Power them up properly after a beat, the MC jabbed a finger at the 3 dim eggs and said, "Valkyrie, I'm handing these over to you. Treat them with care." He gave a grin, recalling an old tale, and then, before he even knew what was coming, in a past life he'd already cradled a puppy. Then his mother tore into him, glaring hard as she snapped, "So tell me who's going to look after it? Will he step up and do it himself? Carry that massive weight on his shoulders? And the real question, can he even handle it? Because right now, everything feels confusing and up in the air." He swore that if he dragged it home, he could save everything. Then his parents hit him with words so shocking he froze, but he refused to back down and was set on doing it for sure. Take care of it, and they let him keep it. He fed and walked it himself, while his parents still paid for the food and grooming. Grooming supplies, vaccinations, and vet visits. And when he finally stopped to think, he realized they were dead right, caring for a living creature. It's not easy still. After a while, every last animal hatched and made it out. No mistakes. But then something weird happened. The ones raised by Ars were just a bit bigger. But they all looked like Valkyries, so the first stage was locked in. After he checked the empty storage bins, the protagonist, they looked around, jaw tight with disappointment, because the second more animals showed up, the food vanished at lightning speed until they had to refill the supply. But if he was really going to launch a business, he'd need time, and one single field would never cut it. So yeah, he had to tear through the forest and carve out more fields to make it happen. He roared for the animals to follow him, then dove straight into the work, choosing his next step as the hunt pressed on. At the planting site, he chose to do everything exactly the same as before. He dug in, yanked the roots free, and toppled the trees. And then, once everything finally gave way, MC ripped them out, break up the dirt, and then crank up the soil with the improvement. He sharpened his skills, set up several beds, And after a quick once-over, he smiled. Everything was perfect. The field was finally ready. Every animal stomped onto the field and blasted magic into the ground to make the soil explode with life. Ours gasped in pure amazement. What are they even up to? He hasn't named a single soul yet. So why in the world are they firing up this power? Magic doesn't just follow a name. You know, animals play by their own rules. And Valkyrie started chanting spells in her. She leaned in and spoke in her own language right next to his ear, too loud. And when he clapped his hands over his ears, the protagonist stared in confusion like, wait, will all... So the question is, are all the new animals born with magic powers? He needs to stop Valkyrie before she even thinks about using magic. So he shoved it aside for now, and he kept tending the fields, and then it hit him. Width could be figured out in domes after a while. He finally looked. He stared at the new created field and froze. This thing looked like an overgrown forest. So huge it felt like it used to be just an open space. But once the new lands got developed, the people simply vanished. The place felt abandoned and swallowed by vines and weeds. And as he carefully stroked Valkyrie's neck, it hit him. This forest was huge, so he could easily start expanding the fields needed more room. Plus, the village headman wouldn't raise a fuss if he planned to raise beasts like Valkyrie. He'd have to push the past wider. Pastures swelled even bigger as they stretched wider, but the moment the field opened up, they got dragged farther and farther from home. So the protagonist grilled his creature, asking if she'd give him a lift because safety was the one thing he couldn't ignore on the way. He clocked it. She wasn't exactly a horse, but he'd still need a saddle, and then he stumbled over the rest of his thought. MC pressed his father for answers about the stirrup, and Ashura stared back, baffled because there were zero crafts to be found. In this village, they churned out stirrups and saddles for service beasts, but Dad couldn't shake it. He felt like the animals weren't being treated like mere tools. Had already burst out of the eggs, then he snapped, asking his son if he needed a cart. And ours just pointed out that harnessing animals, out here that kind of cart talk felt normal. So he told his father it was a must for fieldwork, but then he snapped, saying he wanted to saddle a service animal instead. And one day he'd learn to ride. They'd be drafted too because horsemen charging on horseback were stronger than any foot soldier. End of story. It was clear once he had Valkyrie as his mount, he'd become a killer horseman, crafting a rope from radish stalks. He threw it over his mount's head and snapped it into place like a bridle. Then his mind raced, even with a saddle and stirrups in his hands. He'd finally learned because the protagonist was already telling the story. He told her he trusted her, and Valkyrie answered with a clear little sound of agreement. Then ours knew. He had to learn how to saddle a horse the right way. Then he swung up onto his pet, and riding it turned out way easier than he ever expected. After a moment, MC snapped and told her, "That's enough." She shifted aside so he could finally ride comfortably. Thanks to her, he got to ride without any trouble. No more excuses. Then the next day hit, and his whole body screamed in pain. He stared, totally baffled. What was going on with him? He'd ridden before, so why did it hurt like this now? Pain crushed him, and even Valkyrie's desperate efforts couldn't undo it. So to keep from falling, he pinned himself firmly against her, and numbness surged through his body. He clenched every muscle in his torso and held his spine perfectly steady, and the shaking finally eased. A saddle and stirrups would have made it easier, sure, but he wouldn't just quit. Because you don't have something. So from that day on, the protagonist refused to quit and kept drilling horse riding again and again. One night, Bite's older brother leaned in and asked, point blank, what he kept talking about every single night before bed. He always mutters under his breath, like he's throwing secrets into the void, so the MC shoots back. What are you talking about? But the guy just goes silent, saying nothing. Arce kept up his horseback training and started brewing a brand new kind of magic, one built from spells. Then Mary burst into the room, cradling their sleeping little brother, and told the kids to hit the bed, and the protagonist stared at his mother. He turned to face his mother and then realized it when he poured magic into his eyes and stared at someone. A blue haze snapped into existence around them, like his power was boiling over for far too long, and he couldn't shake the question of how to stop it from bubbling up like that. So the answer was, to crank his natural healing power up several notches, turning wasted magic into fresh healing energy. He'd known this for ages. Noticed this weird effect, but he hadn't thrown a single spell at it. He locked it on anyway because it had a permanent bite, land-clearing magic that chops through the ground up to a set width, and with his brick creation magic, he churns out perfect bricks, same shape, same size, every single day. And body-strengthening magic lets him turn into something as hard and unbreakable as stone for a while until he casts that spell. Cast that spell on him, and the effect would drag on for ages once. He even cracked a wall while rolling in his sleep, so yeah, if he used that spell, the magic would stay active way longer. That's the whole point of the body. Strengthening magic. The spell's power clung to him even through deep sleep. He basically used it to keep labor restoration magic working longer. And while he slept, he kept whispering his meditation. With this, he'd bounce back by morning and wipe out every last trace of muscle pain, meaning he could fully restore his body just by lying in bed. And it hit him like some kind of brave hero bite grumbled through his heavy drowsiness, still muttering under his breath while the protagonist, now fully capable of complete healing, just kept pushing forward. No shame, learning how to ride better and better, and then, sometime later, Kale came by to see him, and the merchant practically blurted in disbelief, "You're telling me every hatched beast goes through that transformation, every single one?" Information started to click in his head. He thought it'd be just one or two, but his beasts kept exploding in number. He stared across the field and realized it stretched farther than he'd ever imagined. The protagonist leaned in and asked, "Is that so?" The merchant didn't slow down. He kept talking. "It takes about a month to get them to hatch, plus even if he's got a bunch of eggs, they don't all pop at once." And MC stared at that in total shock, thinking it might be because of the magical injection. He grilled Kale, asking if it was safe to sell them right now. Like, what would he even do, and who would buy it all? The guy flat out told him, "Honestly, I'm not selling." So they sell those, and our guy totally lost blurts out, "Wait, does he want him to go trade for him?" Kale nodded. "Yeah, sure," but the truth hit right after. "They're handing them out for free." The protagonist was right there when it happened. Rage flared in him. Maybe that merchant just forgot, and he'd fix it right now because he promised he'd sell them, and losing that trust hit him hard. The man murmured, "Relax, he doesn't get it yet. He's still just a kid. This is just an offering for the nobles running these lands." He'd already warned him he didn't have a single connection that could land deals this huge. To get the rich to buy from him, he had to earn their trust first, so the wealthy had to be convinced next. They ran their own businesses like kings, clinging to monopolies with iron grips, so getting into their circles would be brutal. The protagonist snapped him back to it because he'd said the exact same line the last time he snagged those dishes from him for basically nothing. Kale didn't deny a thing. Then the man leaned in and said only nobles could buy rare, priceless treasures, and he was just getting started. So for him, a merchant with zero connections and no trust making that happen would be brutal, and that's why they'd lay these out. Those beasts end up with the nobles, and that's the whole deal around here. A service beast you could harness was pure gold. Everyone recognized it, and on the battlefield, these beasts could turn into the kind of strategic game changers that decide the whole fight. These beasts are wanted like crazy. Offer one to a powerful official, and it instantly becomes a conduit. "Undo it with power," Kale snapped. Then grinned, because if they wanted those perks, they could just trade the beasts off to other rich families. The MC leaned in, listening hard, and asked what he meant because the merchant insisted they couldn't ignore those ruling nobles. And even the moment felt like the nobles were staring right back. Seeing this business through a social lens, selling these beasts as a strategic weapon to rival families would mean everyone involved was about to get thrown into trouble, right on the edge of disaster. Then Kale snapped, "Go to the nobles." He blurted out in shock, "Will he go?" And the man shot back, "Yes," then told him to deliver that message to his father, shocked beyond words. The protagonist watched Kale lock in on it, and for real, Kale decided to drag him along to his own patrons, so he finally grabbed his courage and left their village for the very first time on the road. He and his father chatted with a merchant too. Before they even realized it, they'd been talking about everything and anything then. Bam! The Allies pushed into the territory and reached the city, and right when they crossed that line, he was stunned by every single thing he saw, jaw dropped, and it hit him like a thunderclap. This is a city where nobles actually abandoned their home. They left their home village behind and bounced along rutted roads in a dragon-drawn carriage, and the trip dragged on for 3 whole days. They reached the city's fortress wall, and the protagonist's face lit up. This was his very first journey. In his life, sure, they weren't crammed onto a high-speed train, but it was still worth every minute he leaned toward a merchant and flat out told him it was absolutely quite. The place was packed to the brim, so Kale stopped by a construction site and told everyone it was exactly why bricks were flying off the shelves in the first place. To grow the city, they had to rip part of the fortress wall down, and now the whole place needed rebuilding using the old bricks, sure, but the supply was way too tight. MC demanded answers and asked, "So if I do this, the demand won't drop?" The merchant stroked his chin like he was weighing fire, saying, "You're right." But then R snapped to it because the bricks are made right here. Shipping them from some far-off place would just kill the profit. I get it. So yeah, trading this commodity won't rake in the cash like they hoped, and that means they've got to kick off negotiations fast. Their first stop hit fast right there. They ran into the manager of the Fontana house, a young guy named Raymond. Raymond, he caught up with them in the Granary Square and pressed his plan into their hands, telling them he was counting on them before the sentence cut off. Raymond was thrilled he figured they'd at least get through the doors, since commoners and merchants like them normally never even get a meeting with the family's head. Raymond caught the hint and said, just like he'd been told, "These service animals really can be harnessed." Kale fired back, "That's right, they're built perfectly for it, and you can harness them without any problems. They'll be over the moon if Lord Fontana takes their gift." So the protagonist just stood there, stunned, thinking, after all, the merchant promised he'd start making real connections with the upper class, not just small talk. Raymond then snapped, "Kale, who's with you?" and the monk. He told him, point blank, that yes, this Ars guy really was the one who raised those beasts, and the other man, that was the boy's father, Father Ashira. The manager blurted, "If that's real, then we could breed beasts by the thousands." Kale nodded, and boom, he said they were Valkyries. The protagonist froze, staring in shock like, wait, what am I even saying? Valkyrie was the name of his beast. No, not the name of some whole species. The merchant leaned in and told Raymond they needed his permission to breed and sell. Ars smiled and said, "We don't sell beasts like that," because his pet had stayed right there. She stayed in the village guarding the house like it was her own because she was his friend and he had zero plans to sell her. The manager told me, "All right, he'll send me written permission later and I'll let Mr. Fontana know." Kale shot him a thank you, and MC's mind snapped with surprise, so the negotiator... Kale told the manager the associations had worked, but he couldn't shake one doubt. Could those animals actually be turned into weapons? Raymond shot up in surprise. Wait, what did he mean? The merchant answered, quick, those horns weren't a gift. They were a straight-up hindrance. They were clearly not built for combat, and they did it without even thinking. The manager spun around and barked orders to his assistants. Get that saw going. Saw off the horns of the magical beasts. And when the assistants crept in, our guy just snapped with panic and wanted to sprint right up to them and stop it. He tried to jump in and stop them, but his father slammed a firm hand on his shoulder and shot him a clear look. Don't interfere. The protagonist. Magnus felt the world spin because this cruel jerk was about to cripple their animals for no reason at all. For some reason that made no sense. Rage surged through him. He clenched his fists and stewed in frustration. They wouldn't even let him get a single word out against her. He seethed with fury in his eyes as the manager's assistants mercilessly hacked the animal's horns off. Then, sometime later, the protagonist stayed at a hotel and father told him, "You held up great." The MC sat on the floor, rage churning, cursing those idiots. How dare they hurt his little ones like that? Ashura told him to wash his hands. He stared at his palms and felt his horns twitching like they were about to burst out. They were being hunted down. But the animals made not a peep quiet as a guide dog, and during those first days of training, they had to stay perfectly silent. Still silent no matter what happens. Even if they accidentally crush a burning cigarette still. Even if they nick themselves, they don't even whimper. Just press on like they've done for centuries, loyal to humans since ancient times. They gave it everything they had, like no holding back. But here's the thing, service animals are just dogs. So why would they risk it all like that? He broke the dam and finally couldn't hold back his tears, fists clenched tight, and every bit of him screaming how trapped and helpless he felt. His father snapped at him to calm down, and the protagonist, desperate, pleaded, "Don't you feel sorry for us?" He cared about their health way more than the fact their horns had been chopped off, because if the animals he'd handed them couldn't survive, then what chance did they even have? It was insane too, since they were supposed to be a noble family. What else? What else could he even expect with the poor animals drop dead the second their horns got cut off? He had zero clue about how long they lived. MC looked his father in the eye and said, "Yeah, it's a damn shame those horns are gone, but if I'm really going to keep breeding these creatures, I've got to dig in and investigate them properly." Ashira tried to smile through the sadness and said, "I'm just lost in my thoughts how helpless the common folks really are." People were spitting hate at the elite, and Arcee stared back at him with this knowing look. My father, even though he trailed off, like he couldn't finish the thought. Being uneducated doesn't make him stupid at all, because even after learning about another world, my father still spotted things others missed. And as a kid, he somehow cracked agriculture and started getting results. And yeah, people were baffled. Then the real trouble hit when some of them began resenting him for refusing to pay taxes. The village headman even tried to strip him of his fields until his father stepped in and laid out the whole truth. He told them he needed those fields to breed the service beasts, and the radishes had to grow there too. He even added that the wheat grown in those radish fields still wasn't enough. Then he paused, like the next part was the real problem. It all came down to the poll tax and the land tax. At first, the nobles acted like neither mattered. Not the breeding of service beasts or the taxes then. Thanks to his father, they got the green light to breed and sell the beast at the same time. The crown was granting them two things land to own, and the freedom to pay taxes in cash instead of wheat, and Kale couldn't stop smiling. Finally, they had real connections. Ashiro stared at his son and said, "Since we're in town, let's grab a few things, got it?" and told him to explain. While they're at it, they scour the surrounding area, and the protagonist meets his gaze with warmth, breaking into a smile, like he's already thinking. Believing he had a father he could count on, no matter what. Yeah, he was glowing with pure joy as he wandered. In the city streets, the protagonist stared in disbelief. There wasn't a single wooden building in sight, and it hit them. Maybe wood wasn't the place's go-to material. His father shot back, "Yes, that's right. Wooden buildings can burn." MC kept going. "This place could go up in flames," he said. "And don't forget, there aren't even any windows." "Windows here, right?" Ashura warned him that light magic could seep through them and turn the whole place into a raging inferno. "Honestly, we didn't need windows at all. Ours just kept mumbling like they were stunned, and once you stared at it long enough, you couldn't deny it. Everything in that place was tied to magic." His father broke into laughter. Laughed, saying it was all thanks to God's blessing, while the protagonist's mind raced to that forbidden kind of life magic, the one that came with FK, with a name, and now he's staring like, is this really God's blessing? So where does magic even fit in with him? Then, out of nowhere, he gasps mid-sentence as the thought cuts off. He burst out with pure joy, pointing straight ahead. There it is, a window. And his mind raced like the believed durable window panes would suddenly skyrocket in demand. Then glassware would be his ticket, his next big product. If he fused magic with a spell, he could churn them out in bulk. No sweat. And what if people went wild for buildings too? The father watched his son like a secret was brewing, that small smile saying, "Oh no, he's at it again." And the merchant just sighed, "Yeah, he's got more drama than anyone." Ashir shot back, "I know he can surprise us," but it was still his doing that kicked off the moment their village began to rise. To thrive, but just days ago, famine ripped through everything, and people around them dropped dead in terror, Kale said. They had to be starving for years. People were dropping dead from hunger. Whole lands crumbled into ruin. And from day one, these places were swallowed by the flames of war. War tore everything apart, and the people so drained they could barely stand started clawing each other for food, right as it threatened to spark the next big war. And in the middle of all that chaos, he stumbled on a strange plant, a weird kind of radish. It burst up everywhere, even in those abandoned fields, and yeah, it wasn't exactly a flavor explosion, but this root wasn't the worst thing I'd ever tasted, not. It wasn't so ruined that it was totally inedible. Thanks to the 20, starvation deaths finally started to drop. It got chopped down to survive the winter, and somehow it sprouted like crazy, so when he realized it was growing fast, he couldn't help but be shocked to find he ended up in a village tucked near the northern forest, right where this kind of radish was grown. Most villages had fallen into crushing despair, where life felt unbearable, but this one village was different. Tending this hardy root vegetable was the reason people here survived something they couldn't imagine living without. He never even felt hunger until that day when he met Arcee, who stepped in and offered to buy his product. Kale's jaw dropped because this boy wasn't even old enough for baptism, and he was already acting way too strange for his age. Smart as a whip, he kept blasting him with question after question, asking if there was nothing else he could sell. He was wickedly smart, almost too smart for some regular peasant, and that brain was put to work as a merchant who had to hustle door to door. He pushed open the door and brought radishes with a pair of sandals, and something about that little guy clicked, so he started showing up again and again up north. Northern village every time. We grilled him for a full hour, and that relentless interrogation went on until, just a few years later, now that he'd grown up, he forged something new. These were the magic mushrooms. He'd hinted about it earlier. This rare find would rake in a fortune, and suddenly trade could finally thrive in that struggling village. Yet, it was way too dangerous for such a young kid to slip into the forest alone. So he told him to wait until he was older, and Aris promised everything would be okay. Everything would be fine, he swore it, blind as confidence. He'd seen plenty of young men who bragged like that, and then life came crashing down on them. So he played it cool, pretended his plan didn't matter, and pushed the idea of making bricks. His materials stayed rock solid, and everyone wanted them. He demanded, then leaned in and promised, "I'll make pottery for you." When Arsh pulled out his wares, Kale's jaw dropped. Every piece looked unreal, like pure beauty. How did he even manage it? The boy leaned in. He told him it was a secret, then locked eyes on that mouth-watering dish. And that's when he saw the boy. The boy's real face uncovered. He must have been born into some noble bloodline, but the protagonist flat out insisted that wasn't the truth. Then he blurted, "This dish looks just like a family heirloom, one that's been passed down for generations." Then he shot those words down on the spot, and Kale leaned in and asked, "Or maybe you're from some broke noble family." Family claimed it, but ours shut them down, and now that he's been through the baptismal rite, he's about to keep blowing everyone away, straight from the egg we bought from him. Out of nowhere, this insanely beautiful rare beast was born. Then it showed off a wild kind of determination, even while the boy was already out there making bricks and raising glowing magic mushrooms. He's always hunting for something fresh, and right when he finds it, he already knows the answer to his own question. Everyone's stuck on one thing. Why was he busting his butt to rake in so much money? The boy wasn't saving for fun. He wanted to buy a weapon, and he was halfway to doing it. He probably wanted to claw back his family's honor by carving his name into battlefield legends. Wait, no, that's not even the real. Yeah, I don't buy it. Maybe those weren't really his parents. No, wait, they look way too similar. Still, it felt like they were her just hiding and caring for some kid whose real family got pushed into the shadows. But it sounded like nonsense still. This little kid was clearly destined to grow into someone great, and they needed to set it up. If he wanted a stronger bond with him, he'd step in as the go-between because he absolutely had to keep that relationship strong. He had to win their trust before he could grow up, because at that moment, everything hinged on him. The protagonist cut him off mid-sentence, stared in shock, and blurted, "Wait, are you seriously saying that if he wasn't going to buy the goods, the merchant snapped back that he'd come too." Then Kale locked eyes with the protagonist and promised he'd follow him anywhere. No questions asked. He couldn't believe what was happening, and after that, his whole life snapped into place around this boy. Ever since, hours passed, and the allies rode in dead silence inside the carriage, gripping tight as the wheels groaned and creaked down the road. The moment he saw them, pure joy exploded across his face, and he burst into his mother's arms, yelling, "We're home!" He figured that after a few days in the city and stocking up on everything they needed, they finally made it back home, so they snapped up a saw to cut down the trees he'd felled while clearing the forest, a cart to haul radishes, and socks his father had been asking for, and the protagonist grinned. It looked like the money he'd fought for was about to vanish for good, but this time was different now. He'd rake in a huge profit by selling his beef service. Then he snatched up the new magical eggs, and the MC immediately dubbed them Valkyries, planning to sell them for the same price as a riding dragon. The second they sprinted in, he shouted to his beloved that he was back. She melted as he wrapped his arms around her neck, and Valkyrie answered with happy, greeting sounds. He figured service animals like these were worth a fortune, like being the only. Expensive cars lined the path now, and they were finally cleared to use them. But before he could start, he had to pull off one more thing first. At Fontana's house, 3 animals got their horns hacked off. Now he had to find out what would happen if he struck right now, because he only had 2 animals left and he was about one. He'd hack off one horn, leave the other untouched, then stare at the difference, and yeah, that's the whole idea. Think of service animals like they're goods, living, breathing stuff that has to be handled with care. As he crept closer, he brushed the animal's mane, murmured that he was sorry, and begged it to forgive him, then promised it to stay wise. He tried to steady his mind, grabbed the blade, and sawed off the animal's horns. Then days later, it hit him hard. Nothing had. Turns out the creature was still alive and kicking, but like we'd guessed, its magical powers were gone for good. The beast hadn't tapped a single shred of magic or even shifted into its usual form, and while it didn't look like its power was totally gone, it felt like something was off, like he was running out of options. But he just couldn't use it. Stuff like that hits people all the time too. His father warned him, once you lose both arms in that war, magic slips right out of your life. Wait, using magic means you've got to chant a spell and set your hands in the exact right spot, or it just won't work. If you cut off the beast's horns, it wipes out its magic just like that. Right here and now, we know. That knowledge was about to turn the tables for him because, as the merchant said, any beast here that can use magic is insanely rare. And if that ever happened, it could blow everything up, especially if the Valkyries decided to hatch magical eggs. He'd never pull off being the lone producer of something that rare, especially not without the horn. Don't worry, those horns don't mean death, and their main bodies hide every secret. He clamped down on his test beast's neck, and it burst out with a happy, delighted noise. That's when the protagonist clenched his resolve, gathered every ounce of willpower he had, and finally sawed off all the Valkyrie's horns to sell to a merchant. After a while, Paul dragged him over, and the priest started told him, "You did great." The MC leaned in and asked, "Wait, do you mean the Fontana family's permission?" Paul and everyone agreed, yeah, but this wasn't only about getting permission to trade service beasts. Long before that, this remote village had been perfectly normal, until now something was off. Except a book carved in strange symbols. So when rain drenched the streets, he slipped into that church to learn how to read them. They couldn't read a word. The priest handed over the paper, then said, "This is your permission to use the land he cleared in the forest." The protagonist blurted, "It's all because of my dad. Because, man, paying that wheat tax had been brutal." Paul flashed a grin and brought up the taxes, sure. Ashira showed up next. But it wasn't some dry paperwork game. Paul started digging into the clauses. The land ownership permit for the northern forests, plus the taxes and cash they demanded, and MC froze, stunned. Had something changed? The priest had warned him, and now the real test hit. What part of the land did his plow ever touch? Ours, he asked. She demanded if that's where he'd felled the trees and scrubbed the land clean, and the priest nodded, yes. He never spells out when, where, or how big the land's supposed to be. So every patch he's already plowed and every field he tackles next is his to claim. Treat him like property, and the fact they'll even let him pay taxes in cash means this land might not be for crops at all. And the document doesn't even spell out how the land is supposed to be used. So that means he can do whatever he wants. The protagonist, totally baffled, blurted, "Wait, what does all of this even mean?" And the priest just smirked, saying he can now become a huge landowner. He stared at the priest, stunned by what he'd just heard, then blurted, "Wait, is that really all that cool?" Paul shook his head and shot back, "Oh, really then? Yeah, that Fontana family runs these lands. They might control the area, but they don't fully own it, so they swoop in and team up with an influential family that holds part of the land, then hand out special rights, like a crown. That's how the state stays in charge of those lands. And the taxes those families pay are what fund the troops," the protagonist demanded. So he's left staring, baffled, because he can't understand why they still let him climb all the way to become a landowner. So trading would have been fine, right? The priest leaned in and said he was the youngest son and that he probably wouldn't even want to move off to some other land just to start. Service animals. He was probably weighing the idea of handing the land over, and that thought alone would have been absolutely terrifying. Besides, they never thought a kid could plow fields as huge as a whole family's holdings. Just like that, when he came back home. Ours was like, This is too much for a mere child. Child, he didn't even realize he'd switched roles if he'd noticed. He'd just keep expanding his land as far as he needed. And he wouldn't. Let them sneer from above. Now he's forced to carve out brand new lands of his own. He'd unleash magic and bring every last tree down, summon the Valkyries and drag them all into one single spot, scrape it all flat and smooth the cleared area, then even. Still, none of it would ever put a single coin in his pocket. He had 4 moneymakers lined up breeding Valkyries, farming magic mushrooms, forging bricks, and growing radishes. Sure, selling the Valkyries should bring in plenty, but I'm not taking chances. So I'd better be ready too, especially with that brick demand, which might. Soon his supplies would run dry, and growing mushrooms took real muscle. He owned the land, sure, but there was no way he could handle it all by himself, so he'd have to hunt down help. There's no way he could handle this solo. He needed a crew to clear the land, harvest the crops, and run the storage. While he stayed locked in on sales now, it was time to focus on plowing. On that land, he had to track down part-time workers, so the protagonist shot his family a question. Could anyone help that night? They hit him with bean soup and white bread and Bite. Happily told him he'd come to the right place. Remember that? And don't forget, he's here with him. The protagonist's mind spun with confusion. His older brother had asked about part-time work. No, wait, he was really looking for workers, but an older brother that felt wrong in his gut. Bite went on, calm as ever, telling him he could count on him, while the MC just stood there, totally thrown off. Was it really normal for the older brother to work for his younger sibling? He spun around and begged his mother for advice, and Mary told her eldest son he was right. He thought, half bewildered and half hoping, that with him and ours helping out, the wheat harvest would finally get done. And when the chance hit, he blurted it out with pure excitement. It'll be done. Then he snapped into a decision. If his brother really wanted this, there was nothing left for him to lose. No matter what, he kept dodging homework like it was a nightmare, and that was the real itch in his brain. If he pulled this stunt at work too, he'd have to fire him. He stared at the thoughtful Bite, couldn't shake the feeling that something was brewing. He knew he had a plan. Bite it. Bite snapped. He'd already made up his mind. Give him 1 Valkyrie because it's straight up unfair that he's the only one who gets to ride. MC thought, well, looks like that's it. Then he answered his brother. Yeah. He'd already swung into the saddle a couple times. So did he actually like it? Like the Valkyrie that much? Bite snapped. Of course. And every hero, every single one just swears they're coming saving the beautiful princesses on horseback. Everyone stares up at men like that, like they're made of legend, while the protagonist lets out a heavy sigh, because it feels like trouble is still stalking right around the corner. So Bite started teaming up with him out in the field. Then they marched into his warehouse, and his brother snapped that this secret hideout looked totally lame. It looked exactly like a prison, and then ours snapped, bitter and annoyed out of nowhere. He'd started calling his own domain a cell with walls so thick, not even a soul could get through all by himself. A lonely prison sits out there in a vast field. Don't underestimate him. Right then, the protagonist clenched his fists, and the truth hit hard. The building looks rough, but he's getting stronger every day, and so are his. His power pulls at him, but architecture has always had his heart, and now this is the perfect moment to finally turn his dream into reality. It finally came true, and he stared hard at the inn where they'd crashed the night before on their trip into the city. The protagonist committed every inch of its outside and inside to memory, then scanned the whole building with magic, poring over every detail up to the point where with a sharp, practiced spell, he unleashed its magic and mapped the power precisely across the whole structure. He knew the earth technique like it was second nature after that. This MC fired up a memory retention skill like a switch, and suddenly everything stuck. When they finally stared at the project, our team couldn't believe it. It looked straight out of computer graphics. He'd trained himself to memorize every building down to the last detail, and the first time he tried to construct one, he sprinted straight through it, then collapsed the moment the energy drained out. That energy went to waste because he misjudged the magic he needed. And it's not just for the outside, it powers the inside too. Now he'd bewitched the bricks and drilled the whole construction technique into his memory, and he refused to waste even a single drop of the energy he needed for the interior. Then he could recreate every bit of it, something like an inn. When he tried to picture the magic circle, his memory wouldn't cooperate, so recreating it was a nightmare. This time, This time, he finally sensed the magical power's true shape in his bones. And the rest. That rest part would be a breeze to add first. He had to set up then he set the bricks in place, summoned the magical power he'd memorized, and pushed it into shape, turning the spell from there right into the next part, into bricks and mortar. Then the protagonist snapped his eyes open. His eyes widened with shock, and that surprise hit him so hard he couldn't hold it back. He stared at the finished building, then burst out in pure joy. It worked. The house-building experiment pulled off big time, turns out. In the city, the inn sat right up against all the other houses. So they built wider walls, carved out storage rooms for the harvest, and even set up a stable for the Valkyries. They'll have to build the roof of every room by hand, and even then, the windows are still waiting to be put in. It's basically the same kind of building, and this place is way safer than the old cramped box. Sure, there are no doors or furniture yet, but he doesn't need fancy stuff anymore. The fact he can build something this unbreakable screams he's leveling up. Someday this place will be his real home, so when he finally made it back, he bolted inside, grinning like crazy, and rushed to ask for dinner, they asked, and his mom grinned, beans, white bread, and soup, exactly like he'd been hoping. Right then, his father snapped his head toward him and asked for a minute, so when the protagonist caught that worried look on his face, he immediately shot back, "What happened?" Ashura got pestered by lumberjacks, and later MC showed up in Medlock, where Medlock snapped that, "Our stuff is early today." Had they run out of wood to grow mushrooms? MC shot back that it wasn't that simple, and admitted he'd heard people grumbling about him cutting down trees himself. Medlock was a lumberjack, an old buddy who'd helped him grow magic mushrooms back in the day. The lumberjack leaned in and said, "I got it, so that's why he showed up." The protagonist handed him a gift his father sent, then leaned in and asked for his take on everything Medlock. After the old man poured the wine our crew brought him, he took a sip and said it tasted amazing. Then MC fired back, "Yeah, it's really good." They'd bought it in town, and MC didn't even bother telling the old man that his father had been sick with regret ever since he gave the drink away as. He handed it over as a gift because he genuinely loved it. Then the lumberjack snapped, "Well, we're not angry, we're just a little irritated." And the protagonist cut in, if they don't like him cutting down trees, tough, he's determined to keep expanding his territory, and he's convinced he has to fix this mess somehow. Medlock leaned in, warning, "Make sure your work never messes with the lumberjack's pay, and pick a spot where the trees can be cut down." Good news, there's another way in, and the little gentleman doesn't even realize the real reason behind that whole mess. The problem, the protagonist shot back, totally baffled, asking if it was really all about the trouble it caused to the lumberjacks because chopping and hauling trees is brutal work. But he breezes through it like it's nothing. With his beasts, he grilled the old man again, demanding to know if he was causing them any trouble, and the lumberjack just shrugged. "No, I don't think so." His actions rattled their professional pride, and MC snapped, confused, "Wait, are you mad?" But he never judged them for it. Medlock leaned in and said, "You were born a lumberjack, and you'll live and die as one." He was so proud of what he'd done for them. Those trees were their bread, their treasure, and he can't stop thinking he'd like it if. So if you chop down the forest and just leave those trees to rot, how can anyone stand there and do nothing while the whole place falls apart? The woodcutters swear he's insulting them, and our guy stares him down, tense as a wire, listening hard to every word. Eyes locked forward, he stared for a beat, then snapped, "So that's it." And the woodcutter kept going. They also want to stretch the fields even wider, tear through the forest, and yeah, besides that. So the nobles have that order, the protagonist thought. But it's not like it's their choice, so they're just keeping quiet in the village, huh? Medlock summed it up. No one voices it outright, but plenty must be miserable, and he wants our... The protagonist sank with a heavy sigh. His father had already heard the Medlock gossip about the growing unrest, and he'd warned him before the trouble exploded, but he was so buried in his own world that he never clocked what was happening around him. The lumberjack stared at the MC like he could see his thoughts spinning, and then he said, "If someone makes a mistake, you've got to fix it right away. Don't waste a second." Finally, Ars leaned in and asked him straight up if he could help. He was done sitting back. He craved control, and he knew exactly what that force could do. Just beyond the village, the land stretched so wide that if he pushed any deeper, he might never find his way back. Yet nobody had the full, exact answer. And still, he threw magic into the mix, summoned Valkyries, and kept tearing the whole thing wide open. Forests are shrinking, and it's a terrifying environmental hit, because once they're cut down, the land can't hold moisture anymore. The land that feeds crops is slowly being stripped of its life, giving soil worst case. It could turn into scorching desert sands for years to come, and on top of that, even firewood could vanish. So with those brutal winters, the threat of desertification looms even darker. Without firewood, there's no way I can survive, the protagonist snapped, so he vowed to build a forestry industry, push people to plant artificial forests, and make sure everyone could finally get top-tier quality wood. He's hunting for wood to fuel his magic mushrooms. Problem is, he can grow vegetables and wheat with ease, but trees are a total mystery to him. So he grabs the lumberjacks and asks for their help. If he keeps blasting through the forest, he'll still have to protect it, side by side with the lumberjacks who love him. Then all the discontent will disappear. So how's he supposed to feel about that idea? Medlock leaned back and admitted it. Nature's power is massive, way beyond what humans can steer. And the thought of the forest vanishing is almost impossible to picture. MC pushed for it, fired up, and asking, does he even realize how crucial it is to manage the forest? The law. The lumberjacks stopped mid-task and demanded they give him a moment to huddle with the others first, of course. The lumberjacks eyed our proposal like it was trouble, but Medlock fired them up and won them over, so they agreed to just watch the process. For now, rumors are already flying. Whispers tore through the village. People were saying the northern lands beyond them were finally under his grip, and the outrage hit like a punch. Outrage hit him like a lightning bolt. How could anyone even think that was okay? It was normal, and everyone had shrugged it off so fast. Quickly, so the protagonist hands forest management over to Medlock. And honestly, he's spot on, because after some time, the old man gathered the wood for him and stacked every last log with care. And the protagonist's eyes lit up as he saw how much he'd gotten. He couldn't help but beam. While locals carved magic mushroom materials into place, carpenters whipped up stunning wooden doors and furniture for his house. Then he dropped the field work on his brother's shoulders, and to his shock, his brother wasn't just helping. He was actually great at running people. And the protagonist couldn't stop being amazed. He craned his neck and saw the crowd had ballooned, and in one of the garden beds he spotted a guy with a little boy. Then he asked them where Bite was. The boy shot back that he was training service animals, like that was supposed to be easy. The protagonist fumed, thinking, are you serious? Indignantly, he realized he'd hired people to take his place, and rage and dread sank deep in his chest. Shame crushed him, and he bowed to the man and the child, begging them to forgive his brother. Brother, the man shrugged like it was nothing, because the harvest would be split up among the villagers anyway, so they'd still pitch in. Right after he said that, he ruffled the boy's hair, and you could see it. This was the kind of boy people like ours could be grateful for, even after losing their loved one. Soldiers were dying in the war, and guys like him, like us, couldn't even bend our backs in the fields. So he started thinking about hiring help. It was supposed to be paid in cash, but nope, it didn't happen. And man, what a lowlife his brother was. So yeah, thanks to... Now everyone was finally off his back, so the protagonist could focus on gutting the forest, breeding service animals, and tending his magic mushroom beds. And as he watched the whole system run like a machine, he realized this world was quietly exploding into something bigger. By then, he'd already turned 8. Then the bad news hit. The fields were getting wrecked. Bite told him they'd found tracks of giant boars, and Medlock's worst fear was confirmed. There were prints from 2 huge ones and 2 smaller ones too. MC blurted in shock, so they've been here before and can still taste those radishes like it's nothing. And if there's no real danger, then why bother paying at all? Bite snapped at him, panicking and totally baffled. Can't he see how deadly this is? If it keeps up, the boars will shut down everything. Their lives felt on the line, so the protagonist froze in place. He'd even seen those old news reports from a past life about boars wrecking agriculture and racking up massive losses. But even with traps laid, they just couldn't land a catch. Medlock sounded baffled as he said, "What's up? There haven't been any reports of boars showing up lately." The protagonist snapped to the realization that the answer was right there in front of him, because the forest was cleared, and it all landed on him, his fault. No excuses still. There are spots where they only thin the branches and leave the trees standing. But there are still tons more spots where the trees got chopped clean down. So the wild animals spill out hunting for food except the giant boars, who already got a taste. Becomes a massive nightmare down the road because, as the forest chief steward, he's forced to handle what's coming head on. Do it for everyone who works here because the boars are back and they're tearing the harvest to pieces. The allies crammed into the cart and the protagonist leaned close, whispering in pure horror at their towering size, almost 3 meters tall. He was tall. So tall, Bite pointed out that arrows couldn't even land on them. And the protagonist stared back in shock. What was he saying? Like, seriously, what were they supposed to do now? So if he really wants to follow the heroes, then let him crack down on these monsters his way. Bite told him to think for himself, and MC pushed the idea that maybe the nobles needed to get involved. The lumberjacks shrugged that they wouldn't help at all, at least not with radishes, so ours stared back, baffled. Like, they can't help even a tiny bit? The old man shot back. They'll tell them to figure it out themselves, he muttered through a cloud of gloom, because it meant there was no other option. Choice, he had to slam his brain into gear and find a way out, then vaulted onto his beloved Valkyrie and charged straight at keeping the enemy at a safe distance. The protagonist locked eyes on them and demanded the beast come up with a strategy. Valkyrie agreed, and MC's heart sank because even from far away, they looked massive enough that he'd have to sprint in, launch a full attack, and hope he survives the rush. Defeating them won't be easy. One quick swipe might do it, but if their razor-sharp fangs catch you. Sure, he was about to die. Then suddenly it was ours to hear that soft heartbeat. He pressed his ear close, hearing every beat, and felt that cozy warmth flood his chest. He blinked in shock. There she was, waiting for him to. He tried to calm down, ready to thank her, but she caught the moment he was okay. She snapped her hooves together in pure impatience, then charged forward like she couldn't wait another second. Right ahead, the protagonist barely managed to snatch her mane tighter, or she'll slip right off and fall. And he stared in awe at how unbelievably fast she was. With speed like that, Valkyrie can barely even lock onto a target, so she lunges into the fight mid-charge, then the MC flips the switch and activates. He activated the shot and unleashed several stones simultaneously. He stared as the attack slammed into the boar. He couldn't stop thinking, what if he hadn't caught that spell in time? But it had worked just fine anyway, only now, because he never managed to get his hands on the ground. His strike lands, but it's pitifully weak, and the enemies just don't go down. Reeling from the blast, he sprinted at it. Arsh snapped at them, then roared at Valkyrie, "We've got to run now." She finally saw it for herself, then bolted forward like her life depended on it, rushing for her. The moment the protagonist spun around, he caught sight of the boars barreled toward them, and in that split second, they couldn't stop thinking just how brutally fast they were coming. They were. And keeping a grip on that mission wasn't going to be easy at all because the next part, just a moderate distance away, he even caught their eyes burned red with rage. Then he grinned because every single thing was sliding right into place, and suddenly it hit him that his deadliest weapon wasn't one shot at all. It was the way his whole body powered up. Then the protagonist spun toward Valkyrie as she blasted into the sky, and MC couldn't help staring in awe like, As he moved, reading his comrade's thoughts, pride blazing in his chest, the brutal speed of their escape made a few feathers burst into the air. Then they tore into the sky to scare off the nearby birds, while ours stared down at the endless abyss below as they soared. He craned his head toward the birds fluttering overhead and grinned, because, yep, they really were. Flying then, Valkyrie drifted down and landed on the far side of the cliff, and he shoved himself right against her. He let out a heavy breath and realized, yeah, if your physical powers are already insane, the cost of getting even stronger feels totally different. And then Valkyrie caught his attention. He barrels toward the abyss's rim, where the defeated opponents lie far below, and the protagonist. Linus clocked it instantly. There was no surviving a fall from that height, not with beasts that massive, so a reckless strike was never going to work. That's why he had to craft a deadlier trap. Yeah, he hated it, but he had to do it anyway. Sorry for the bodies, but he'd still chow down on the dead opponents. So she even apologized for it. MC gently stroked his pet's neck and promised they could head back, and Valkyrie nodded in agreement thus. Thus the battle ended his first, and when he came back to his allies, they went wild with admiration as Bite shouted, There he is, his brother confused. Medlock grilled the protagonist. Did he wipe them out? The protagonist shot back. Now. Now everything's going to be fine. Then he has to go grab the meat. Bite looks around, totally confused, and goes, "What are you muttering about?" It wasn't only those wild boars causing trouble. Other boars were tearing through the fields, wrecking everything like the forest itself had gone feral. So yeah, honestly, if they showed up again, he'd have no choice but to put everything, his little brother, straight onto him. The MC froze, totally confused. What did he just blurt out? Was he talking nonsense again, or had now turned into a giant boar exorcism? The very next day, the protagonist hit the training grounds, sharpening every shot until his shooting skills were razor sharp. Charging into those giant beasts up close was pure danger. He had to rely on a longer range attack. After he finally wiped out several giant boars for the first time, he doubled down and started training. He drilled his magic into a real weapon, firing off stone arrows left and right, sharp, deadly, and effortless, even while he was riding a Valkyrie true. The power. The punch's power faded as it flew, but he still managed to land it from 20 to 30 meters, and honestly, a spell would crush things perfectly here. But one quick shot was never going to cut it. Setting a trap like that, then trudging out to slug it out with a Valkyrie, was way too much work. He had to figure out how to halt the devastation of the... He just focused on the fields, didn't bother with the animals, and he didn't even have to go killing anyone. The real protection was the best defense against. An enemy is basically a fence in disguise wood in the village, a fortress wall in the city, so you'd better lock down the field with walls. Even at a wall, the old wisdom of our ancestors still lights the way, so you have to build that wall. So the workers can finally breathe easy. You'll start circling the field from the forest edge, then keep moving, step by step, as you go. As he keeps moving, more cleared ground shows up behind him. Besides the massive pit he carved for the boars, a brand new hollow has opened too. They say the big one serves the little one, so he grits his teeth, vows to build a bigger wall, and wants it so unbreakable that if 3-meter-tall monsters come crashing in with a surprise attack, it won't stand a chance. Once it happens, he'll snag that extra time to slip out and vanish, because the protagonist is already picturing how it'll all go down. Look, he'd already mapped the thickness, but the inside could still be packed with sand, and the whole structure would be built to take the biggest hit possible. With a run of just 5 meters to cross, everything had to be stitched together, clench, tighten, and then MC felt pure power rip through his body, like the moment he'd thrown up that guest house before, and now he knew he could build something massive again, a effing monster. In the blink of an eye, it clicked, since his lands never end. We knew building that kind of wall meant whipping up a spell, and that could take... It took forever, and every second meant you had to keep casting the exact same magic over and over. He kept repeating the same thing over and over, fighting to set up the perfect conditions, and mastering brick magic took him months. Months. Sometimes he'd blurt the same thing again and again, totally unaware of it, until he mastered wall-building magic way quicker than he could even land a single shot spell. And then the paganist followed the exact same logic here, just like he did when he was building the guest house. Because of this, the M's could recreate that exact same magic again and again, so it would set up something huge, which would make... Now the spells worked way better. So when he touched the ground, the protagonist started laying down the wall piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, what he'd been imagining slammed into reality. Then the Valkyrie showed up, and it completely caught him off guard. Valkyries who kept their horns could tap into his magic, the power he only got after the naming ceremony. So yeah, what were the rules? Then suddenly he caught sight of five beast heads snapped into position in a row and started building a wall. How on earth was that even possible? He'd left them behind to be used for more Valkyrie breeding, but the protagonist couldn't figure out how they were doing it. They pulled it off, man. It looked insanely powerful and jaw-dropping. Then the MC showed up with magic mushrooms and told everyone to take a break and recharge. He reached for every ounce of magical power he could trapped in the dark, about what food even would restore it. Yet he still held on to one desperate hope he'd figure it out. Hoped it would work, the Valkyries tore through every last mushroom, and when ours finally stared at what was left, they realized too late that they'd missed their chance. They were hammering away, and after what felt like forever, the wall finally rose and stood solid right then. When Bite showed up, the protagonist fired back. So, what do you think of the wall? And the guy grinned, isn't it great? And thanks to the service animals, they got everything handled at lightning speed. The guy said, yeah, it looks amazing, but where's the entrance and the exit? The protagonist felt like boiling water got splashed straight onto him. He blurted out, totally baffled. Yeah, somehow it never even crossed his mind, but stuck in this mess, what was he supposed to do next? He forced himself to breathe, scrambled for an escape plan, and somehow pulled it off. Bite blurted out a wild idea. Why not carve a special path straight to the entrance, too? MC had been thinking the exact same thing. He'd already thought it through. Build the perfect road so working folks could get to where they needed to go, easy and fast. Yeah, riding in that cart is insanely loud, and this route would get us there quicker. So ours planned to set up the gates on the village side and out toward the forest. Sure, that road of concrete and asphalt is going to look stunning, but it's also giving off serious, this is going to get messy vibes. It's wildly expensive to keep up, yet somehow the roads laid down 1,000 years ago still stand like the ones in the stone. The stone streets of Roman days right on the money built on rock-solid mortar that held everything together. And it's carved from stone, so you've got to dig deeper and deeper until there's nothing left to dig. Shove it full of stones, toss in gravel, and pack the clay tight. And he piled on chunky clay, then stacked thick stonework right on top. Fold the top so the center sits a bit higher than the road will. You've got to lay down a straight Roman-style road, durable, waterproof, and way less likely to crack, and even if the angle slips off course, the air over 100 kilometers still won't betray you too badly. So yeah, it's a route carved out by measuring tech, and he had no clue how long it would take, but he was armed with spells and Valkyries. Everything had to be perfect, because he was itching to hit the road, ready to kick off the adventure, the protagonist. Greenus slammed on the brakes, and his younger brother Kyle, who'd earned the right to name things the day before, asked him what had him wearing that serious face. Then the MC froze because his brother never came here. I'm done helping around the house, he said, and that's why he'd come here. Him and Bite always stumbled home super late, like they were buried in work. R stared at him, totally baffled, but he was dead right. They barely said a word. Kyle kept pressing his question. So what was he even thinking? The protagonist finally answered the glass. Those fancy glass windows he built just weren't going anywhere. Then the boy shot back like, are you talking about those smooth, gorgeous? Mom told him those slabs were stacked high in the warehouse, just hogging space. And when he spotted them in town, disappointment hit hard. He'd really thought people would be lining up to buy them. Locals barely ever grabbed goods they hadn't laid eyes on first. And yeah, that was exactly how it worked in a world built on trading, swapping things. Nobody in their right mind would burn cash on sketchy stuff, and the protagonist still couldn't wrap their head around it. Some good things don't sell right away, he blurted out, wondering if there was anything he could sell, and Kyle snapped his finger at the furniture. I want that. That's some seriously beautiful furniture. He'd been here before, and every time the same wonder hit him, just look at this place. The MC smiled back. Yeah, he said, a lumberjack made it. Jack grinned. He actually loved the furniture too. It reeked of fresh wood. And now that he thought about it, none of the lumberjacks ever made or anything like that. Medlock even said they mostly sold felled trees, and honestly, it felt like the whole thing was hard to translate. He tried to move everyone's furniture out of the village with extreme care, making sure nobody would ever want to buy it again. Yet it still had to get shipped to the city, even though only service animals capable of pulling a cart would cost a fortune, but furniture, that might actually be a smart move. Kyle blurted out that it'd be awesome if he could sell it. The protagonist told him, if you pull it off, it's your credit. Kyle's hours started weighing it in his head, he himself. He'd always dreamed of building something without magic, but this wild, extreme turn of events wrecked the economy, and the only reason it's happening is because there wasn't a plan. He pushed cultivation to new land, betting he could finally set people up to start earning money. Now he's set on making furniture, so he'll have to round up artisans, slam together a factory, and recruit workers, maybe even launch his own company one day. Kyle bragged, my brothers are so amazing, they've already done everything. And the protagonist shot back, I'll learn it all soon. Kyle just laughed, yeah, you're still a kid, so enjoy this moment and go play. And he added, I've got to say, he told him that, and still, their age gap is just 2 years, So he dropped his voice and the younger brother said, the protagonist, wait, he already taught bite magic, didn't he? So of course he wanted to learn it too. MC gripped. Kyle asked, stunned, is that true? And when his head sadly said it, the bite learning magic really upset his mother back then. He'd never even heard of it before. So what happened next, Ars told him he was still growing brand new radish varieties in a time. In a tiny field, his brother finally showed up and dragged him into an interrogation. He even tried to shrug it off with, I'm way younger than you. But he could actually hoist those brutal weights, because back then, the protagonist was training full-body strengthening magic, testing its effectiveness. He couldn't stop thinking about how it would hit someone else, and then he decided bite was the perfect target, so he showed him exactly how to use it, but real magic like boosting soil and stuff was way beyond what he could do, and no matter how hard bite pushed, nothing at all ever changed. Then he grinded his way to mastered body strengthening through relentless training, and he cracked it in no time while his brother was... He started picking fights with the village boys out of nowhere, and he couldn't tell you why. But the battles keep popping off nonstop because his brother has just climbed to the top and become the unbeatable, unmatched strongest, however. But some older boys stepped up and dared to fight him, yet his brother was still the strongest Kyle. Neil said, half in awe, that fighting was a mess, but the protagonist kept going, because Brother Bite was just so cool, and honestly, he still hadn't nailed magic perfectly. He probably tore through everything because of his huge, solid build. Like the old saying, brute strength does the heavy lifting. Brains optional. He'd come home battered and bruised, like something far older and stronger had been hunting him, yet he refused to quit. Even after every brutal loss, he still charged back into the fight, again and again, until those scars forged the skills that would later shape his future as a military powerhouse. His mother even broke down in tears and wailed, did she really raise him that badly? Judging by how he dragged through every fight and acted like housework didn't matter at all, had crushed her emotions so hard it got to the point where he had wiped out every opponent left in the village. Kyle stared in disbelief. And sure enough, it was true, the MC kept going. And then he decided teaching magic wasn't worth it. But when his younger brother kept begging him, he gave in and promised to teach him anyway. Kyle burst out, unlike his older brother, he never charges into battle on instinct. He stays calm, thinks it through, and outsmarts everyone. Is this real? The protagonist demanded. Yes, 100 true. Like this, you can even master magic that sharpens memory. And Kyle blurted out that with all that intelligence and sharp calculation, he'd train the kid in magic to make him seriously brilliant. Then Kyle practically begged, should we start right now? The protagonist froze, still unsure and hesitant. He might have regretted it later, but right now it didn't feel like he would because, yeah, Bite had let him down when he taught him magic, but Kyle was the real deal. He wants his little brother to build his brain first, not just his body, so he can finally learn to read and count. And how amazing it would be to team up with someone who's truly a first-rate expert in his craft. Right then, a young guy named Gran showed up in the fields. He slammed the brakes, stared at the houses, and said, it's here now. Tell me what's Dane expecting from the gentleman who wiped out those giant boars all by himself. After some time, Grant trained the protagonist. Snapping that shape wouldn't work at all, especially not in a furnace. It just wouldn't crank up enough heat. And yeah, the kid still hadn't figured out how to build anything. He only called the protagonist by one. Sir, Graham watched MC grind and figured he was just one step from scraping by with a passing grade. Then he told Ars, they've got to rip out that huge furnace and reinstall it again. Only then can they fire it up and test it. So right now, they're about to start making, we'll make bellows. The exhausted protagonist slumped low, pinned against the wall. He panted like he'd been chased. Then Grant burst up, grabbed his shoulders and demanded, what's wrong? He'd flip on the lights so he could keep creating while the protagonist, stuck in the dark, couldn't move forward at all. Pinned by exhaustion, he couldn't stop thinking about those few days ago when his brother had hauled in a stranger who'd just shown up out of nowhere. Groan showed up in the village, marched right up to the MC and introduced himself, claiming he'd roamed the world and built all kinds of incredible things. He'd stormed into their village to meet the lord who'd crushed the giant boars, and the three brothers stared at him with suspicious eyes the whole time. He was a stranger, and when the protagonist heard his voice, the boy cracked a quick smile and explained, that's how we talk where I'm from. In his own land, the protagonist leaned in and asked if he happened to be from the eastern provinces. Grant shot back that, yep, he was born in the eastern lands, and then the MC pressed him again. Again, wait, was this some kind of island nation? Grant blurted out in shock. Arsh didn't buy it. Sure, it wasn't exactly some island nation, but the vibe was close enough, so what? He grinned and cut him off, asking him to ignore it, he told the guy. His name said there wasn't much left of the boars, then offered, go ahead, take a look, because they were still sitting in storage. The guy grinned, agreed on the spot, and thanked him. Then he leaned in and asked, so who's the honorable gentleman that took them down? The protagonist was dying to meet him face to face. Honest blurts it out, it's him, and Grant's face twists with confusion as she snaps, wait, what do you mean? How is he? The protagonist said, he's just a kid. Then he bragged that he'd set the trap with a partner only for the other guy to look totally lost, apologize, and admit, he just heard the boars around here are vicious and terrifying. Scary stuff. And tell me, how many villages did these monsters tear apart? The MC nodded right along. They were brutal, no doubt, but they're just giant boars. Grant shot him a stunned look. Wait, was all this trip really worth it? Didn't he know these boars? That's exactly why arrows can't even break through them, and why every attack turns into a nightmare. Ours cracked and agreed he was right. And the boy kept going, saying those magical beast remains could be in perfect stuff to build something wild. One giant boar's tusk could be forged into a sword that's tougher than steel, and the main character blurted, wow, in pure awe. Wow, thank the stars he didn't just toss them aside, groan, then roamed all over the place, hunting for special materials like it was his mission. He gathered those materials and forged a whole arsenal out of them, and the protagonist blinked in shock, asking, wait, can you really make a sword from a boar's tusk? When the boy nodded and confirmed it, MC leaned in and demanded a weapon, a sword, and promised he'd reward him in a big, generous way when it was done right, when ours brought him. He marched the boy straight to the warehouse, and the second the doors closed, he lunged for the boar's tusks. Then the protagonist snapped, so what's the verdict? Gran ran his hand over the material and blurted, stunned, this is amazing, no doubt about it. This is the fang of some magical creature. But it still reeks of magical power, like leftover magic energy that won't quit. The protagonist blinked, totally confused, and asked again, remnants. The traveler said, if you're hunting a magical beast, you'll want to do it right after this power kicks in, and once you turn it into a sword, the magic energy will be perfect. MC couldn't hold in his grin and blurted, these fangs will totally make a great sword, right? The guy kept laughing and said, yep, exactly that, but you can't. A sword rips straight from a magical beast. He needs the right gear and a catalyst to even make it work. So he can't grant the request. But it turned out this village had 0 craftsmen who could make something like that. So our guy blinked in disbelief and grilled the guy for answers. Ground said equipment and a catalyst were non-negotiable. Then pushed the point, they had to build a furnace that could take extreme heat, and a magical cage ripped from a magical beast to act as the spark. The protagonist stared, utterly confused. He got the furnace part, sure, but what in the world was this magical cage? He tried to ask because he was talking about things he couldn't wrap his head around it. The traveler insisted he needed to use the beast's magical power by harvesting an organ. Like that was the whole secret. They come in every shape and size, and getting your hands on them is a nightmare. The protagonist froze, then grabbed the horns of his pet Valkyries right there in his grip. And he asked the guy straight up if these could work as a catalyst, like, is this exactly what you need? Because if it was, then all that remained was the furnace, roaring like the final heartbeat of the fight. He stared at the horns in disbelief, reached out and tapped them, then blurted, stunned, this thing's rare and worth a fortune. He wasn't 100 certain, but something in him screamed that this was the perfect spark, the kind that kicks everything into motion. MC clenched his fist like a champion and roared, hooray! Hooray! The guy shot him a question. So these horns? The horns turned out to be from the local service beasts then. When ours confirmed Grant's hunch, he didn't waste a second. He'd heard there were beasts that could cast with magic. And if you yanked out the catalyst, this magical energy could be saved for later. And somehow he never even saw that coming. The protagonist stared in disbelief, then blurted out, wait so you can find something like that here too. And that's when the real question hit. Does this mean there are service beasts capable? Graham snapped back that it was all true, and those beasts were prized like gold. The protagonist could barely believe what he was hearing. And Kale never warned him about that. Now he had to haggle over prices, and if Kale purposely kept it from him, then he'd have to rethink their whole future together. All right, next, he pressed the boy, and the traveler snapped back. They had a mountain of things to grab, but if there was one must-have, it was a furnace. MC's eyes lit up. Then he'll build one himself. He's going to try it right now. Grant looked like he was about to drop from pure amazement at that kid. Our guy swore his bricks could take hotter temperatures than everyone else's. So yeah, basically. He grabbed some fireproof bricks and figured he'd just test them a couple times first. No big deal, that's what he told himself. And then, in the end, he got what he got, crumpled down against the wall, and sank there drenched in exhaustion. Grant even warned him that if he lit the furnace, without the right wind, the flame would die and the heat would never climb. So they had to fire up bellows to force air and make the temperature rise. The protagonist tried to slither away from that relentless guy, blurting that bellows are made of wood and that he was an earth magi before the guy wouldn't let up. Magic specialist then Gran yanked him by the shirt and snapped, "They're not going to make a weapon out of you." Right then, he pushed the MC to team up and do it together, and the MC wanted to vanish, to dissolve into nothing. It wasn't exactly easy grinding side by side with a creator like Gran. Meanwhile, Kyle stared out the window, his voice heavy as he sadly said, "I said, my brother still isn't here today. He came all this way to turn him into a professional." After that, we finally had everything ready. The ground jolted the protagonist's shoulders as he blurted, grinning, "This is pure magic." Because at last he'd built a foot-powered bellows that could actually feed a monstrous furnace, and the result was just, turns out, it's more than art. It's a punch to the gut. The hero crumpled from pure exhaustion and begged, "Can I sleep now?" The other guy snapped back, "Not yet." They had to grab more charcoal because the fire in the fight wasn't finished. Now they had to build yet another furnace to churn out charcoal, and when MC just stood there looking confused, the guy snapped, "That's right, if you throw ordinary wood into this fire, it turns to ash, and that's how charcoal is made. But you've got to burn it in a sealed room with zero airflow. Got it. That's the setup ours needs." With his last scraps of string, he built a kiln, and Gran lit up like a spark, yelling that he'd forged a perfect furnace, one that would turn out top-notch charcoal, and then the boy admitted he'd been all over, but without the tools to turn his ideas into real magic, and back then he'd wept hard, bitter, and helpless. Now he swears the only thing that matters is striking that first fire, and that's when the protagonist couldn't stand it, so he bolted as far from that boy as he could, cursing him in his head as an idiot. Grandy snapped at him, totally baffled, demanding to know where he thought he was going, and MC figured she was done with him for good. Ours didn't stick around. He sprinted back home and then crumpled onto the floor. Duh. Kyle shot him a stunned look. "What's wrong with you?" Because he hadn't shown up for days. Days of agony pass as the protagonist crawls in, utterly wrecked, and begs his brother to run and help his beloved Grand in the, "So no more going, got it." The boy stared back at him, totally thrown off, and confused, he pushed on because he was doing all of this for Gran, knowing one day he'd need answers too. Find his calling in the future if he trained his brain by helping Gran, he'd snap into focus fast. Kyle watched with sympathy because the truth was, he just wanted to bolt. MC shot back, "Not exactly, right?" And the man corrected him, "No, he'll build an extra kiln. This village sits on a massive forest. And there's no shortage of wood, but not a single soul here can craft top-tier charcoal." So Gran flat out said, "If charcoal is this priceless here, so once it's sold, the profit hits big, let him race in to help." He's right there waiting, and our side just kept wishing his brother in silence. He just couldn't kill the traveler's stubborn drive, so once he picked Kyle as Gran's next victim, he finally slipped away. After what felt like forever, the protagonist finally staggered into the fields, dragging his aching legs as he climbed over the fence. Grang stepped up, grinned, and said, "Finally, Kyle, you're back." Kyle pushed through as hard as he could, and they wrapped the whole job up. The protagonist blinked and muttered, "So that's what happened." Then he saw his brother sprawled on the floor and blurted in shock, "Why was he face down and not moving at all?" "Moving," the boy snapped back. Yeah, he was the one who'd lit the kiln. MC dropped into a crouch by his brother and patted him on. Grant jabbed his hand on the back and apologized, urging him to finally get some rest. Then Grant grinned and said, "This is one of his finest creations, He's got no doubts. Then the kid shoves the sword into our hands and tells him it's his. His pride and joy. Then the protagonist carefully scrutinized the weapon inside the maze. He stared in amazement, and that pearl-bright sword looked straight up dangerous. It seemed to shine like pure fire. Then it hit him. The weapon felt insanely light, and Grant grinned with relief, saying it was way lighter than a steel sword. Even so, it slices through enemies with ease. The durability shows its teeth, and it still lands hard enough to do the job. It won't harden, but magical power makes it work. Just move it when you need it." The protagonist then swung the weapon. He gripped the weapon and got hit with pure awe at how brutal its power was. Then Grant leaned in and dropped one more secret on the MC. He wished he'd grabbed it earlier then. Right there, he tossed him another weapon and said, "Here, it's a sword." He forged a sword from a baby boar's tusk. Our guy burst out, stunned, a dagger. Wait, is that because he's just a kid? Did he manage to use it for self-defense? The boy snapped at him to grab the dagger for now. The protagonist froze, confused, and asked, "For now?" And Grant answered, "Because that sword, forged from a fang of a tiny magical beast, has a hunger that keeps it growing, drinking the magical energy of its owner to keep getting bigger. When it finally grows to the size of a huge sword, the power skyrockets and the protagonist can only stare in total disbelief. Wow. It said this power will only keep growing for a limited time as long as it stays with one owner. And when that time's up, it can be handed down to someone else. From generation to generation, that power will keep multiplying until it's unstoppable. And the MC can't believe his eyes when he realizes it's growing into something way bigger than he ever imagined. A mysterious family heirloom, the kind noble houses kept locked away. At least that's what he figured. Ours shot the boy a grateful look and said, and he swore that sword was the one thing he'd wanted most. And Grant fired back his thanks while the protagonist just stared at it, stunned by the beauty. That the sword the boy forged carried this jaw-dropping, almost graceful elegance. And for a wandering craftsman like him, that detail was the kind of thing that made you stop mid-step. This was the only way to pull it off with everyone is right here. Too bad. A self-taught guy can't pull off a feat like that, the MC told him. Grant should stay a bit longer. After all, he still had his fangs, and with them, he could forge even more swords. Oh, and tell me, does his blade have a name? Custom says, a weapon has to be named after the one who made. The kid shot him a grateful look and said he'd love to name his invincible Fang Gran RC. Practically shouted, "Gran's invincible Fang, I'll treasure it." And that's how he got. He finally got his first sword, then strode up to his brother who just lay there frozen on the floor. So he urged him to eat magic mushrooms to snap back to himself. Grant was totally stunned. When the protagonist showed him his supplies, the boy blurted out in pure confusion, "Magic mushrooms." Then he stared and gasped at the pile like it was insane. And the protagonist narrowed his eyes, asking suspiciously, "Why are you this excited?" "Excited about," Grant burst out. "There's no better catalyst on earth than magic mushrooms. And honestly, this place is a paradise for creators." MC stared, confused. He kept talking nonstop, spitting out stuff that barely made sense, then flat out said, "Back in the old days, the harvest wasn't this big now. I'm using the land tucked in around the wall to grow magic." All day he stays in the cool shade while the woodcutters hustle to help his mushrooms take hold by packing them into buried wood. They can keep growing for years, easy. Short version, they can kickstart weapon crafting, but in moderation, they're your backup stash ready to bring you back when you need to. They stuff the magical energy away, and Grant, shocked but getting it said, he finally understood. So they brewed medicine from it to refill everyone's magic, but ours, totally lost, just stared and said he didn't know what he was supposed to do with all that power. But he had no clue how to brew medicine from them. He just chomped them raw, and somehow he was back to full strength. And Grant snapped in outrage that he'd been so primitive. Maybe he could craft medicine for them, and the protagonist, totally lost, fired back, "You can make medicine too." Then the one man grinned and said this was the medicine and the ultimate catalyst to boot, while the protagonist, delight, couldn't help but buy into it. He lit the way and asked if he could watch, and Grant burst out laughing, saying they'd help him and love every second of making the potion. Then he dropped into a crouch. Kyle crouched in front of Kyle, thumped his back, and promised, "Master Kyle will wake up any second and come join us." Kyle only grumbled, No, he's not getting up." MC thought, guilt stabbing him, because that would mean just pushing more trauma onto him. Trauma hit him harder than joy, so he told his brother, "Rest for now. I'll come back later and see myself helping Gran." That's it, he decided, just watching and remembering would be enough. Then he turned to Gran and asked, "So are we going to forge our next masterpiece?" The boy grinned and agreed without a second thought. After a while, the protagonist poured himself that restoring magic energy medicine from the teapot and took a deep pull, like his life depended on it. He took a sip and swore it tasted weirdly like tea, and then the medicine plan clicked: just dry the mushrooms, roast them, and grind them into powder. Grind it into dust, stir that powder into water, and boom, a healing power-boosting brew is ready. He expected a wild potion, but it tasted just like mushroom tea. Grant swore it was simple charcoal, a steady flame, and boom, the magic starts. And the protagonist leaned in to ask what they'd cook up this time with that catalyst. But the boy, then they'll craft their armor, straight up leather armor made from the hide of a giant boar. After kicking off his preparations, Grant plunged the hides into a soaking container, ready for what came next. Bran leaned in and started breaking down the whole process for us. He said that for oak and boar hide, they have to be soaked in a catalyst brewed from a medicinal decoction, and then the magic hits like nothing else. Yeah, of course. Sure, this armor isn't powered by a magic sword forged from boar tusk, but unlike plain gear, it's going to get way tougher. So when the protagonist blurted out in awe, it was clear he could already feel how much it would do for him. Gran said, all bashful, that the guy knew a ton, and honestly, they were lucky he'd shown up in their village. But the truth hit hard. There was nothing he could really do, and now he'd be stuck going days without sleep. His mood sinking fast. He was a good guy. Sure, only if it doesn't steal his sleep, he wants to pat himself on the back for creating a new meditation spell. But if he crashed for just one evening, every ounce of fatigue would evaporate in an instant. Yeah, exactly. If the spell didn't hold him up, the punishing work would have killed him ages ago after that. After a while, the MC grabbed the product, checked it over, and snapped, "It's finally ready." The morning sun blasted his eyes so hard he had to squint. What a grand remark. He blinked in shock at the armor, beautiful as it was. It looked a little too big for him, didn't it? Ours grinned and said, it only fit him, so if he didn't claim it, nobody could wear it in the future. And that bite skill, it saved his life out there in the field. When they measured him, his joy exploded because he's still going to grow, and then it'll fit him perfectly, like a little bonus gift for his brother. And when he finally outgrows it, he'll grab it, then rebuild it from the ground up. Gran said it with pure excitement. So come on, will they keep making it? The protagonist cut straight to the answer. For now, that was it. This boy crumpled to his knees, swallowed by regret, and let out a heartbreaking, "How cruel." He wanted to steal away his one shining joy, so the protagonist dragged him to the bricks and started laying out the whole construction plan, saying they absolutely couldn't let the brick count go past this exact limit, because right here there was only enough material to raise a 2-story building, and that's the truth. So if he stacks these bricks into a building, memory magic will let him copy his vision, and if he can craft a solid home for Gran to live in, then he'll be able to. He managed to keep stacking houses with magic, then turned to the boy and said, "I want Gran to build a huge, spacious building. He can even slick it up with a little lime, make life way more comfortable." And the boy burst out in pure amazement. MC pressed him, asking what he'd create and sell if it mattered most, and Grant sank with a dejected sigh. "It's not that important. I just want to." Ars was dead set on crafting something brand new, even though he secretly believed it was way beyond what he could pull off. Then the protagonist blurted, "Then what's stopping us? Let him stack these bricks and build a whole building." Grant's eyes lit up. That sounds tempting. So many fresh ideas could hit. At once he bolted to the material, grabbed it, and shouted, "I accept the challenge." The protagonist. The antagonist grinned at the idea. Now he couldn't wait to prove he had his own move up his sleeve. The sword Gran forged for him sank with hardening magic driven by a catalyst in a streak of magical energy. He had to test whether the very same rule could smash its way onto other objects too. After he grabbed everything he needed, MC prayed he'd brought enough homemade bricks, sand, healing powder, and even a Valkyrie. Hunt down a horn, and that bore tusk, then forge heat-resistant bricks, crush the bricks, mix them with clay, and get ready to build like Yumina, and then fire them. Wait, is that the reverse order? It feels like there's a method to it, like a rule everyone follows. He decided to rip the knowledge from his past life and turn it into this material ours. He got to work, grinding the crushed brick together with crushed tusks, horns, and sand. And then he made and stirred it all into a healing brew. Then the protagonist brewed up several. They churned out bowl after bowl of that same mix, packed it into bricks, fired the whole batch, then stopped, because this time it still didn't turn out worse. As he worked, the material split apart, and now he started to wonder if he should pour in more of the decoction to thicken the mix, stir it harder, and keep it moving more often. He kept trying option after option until the room was completely wrecked. The place was crawling with failed creations, but the MC refused to quit. He kept pushing forward nonstop. He kept at it, and then finally everything clicked, and it worked. But when he tried smashing it, the hammer slipped, and he nearly tore his own hand open. The brick that came out was even tougher than expected. And when we finally stared it over, it didn't match the fired bricks anymore. It looked more like marble, but way tougher. This brand new super strong brick was insane, made from just a handful of materials and one powerful catalyst. Now he finally got what Grant was feeling: pain first, then regret. Somehow all he had was Earthman and no other magic. So he figured something like this was way out of his league. No matter how many times he tried to force his imagination to catch up, he couldn't forge a material that could truly last, maybe because he kept drowning in the memories of his old life. So he decided to lock himself onto reality and build everything there. Not everyone in this world can craft a brick as tough as metal, and that's where his research finally took. Wasn't over yet. He snapped on his memory storage skill, pressed his hand to the ground, and started thinking about forging a brick so insanely tough, just like the way he kept stacking strength bit by bit until it finally took shape. He hammered together the house and then slammed a brand new spell into the world. Now, with no fangs and no catalyst, he's making that exact brick because magic is awesome and it's way too convenient. He laid the road down and frowned because it wasn't the look he wanted. It was way off. Like it was more like a marble floor rose up as a special Roman-style spell carved the road into place. Style, the protagonist pictured it in his head a whole lot differently. He even cast it with bricks. But what he got came out as solid and unforgiving as granite. Granite wall. After mulling it over, MC finally went, "All right, I'll do it. It'll make things way easier for the carts, and we'll lose the bomb hassle." Bumps in the road weren't the only problem. They also had to carve out sidewalks on both sides. And after a while, ours finally came to a head right when it all started moving. Stared at Gran with wide eyes, utterly stunned by the building the boy had thrown up, then blurted, "Whoa, it's wider." Surprisingly, it stretched wider than he'd imagined. His allies snapped back that they'd built as many windows as they could to save every last brick. And the house? Through those open window gaps, everything seemed to blaze in the sunlight until the protagonist realized Gran hadn't dragged her feet either, even though he'd mastered his road-building magic. And the boy finally told him the request was done. West, the arching entrance, the glass windows, everything he'd been dreaming of. Kyle said the warehouse had a bunch of unused window panes, so he grabbed them, and now MC couldn't stop staring at what came next, more interested. He couldn't stop staring at the arched masonry, the cornerstone, and he kept thinking that curve isn't just for looks. It saves materials and hits with real power, because the weight above gets pushed sideways instead of cracking straight down. This method works like a charm for stone that can take a beating under pressure. Just look at bridges. Ars couldn't stop admiring his ally and shouting, "You're awesome." And when the structure was finally up, those tons of windows made it feel huge and airy. They'll definitely repay him. Grant grinned, thrilled everything was finally settled, and thanked the guy for the reward he'd promised. He leaned in and asked the protagonist if he'd let him put a house on their land. And when the protagonist froze, the guy smirked like, "Yeah, a house right here." Then he kept talking. Continued, he grins as he tears through new lands. But deep down, he's craving a real home of his own. And with someone like us around, there's never a dull moment. So now he's asking him about it. MC stared at the rising demand to live on the new land, but the Valkyries were already there, and he couldn't risk their safety, so he held everyone back without permission still. He couldn't turn down Grant, the kind of genius you just don't refuse. Arsh smirked and said, "All right, go on. Let him settle in here, the boy." The boy thanked him with pure joy, and just like that, Grant became the very first inhabitant of the new. He finally reached that new land, and after a while he bolted back home for dinner. Then he chowed down on warm white bread, slurped up bean soup, and tore into tender steamed boar meat with a grin, because if Gran was going to live on his land, he figured he'd be packing up and moving there right after. He couldn't make himself do it, because Mom was always at home, cooking up those mouth-watering meals like clockwork. But his eldest brother was already married at 14, too young for this world to be real, and with that house so cramped, he basically lived in his warehouse. And if his brothers moved in too, they'd just become extra muscle he didn't need, and yeah, everyone in their family respects you. Everyone clung to each other. Relationships stayed warm and tight, but the space was way too cramped. The next day, he shot back to the warehouse. He stood by his house, stared at his land, and said, "First things first, I've got to level this cultivated ground a bit. It needs more work." Then the protagonist decided. He ordered his whole base right by the wall to be yanked to the center, and he made another move relocating the house Gron had built too. He swapped the worn-out bricks for fresh, tougher ones, and when he finally got home, the house looked so smooth and solid it might have been marble. He came home for lunch and tore through every bite again, while his mother leaned in and asked, "Did you?" If he wanted seconds, the protagonist nodded without hesitation, then paused because, deep down, he'd been gearing up for the life on his own. Life had shaped him since he was 5, and now finally he snapped, packed up, and tore himself away from home. He locked the whole stretch of land inside a giant solid brick fortress, then sealed it up again with a whole kilometer of solid brick wall. He carved routes straight to the center on all 4 sides with a road conjuring spell, then turned his focus on Grant's. House would have been sitting south of the center, but Grant's a total zealot. He's obsessed with production, and that's why he shoved PE on him. In the Southern Territory, they handed him the land, and he wasted no time building a house there. Then the MC built a place for the Bites brother in the Southern Territory too. Southern Road, he's been aching to escape home and live out in the fields. And somehow it looks like he really did, sharing rooms with his comrades and renting them space like it's his new life. Ours charged straight into the northeastern forest to fuel the forestry industry and crank out charcoal. Workers and lumberjacks poured in at last, led by Medlock, while all of this chaos was unfolding. The protagonist suddenly turned 9, and after a while, Kale stormed in, furious, snapping at the protagonist that he'd heard everything and that he'd handed some random wanderer the land. So why didn't the MC tell him anything? Our guy just asked, cool as ice. If a merchant needed land, then the MC decided to keep going. He marched through that northwestern land, smashing through the trees and flattening the ground, and the forest just kept stretching on like it would never end. Then he threw up his home right there, right in the middle of where the Valkyries hang out, where magical mushrooms sprout. So whatever you do, don't let out a single one that still has horns. And the horned Valkyries do the animal breeding, so the work on his land finally surged forward. Kale answered him seething with indignation because he won't be stuck as a merchant forever. He needs land too, just like the protagonist who's got no choice but to. He slapped a boar sandwich together, snapped back that there were no service animals with magic, and the man stared back, utterly baffled, like he'd never even heard of them. He bit into the sandwich and boom realized he had no clue what it was, and he'd never heard of it either, so maybe it was the kind of thing that mattered a lot. Now he had to steady himself, because if this was the deal with magical animals being wildly valuable, so even here he slices off their horns to strip them of their magic because they're stealing his power and selling those beasts that only makes things worse for him. But yeah, this village runs on bartering, so when it finally came down to it, MC shot back to the merchant, "All right, you can stay here too." The moment Kale heard that, his relief turned into pure joy. Ours leaned in and told him it'd be amazing if he opened a shop stacked with all kinds of goodies until the work started beating him down, like back-breaking labor. After all that, the merchant nodded and promised he'd think it over. Then the protagonist realized it was useless because he and Kale had no... They'd been close for ages, so he trusted him with everything. Then Man leaned in and swore he had to tell him something, and everyone knew the rumors were dirty as hell. Whispers are running wild in these parts about a dangerous crew rolling into town, and the protagonist can't believe it. Group, but who in the world could it be? Kale blurted, pointing straight at him, like he'd uncovered the answer, screaming, "Him!" Because everyone's convinced he's a threat to everyone. MC stared at the merchant, stunned, and blurted, "Him?" before he could even finish the sentence, trailing off like a warning swallowed mid-breath. That sweet, innocent kid. The merchant leaned in and warned him to toss his pride aside because danger was lurking. Spoke in confusion. But come on, he wasn't doing anything dangerous, right? Kale watched him snap up a huge stretch of land so fast it was unreal. He boxed it in with a wall, and the nobles stared in disbelief because taxes were about to come due, and something felt deeply off. He'd have to figure out how to talk his way through it, because he still had every right to own the land the protagonist called out. Utter confusion slammed into them at last year. After they paid their taxes, they'd said nothing at all. How could this possibly happen somewhere? Not long after, Raymond showed up with his guards and barked out what they wanted, leaving the protagonist stunned as he blurted, "Wait, what did you just say?" Irritation flashed across the manager's face as he snapped, "Don't make me repeat myself," and jabbed the document. Then he shouted, "This land is getting transferred to the Fontana family." If he refused, they'd slam force into the situation straight up, and they promised it. Our whole group froze, stunned by what was happening. He couldn't stop thinking about the way this village runs things a land in Poltak. They got paid once a year straight in wheat. The grain was hauled in from the farmers. Then the village headman handed it over to the tax collectors. But because the taxes were paid in cash, the collectors didn't just wait around, they showed up in person at their homes, and that's when things got intense. They roll out a lavish reception, and they openly admit harvesting and cooking. All those dishes is brutal work. Once they roll back in, the treats have them grinning, they pocket the money and head home, because honestly, it's easy to see why you'd want to keep the producers safe from getting robbed. Even with life running short, you'll still get a hunger-free existence. No fear of being hunted and persecuted for someone else's war. If he were just some ordinary kid from a small village, he'd probably smile and settle down, but he isn't. He carries memories from a past where he lived free and prospered, and there's no way he'll accept a life like that. The order hit like a hammer. Our territory was stripped away, because the only way to survive in that land was to raise livestock for them. From this point on, the Fontana family claims everything. Every animal, every living thing, and everything within this territory belongs to the Fontanas. Our future's locked under the Fontana family's protection. That's what the merchant was really promising. And Raymond kept going. There's a real chance unknown people are lurking in this territory, so these precautions are on him to keep him safe so he can finally breathe. He set out to breed his precious beast without a hitch because the protagonist was already thinking, "Man, these monsters are going to be deadly in battle." Then right out of nowhere, he heard a man's voice snapped, "We'll start from the warehouse behind the house." And that warning hit the protagonist like a punch. His instinct screamed, "What is this cursed?" Cursing under his breath, he sprinted to the warehouse. Raymond didn't think he'd move that fast. MC charged in, convinced Kyle was inside. But the moment the doors opened, everyone went still in sheer horror. Valkyrie and Kyle later lay on the floor in a pool of blood, and a Fontana warrior loomed over him with a blood-soaked sword, snarling, "What kind of boy are you? This brat dares to stop me." He had the moment to go after the monster, but this kid burst in and refused to listen, and the protagonist could even hear blood dripping off his brother's cheek onto the floor. Then, after what felt like forever, Bite finally crashed into the room. "Room, MC!" Anxiously yelled the brothers' names, then snapped to ask if they were all right, sitting there with Kyle. Kyle's bed jerked his head up, and he mumbled, dazed like, "Yeah, it was me." A sudden image slammed into his head, the sword-wielding man charging at him, as if he was already telling him something. Telling him not to get too big for his britches and slapping the label redneck on him. The protagonist shook his head, shoved that memory aside, and snapped, He's technically okay, but he just drops and blacks out. He swears Valkyrie shielded him. He only has a cut on his forehead, but But it's not that big a deal, Bite said. I get it. And he stared hard. Shot the MC a look and barked, what about him? Tell me he's okay. The protagonist tried to shoot a reply back, but the memory of what happened next back in the warehouse, when the man turned that threat into pure terror, a blade flashed in his mind again, cutting straight toward him and daring him to blink. Again, MC snapped his shooting skill to life and let it rip at the warrior. And the instant the bullets hit, the warrior screamed. Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering across our faces. He shoved that memory down hard, forcing it out of his mind with sheer willpower. He leaned toward his brother and swore he was totally fine. No injuries, not a scratch. He leaned in and said in a calm whisper that he wasn't worried about his wounds. Dad dragged a bunch of folks in to get answers, and then he barked, now go down there. He'll be up in no time. When the protagonist nodded, he was right, and he thanked his brother. As he lowered himself, he told everyone there that he'd shot the soldier straight through, the man dropping dead on the spot. Then Kyle leaned back, thinking, no matter what, punishment is coming, and it's unavoidable. If the Fontana family soldiers heard what went down here, they'd rally an army and storm this place. So why couldn't the protagonist just slip out of here? Grant even warned that it was a family. With Fontana rivaling them, they might not get handed over at all. Our realm was famous for its magical beasts, and maybe slipping into other noble lands was the smart move. The protagonist stared into the darkness, convinced that even if he lived, freedom would still slip through his fingers. Even if they tried to shield him, that protection wouldn't last. MC pointed out that when a commoner disobeyed the nobles, it didn't magically mean they'd get to live freely. He wasn't some everyday commoner. Bite suddenly snapped in furious disbelief. What kind of heresy are you all preaching? If this keeps up, are we headed for war? He stared at his brother and demanded, don't you care if we're all getting wiped out here? Then he snapped, what have I even been living and busting my ass for? Ever since he was a baby, he'd square up to him, fighting tooth and nail to shield his younger brothers. It was the older brother's job, and on top of that, he'd already wiped out one of the soldiers, so if those warriors come back, snag every last one of their relatives, and Kyle's as good as dead this time. So tell me, what choice do they even have? He had no choice but to fight, and the others snapped back with raw confusion, because even if he was a terrifying mage, what could he possibly do alone against an army of soldiers? Bite snapped, don't spout nonsense, while the protagonist jabbed back and told his brother he'd penned a Valkyrie even better than him. And he better stop pretending he's a rival, because right then, Medlock, with every lumberjack lined up behind him, vanishes. He swore he wouldn't just sit there and watch a child get murdered either, especially since he'd been caring for them since they were a baby, and it was our hard work that kept the lumberjacks fed and out of hunger and poverty. No one was going back to those miserable lives if our side decided to strike. They sure as hell wouldn't stand a chance. Stand aside. The old man crouched in front of the protagonist and said they were the most important person to them, which meant they were ready to save. They'd save him no matter the cost, even if it meant betting their lives. Words and support. He looked around and said, everyone here wants to help like crazy, and that's why he's got. A real father won't just stand there and do nothing. He protects his family, no matter what, and he's ready right now to go with them. He could barely believe what he saw and heard. Somehow he never thought he'd stumble into a whole army of allies ready to throw their lives on the line. The merchant snapped, if that's true, then he's with them. He'll crawl out the truth about the army through his merchant buddies. And the protagonist, surprised, she demanded, are you sure about this choice? And he just grinned, saying a merchant only chases his own profit, and that was it. Doesn't he realize it? If ours is gone, then his whole deal with service animals dies too. And truth is, he already lined up with Medlock. They all handed him that freedom. He was ready to throw himself in front of his family and every last one of his people to keep them safe. With a grin, he claimed it as his and warned himself not to ever forget it. Even better, let him stew on how to pull in more supporters, because this guy lived and breathed the art of it. Even though he'd been born a broke commoner, he'd lived comfy all because he was free. So when he faced the merchant, he promised that if he pulled it off, he'd carve out a massive kingdom for himself, fully locked in on the idea. Ours caught that, yeah right. He'd have to gather people who matched their opinions, even if they were handed cold hard cash. The moment danger flashed, they'd bolt unless they chose to volunteer in the first place. And if they dared to stand against the nobles, what reward would they even get? What could possibly be worth risking their lives for? Every heartbeat hardened his resolve, and then he finally cracked the truth about what his supporters would earn. He'd burn for freedom from that noble family, and then he'd turn around and pour his own magic into everyone, clearing the land, enriching the soil, and raising the wall. This is what full-scale clearing looks like, and he swore by it, while the villagers who'd been staring at him from the start kept their eyes locked on every move. MC scanned his allies, promised he'd grant magic to each of them, declared his new name, Ars Barkid, and watched the room go utterly silent. Stunned, he stared. What did he just say? The protagonist pressed on. He'd take the village's name, Barkid, and brand everyone in it with it, even his own territory. And from this day forward, they'd be the Barkid family. That's what the noble. Medlock blinked at him in shock and grilled, "You're sure?" Because no way did he believe a priest could actually hand out names like that. But could he even keep the protagonist's dream alive? Raise his standing if he never fought the Fontana family and claimed what was his. They'd never keep up with the nobles. He said it out loud, even knowing it was crazy, but that name still haunted him. The magic circle naming ritual was his ace. Our focus slammed down, and right in front of the stunned eyes of the allies locked in, he snapped the magic circle to life and declared, "They'll decide right here, right now, does everyone really want in on the Barkid family?" He felt the danger in his bones. One magic spell could go sideways fast. Circle, for example, he tried to name someone again, even though they already had a name. So he didn't wipe the old name. He just barked his new one onto it. He scanned his allies one by one, then shouted each name like he was rallying them for battle. "I named them all Barkid, right here, right now." Now it felt like a brand new aura just brushed you, and the allies instantly sensed it. Each one bite remembered it clearly from childhood. Always ravenous, always starving. The harvest tanked, and the government swooped in to take almost everything as taxes, and while the famine was tearing through everyone, it stayed horribly unnoticed. While everyone else watched, his 3-year-old brother started slaving away in the fields. Bite just couldn't figure out why this idiot was burning all that extra energy on something pointless like nothing. Nothing was going to grow no matter what. He was 2 years younger, and somehow he already felt totally different from everyone else he'd been compared to. Everyone else moved on, and the land where he worked looked perfectly cared for. So cared for, he couldn't even figure out how he managed to grow. Radishes, and right there, the kid was way younger, yet somehow packed multiple times his strength, so he figured, no way I'm failing with these radishes. He'd battled him 100 times and still kept losing, so one day he finally snapped. "Why are you younger than me, yet you're lugging around a weight this heavy?" How did he get that strong? Until our own taught him, he never understood magic. But once he absorbed it, he really started to click. Maybe it would all finally fall into place while he helped his brother with the field. He learned body-strengthening magic, and he managed to significantly. He pushed to grow his land even bigger, and the field he built was the finest in the whole village, so everyone kept whispering, wasn't it that third child who somehow made it thrive? But seriously, how could a kid pull that off? He was still young, yet they closed in, bombarding him with one question. "Can you help us with our fields too?" He even threw in an apology, telling everyone he had his own mess to handle, and that's how the whole village started to think this guy was pure trouble. Every adult kept a polite face, but the kids, they didn't hold back at all. And one day, Bai overheard them venting, "He thinks he's the smartest one in here." Honestly, the guy was vile. He has to be punished right now. And Bates' mind snaps to his brother he didn't. He had no clue what we were really thinking, and honestly, he still tore through fights, even so. And still he was his younger brother, and every single day he'd beat up anyone who tried to hurt our people, and somehow he fought off 5 of them all by himself. He couldn't dodge the injuries, and it hit hard because he knew his mom would worry she broke down crying, asking if she really raised him at all. He wanted to rage and walk away, but he couldn't abandon the idiots who bullied his little brother, so the main character stepped in and taught him how to fight, even when he was doing it all wrong. He told him he had to move his arms exactly like that, and then he showed him, step by step, with zero hesitation. Rage boiled in him. He was so furious and irritated he couldn't even tell if the guy knew who he was at all. He kept pushing the fight over and over, And every time he aimed to smash him, he'd dodge, then would even laugh and point like, there. He dives right back in, fists flying, using everything he's learned in the fight, and Bite can take down at least 10 men, even the older one. Because of that, he started raking in followers, but when he clashed with his younger brother, he got crushed and sent running. Meanwhile, Ars kicked things off by raising magical beasts, and they even managed to get permission. He fought tooth and nail to grab land for himself from the nobles, then stormed in and wiped out the giant boars terrorizing the villagers. And not one person in that village dared speak ill of him. He was genuinely good, and Bite still couldn't shake the thought that he had to prove he wouldn't fall behind. He mastered riding Valkyries with nothing but a wooden sword, then kept charging into battle because he knew he had to get stronger. To take down the boars, he'd do it, no doubt about it, because he had the one thing that made him unstoppable, his older brother backing him. The raw power of his brother's magic. He got hammered by the fury and crumpled onto his knees. He thought it'd be fine then. Bam! This magic truly shredded his nerves and all the allies. The allies felt the MC's magic burst alive inside them, and pure awe hit their faces. He blurted out in disbelief, "This is unreal." And Biteset stared in pure awe, thinking this is next level, all while he kept it hidden from them. The protagonist lit up and practically shouted, "It looks like I pulled it off." Bite thought, now I'm going to get way stronger, our turn is coming. He turned to his allies and demanded they pull in as many people as they could. Then he ordered them to spread the word about me. Magic surrounds everything as nobles scheme to snatch his land. Then they even try to kill Kyle because they think he's all they need to get rid of. He's just a kid, so it's on them alone to step up and defend what's there. Fighting for rights against those despotic nobles if they want it. Then make the nobles hand it to the villagers, and if you step into the fight, he'll hand you magic and a shot at the land, proving, in the best possible way, why it's emotional and practical at the same time. Let them rally the troops, Bite blurted, already sure he could count on them, and then he bolted straight off to hunt down Allie. Medlock snapped his word, and the protagonist pivoted to the merchant, telling him he could gather, then hinted he'd talk to the lumberjacks next. They hauled themselves through the city to gather intel. Then Kale leaned in and said, he got it. First, they had to figure out just how bad this was. MC told him he was counting on him, and to make sure he took care of himself. Shocked, the merchant clasped his hand and spit out a warning as they parted. Try not to die. He knew it was coming once the merchant was gone. Ours didn't even hesitate to say it, and the protagonist immediately started thinking, he never once imagined it would get this bad. He just thought he'd make it out and stay alive. In this world, commoners don't dare cross nobles, so he's got to forge a plan in case nobody shows up, and then the waiting drags on. Then without warning, he caught the roar of a crowd gossiping, spun toward the source, and frozen shot. Most of the time, they'd ship only about 50 men off to war, but this time it looked like 78 showed up instead, and the moment you see them, you realize they're all fired up, crowding together and talking about something big. Medlock stared at the shocked Rs, then fired off his explanation, and the lumberjacks nodded right along. Because of course they were brave, while his comrades hummed with joy, grinning at MC. Shira spoke up, and Bite hauled in all his old opponents plus the field workers. Then the boys shrank back and mumbled, what if we lose our jobs out there? In the fields, there's nothing left to survive on until what happens next knocks the protagonist speechless. Most of all, it was their older brother Hector. Hector slid in with them, grinning as he told the protagonist, it's time. To bring him along too, he'd left their mother and his wife. Ayla's hands, Mary shot him a nervous look and prayed everyone would be okay. And he promised, don't worry, everything will be fine. He was so sure ours would win, but ours couldn't stop thinking about Ayla. She'd married Hector even though he was way too young for it, and she'd basically bullied him into saying yes. And yeah, the village chief's daughter didn't hurt her power either. So the chieftain even worried he might be. So when he got called out for his affairs, he scrambled to rope the villagers into it, thinking they'd play along if she married his older brother, since his brother would inherit the family property, and they'd end up getting what was ours. But now not a single soul in Bark had stayed untouched. The rebels had their hooks in everyone, and the whole village flipped overnight as the protagonist reached to. He shot his arm out toward the crowd and poured his magic into them, and boom! Every single person felt power sparked inside their own body. One of the revelers blurted out, so it's real, he really knows how to. They can't even picture how much easier life would get, like running a whole household without breaking a sweat. So everyone started thanking us, and he just looked absolutely. Faustin crumpled to the floor and muttered, "Nice to meet you too." And Bite immediately pressed, "So are we done with the naming ceremony?" MC tried to answer but could barely get the words out. I don't know." He shot up from the table and his brother stared like he'd just seen a ghost. "What kind of outfit is that?" he answered. Their brother Hector showed up with it, and their mom had stitched it by hand just for him. Ars dug out a full suit of armor for his brother, grinned, and decided to hand it over as a birthday gift until he realized this moment was too perfect to wait. Bambite yanked his arm with irritation, snapped, "We've got to get out of here fast," and pushed him to go ahead. He fought to slip out, but his brother yanked him back with brutal force. He hissed, "Stop fighting," and Biteri pointed out, "So what? You just stand there." The MC shot back, "We're waiting on intel from the merchant, then we decide." But he couldn't shake the thought, what if they were already too late? Even if he'd reinforced every beam inside those walls, one person still couldn't hold off a 4-kilometer perimeter. And that big wall? It doesn't look built to stop a raid at all. They're probably way stronger than those peasants. So yeah, the brother's right. He shot back, "Bite, good." Right when the brother beamed and went, "Yep, that's it." The protagonist yanked the brakes and cut in. "No, we're not heading into the city, brother." The brother stared at him, totally stunned, about to argue, but the protagonist cut in. "We're heading to Lysota, the closest village." The first village to the southwest got the news. He rallied the villagers and pushed them to spread word of Barqued's rebellion to every nearby town. Even they'd snap in rage at this when they still have to feed themselves every single day, through every winter. Most of them end up freezing to death or starving, miserable as they watch their noblemen steal their wheat and brush off their hunger, yet deep down, you could tell he'd have listened if they'd only said it right. He tried to add one more thing, but right then the people from the neighboring village burst into view in front of him. Ars said, "So they're not exactly friendly, huh?" His father shot back. "That's what happens in every village when too many people roll in carrying weapons." And the newcomers, they were in full war mode, and the protagonists just couldn't make sense of it because they never told the whole group they were heading to the neighboring villages to vanish without a trace. To settle it, Vargas suddenly snapped out, "It's barked!" And the moment the words hit, the guy stepped forward. Standing before his army, he felt sick. What was he even doing? A sword that was longer than he was, and that's when it hit. That's wild. Most farmers are out there swinging pitchforks instead of swords. But come on, how cool is that? Some of them swing spear plain, cheap, built with barely any metal, and then all at once, Ashira blurted in shock, "Is that Vargas?" And MC stood there completely baffled. He shot a question at his father, "Do you know him?" And his dad just nodded back, "Yes. Yeah, this guy's a true hero. He's torn through countless battlefields and keeps landing impossible wins. It's ours," so he digs in his heels and makes his claim with pure, unstoppable force. They've got to act because this woman swore she'd heard something. She'd heard he'd vanished from the village. But she didn't even realize he'd come back, Bite stepped. He stepped onto the Valkyrie, lifted his weapon high, and roared at the top of his lungs, aiming his shout straight at the... For the newcomers, here's the ugly truth. The nobility in Barquet has screwed over the people they were supposed to protect. If they stick together, they won't fold to the whole nobility's tyranny. They'll stand shoulder to shoulder and refuse to break. With a grin full of pride, the protagonist stared at his brother. Then he lifted a massive boar's sword in his hands, its blade hard and unyielding. A hard tusk, armor forged from brute boar hide, and a full-on beast standing ready. Beast servant. Nobody ever guessed he was actually the farmer's second in command. Sun Vargas looked downright intimidating, but this gear was pure eye candy too, absolutely magnificent. Now they could finally speak on equal ground. Vargas stared at Bite's outfit in pure shock, then turned to Tim like, "What in the world is this? Did you just kill the leopard?" Bite blurted, stunned until he realized, no, he meant the great boar. So it wasn't him after all, Bite snapped, calling for his brother to come running, to step up and finally come forward. Their second son blurted out, "It's our brother, he's the one who killed that boar." Vargas let out a dark chuckle and pressed him again. "So it's him. Yeah, what a joke." They've got to laugh together. Then he gathers his men and hauls everyone out of here because the second his words hit, Bite snaps at him, exclaiming with irritation, "What did you just say?" He's got to be joking, right? Vargas asked for help fighting Fontana, and Vargas shot back, "That's the kind of nonsense I was talking about. I'm not agreeing to that." And just like that, everyone erupted into arguments. Bickering erupted, then the protagonist, totally lost, realized that if they just stood there doing nothing, this wouldn't stay some dumb little game. Rock, paper, scissors, then Vargas lunged forward, towering and ready, bringing his massive. He gripped an enormous sword, and then, with no time to breathe, the protagonist had to trigger his next move. He cranked up his mind control powers, and then he hurled it like a blast of fire. He drove the force straight at the opponents, and the newcomers just stood there, stunned out of their minds. What in the world was happening? "Listen up," MC shouted. He demanded everyone drop their weapons and hit the ground. He just wants everyone to cool off and sit down for a real, normal conversation. Vargas, completely baffled, blurted out what it was. Magic Ars didn't hesitate. "Yeah, it's real." And the opposing leader was about to. The grim voice snapped back, warning that if he tried anything again, he'd knock him down for real this time, and the protagonist just shot back. "Okay, let him do it." Vargas tore toward him at full speed, but then, they kept saying he was quick, but if they let him stop for even a second, chaos is about to hit. With curses spilling from his mouth, he unleashed his next magical attack. MC unleashed the scatter shot skill, and Vargas managed to. Ars figured he'd shut every door. Turns out every dodge was so perfectly timed, it felt like a trap being set move by move. Scattershot projectiles ripped forward with lethal force, blasting exactly where his palm points. Pointing it out, he figured this move could work. He'd studied how far the shots scattered and guessed the projectile's power. During the warning shot, insight and judgment rise from one thing above all, a steel-hard spirit. He figured that if he couldn't dodge an attack like that, it would smash him with major damage, something he could barely imagine. Pinned in fear, Vargas bolted to the side trying to land a strike on us because everyone's got something they're terrified of. MC hurled scattershot again and again, and Ashira watching him couldn't help thinking it looked like he was about to blast him with random shots, hoping to land a hit, but then he snapped at our side that he was running out of magic. MC unleashed scattershot again, and instantly he clocked it. Yeah, of course he wasn't happy about getting forced to strike randomly. He had to guess which way Varga would move. Vargas would slip out of the way, then unload his shots way ahead of everyone else. Then Rupees finally landed a brutal hit on Vargas. He couldn't stop smiling. Yeah, he'd nailed it, and he knew it. Vargas groaned through the agony. Then MC snapped, "Watch this." He snapped his focus shut on one eye. Then he grinned, sure he'd finally got the upper hand this time. Just then, at that exact moment, Vargas showed up in a blink and stopped everything. Right beside him, he leaned in and told the truth he'd been caught. Ars was certain that even in leather armor, a direct scattershot hit would have him. He didn't land a single hit that hurt him, so it had to be pure resilience. And then he could do more, too. He had ways to fight back. Vargas kicked it into overdrive. He used that same effect to jack his body up and power through. Master to shout that sent his defense soaring in battle. Then, right at that moment, he yelled to the MC, then rushed in and apologized with zero hesitation. Ars grinned and lunged straight at Vargas, the powerful going in for the kill. Vargas swung with everything, and a crushing strike shattered his sword into pieces. Shatter the man staring at it, swallowed hard and snapped, "It's VAR." Vargas hefted his massive blade, his enormous sword. After the fight, he slammed the truth down. Vargas got wiped out, and somehow there was already a new winner. He dropped to the ground, staring up and muttered, "Damn, what just happened?" MC walked up to him and blurts out, "It was a total scatter, so don't even start." He figured Vargas could read his attack timing off the palm's position, and his voice was basically counting down, telling him exactly when the shots were coming next. Vargas said the counterattack would only work if he unleashed a rapid chain of these spells. Vargas shot back, "Yeah," and insisted he didn't think he'd land a hit without a spell, swearing he was the only one who could do it. One thing Ars figured, there had to be someone else nearby who could benefit from body enhancement, so it all came down. Good thing he figured it out before he even stepped into a duel with a noble, because firing shots alone might not be enough. They wouldn't stand a chance against an opponent who's locked in one attack at a time. He adapts in seconds, and you can't keep up. He only caught him off guard thanks to that sudden surprise. Then he snapped his sword up and defended himself fast. With a sharp sword swipe, the damage got blunted just barely. They needed Vargas more than ever. Then MC shot his hand out and pulled him back to his feet. Vargas finally snapped, admitting he'd lost, but he begged them, "Don't you dare hurt a single soul in this village." They stared at him like, "So this is how you're surrendering? Did you tell him to stop hurting you?" But no, he never meant for it to go that way. MC saw they were packed with weapons, so he immediately jumped to the obvious conclusion, of course he wouldn't hurt them. He just wanted him to team up and help crush the tyranny they were fighting. Among the nobles, Vargas nodded and promised, "Don't worry, I'll stand beside you and fight." Carlos's assistant shot back, "He gave you his word," saying all this chaos happened because of his oversight, so he fully planned to. He meant to march his soldiers into Barca, and when they asked, he snapped that it was a worthy plan for the Fontana clan's glory and to seize the moment. He gave a quick, confident yes, and Vargas was hard at work trying to build something out of brick, saying he never imagined he'd live to see the day finally came when magic could go past the ordinary. And ours believed that's the truth that would change how the villagers of Linda and every ally who stood shoulder to shoulder with him, Vargas included, could wield magic. They'd call the village Barca, at least that common family name keeps the mood light, and yeah, it lets them throw in a little humor too. Unity, she said the bricks were ready, and he swore he could fill the whole square in an instant. Everyone looked thrilled. Getting into a duel with Vargas came out of nowhere, and he saw it as the perfect chance to. Ashira believed our side had already crushed Varga. Then she pushed the group to showcase their skills, pull everyone together, and lift every single spirit higher than ever. Vargas, an insanely powerful war hero, clenched his weapon harder. Like he couldn't believe it. Maybe the MC was actually strong enough to stand a chance. Enough if they actually followed him. Maybe, just maybe, he could finally take a stand against the nobles. Ars swore he'd heard there was some people ditched him on the spot, then tried to dodge him like he was a curse because staying close to him meant losing their edge. But after his duel with Vargas, everything flipped. Everyone was buzzing with fighting spirit, convinced that together they could snatch their freedom. Then he leaned in and asked the MC where the general was headed next. Ars shot back and asked what kind of general he was, and he hit her with a grin. He was talking about himself. Since he'd already gathered all these people under his command, calling himself a general felt completely natural. He just awkwardly shrugged it off and told her he really didn't mind. There was nothing wrong with that. Then a bunch of peaceful villagers from Barca stepped in and joined the march too. Ars told Vargas that most of the people from Linda were ready to help them just because of him, but Vargas only smirked, insisting he belonged in a bigger role, and he burst into laughter, cutting him off. He shut that idea down on the spot, saying it was absolutely not for him and that he'd rather be surrounded, because they were loyal friends, not just subordinates. MC locked eyes with him and suddenly realized that Truffiel's incident was the real reason he'd been gone from his village. He didn't hesitate. He was just standing up for his people. He knew marching to Linda Village was the right move, and once they got there, Ars told everyone to set up camp right here, and he couldn't stop thinking about what came next. We figured it sat just south of Barca Village, right on the road to the city. Nothing huge, but deep enough to catch you off guard. With barely a handful of safe crossing spots, this place screamed one thing: if the Fontana family sent troops to crush a village, they'd come straight here. So he ordered everyone to get ready and start setting camp. They teamed up to scrub the land around it, hauling wood and firewood just to cook, then building an inn straight from all that timber, so the in-town dream wasn't some fantasy anymore. And MC even started to believe you could spark a whole town in a single day, with everyone pitching in. The folks from Linda Village showed up with more than 100 people, but now they could finally fit everyone in. Then he snapped, "Split up and start throwing up defensive walls," and the villagers all moved at. At the same time, they fired off the wall build skill, and bam, towering walls erupted around the structure. Ours just stared in awe, grinning like, "This is awesome. We can pull off the same magic without any training." It was shockingly easy to say the words, and magical knowledge floods straight into their minds. And the moment he hands someone their true name, they finally reached the point where they could reproduce every spell they knew, and then the MC jolted, shocked. "Wait, are some people actually unable to build walls?" Grant shook his head and said, "It's not that they can't cast it, the wall spell just won't listen to them." He hauled in a bunch of people who couldn't do it. Ars snapped that road paving, shared the very same structure, like he'd always known, and then he blew the truth wide open. Low magical potential wasn't enough to use both spells, because wall build and road paving demanded more magical power than every other spell put together. And when he tried to dump too much power into one shot, even he blacked out, because if someone's total magic can't cover a single cast, the spell's info won't even make it through. So are people bound by their body's defense instincts? Or is it the magic circle itself that forces you to cast only spells that match your magical potential? MC stared at the question and knew he had to dig deeper. He needs to check whether anything changed, especially since his magical power reserves swelled after Gron told him to take a good look. He thrust the leather armor into his hands. Leather armor for you guys. The MC lit up and praised it as top-notch work. Gran shrugged and said it was simple, yet stubbornly durable. Ours opened his mouth to reply, but it looked like they'd slide through everything with ease. And after the Vargas battle, MC knew heading for the front lines was the next step. With zero protection, this was pure risk, and Vargas knew it. So he started thinking about swapping his gear, then shot a look at it. He scoffed at it and said it was way too weak, plainly not enough. No one was going to coddle him on the battlefield. Ours thought he'd already passed the blades of the mighty tusk to his father and Madlock, his closest confidants, ready to bark orders to everyone else on his behalf. While their growing army of loyal men stood in position, fully geared and waiting, equipped with all the gear they needed, then only one thing remained, and the MC blurted, stunned, "Wait, what more than 500? 500 men Kale sucked in air," then grinned because he knew every single day, every step, and the exact route they were running right now. Ours, he said, was the same 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23. 500 men. He did the math and knew it. Usually tops out at about 50 from Barca Village, which meant this time they were facing 10 times their normal number. Kale glanced back, grinned, and said that building a base here and drawing people from the neighboring village had blown past what the Fontana family expected, and the MC fired back that they'd only just started. He finally closed the distance, only to realize the number gap was still huge, and he couldn't stop thinking that to crack a wall's defenses, you needed at least a 3-to-1 advantage. Fontana had already lined up a brutal force, but with the walls standing and no space to bring in reinforcements, it was doomed. So ours finally snapped and said they had no option left but to fight. On the field, Vargas nodded and basically admitted defeat. No matter how hard they bolstered their defenses, they were doomed with only a handful of men and scraps of resources, while the MC figured the Fontana family was just seeing them as nothing but peasants. But the truth is, they weren't just anyone, they were combat magic users, and we had to strike first, before they could even pull out a counterplan, and then it hit them. Ours crushed their last hope, because they only had one shot left to win. They had to land a surprise strike, because thinking about charging into the field on his own was one thing, but pulling off a sudden attack was the only way to win. And the moment he imagined it like a game, he knew he'd do it right. He'd stay calm and let fate play out, yeah, right? Because reality hits way harder than that. Then Valkyrie slid up to MC and nuzzled his back, and ours asked him, "Has it come?" After that, he warned it not to bite, like he was being careful or maybe paranoid. They kept trying to comfort him, and again he brushed it off. "I'm fine." He just needed to hold on, make it through with everyone, and claw his freedom back, so he would throw himself into anything it took. Then it was finally time everyone hit the field. MC figured it was just like warriors and nobles. Most of them were locked in metal armor, and he counted at least 30 pim. Their troop count, an exact marching route, lined up perfectly with the merchant's plan. He made the report, and with that huge edge, he managed to pull off a con right down to the last detail. Storm the Fontana family army at the exact drop site they picked. Forces bark, forces then the camp north of the river itself, and the exact lineup of every fighter someone's. Someone shouted that an approaching rider was closing in on horseback, straight out of a Valkyrie's Legends. Only without horns, Raymond snapped that they had to. This man has just been declared, and everyone must obey him. He got labeled a criminal, then he outright defied the nobles. He gave the orders, and then he went straight for the tax collectors, cutting down their guards too, like he wanted the whole good commander thing to be judged by force. Raymond's booming voice ripped across the battlefield as he said, "Since we represent the rightful ruler of this land, we can't ignore what's happening." The MC couldn't believe it. Raymond's words were so sharp and clear, they still carried all the way into their own ranks. Even from that far out, the distance between them felt like a mile as Raymond said, there was no point in putting every soul from their village on trial. Ashira snapped back, asking if he really thought they should just stand there and listen to this idiot, and Raymond told Arcee, "Surrender and drop your arms, and I'll let you get your life back to normal." But when MC pushed, asking if Raymond really meant it, all Raymond could do was stare like he didn't know what to do next. That's when it hit them. This kind of thing could throw their whole crew into confusion, so they had to fire back with an answer. Vargas nodded and said, "Since that pre-battle speech started, the battle's already underway." He thought he had it figured out, but he didn't know if he could find the right words to light a fire in their allies and crush the morale of their enemies, because a voice is just the vocal cords vibrating. And when you pour magic into them and boost that vibration, you could crank out a voice just as loud and crystal clear. Sure, but maybe he could at least calm the tension right here after that. Then MC blared it out loud. Fontana family just signed a deed that handed Barca's village rights over to the deal. Barca turned to him, and then they saw how fast his settlement was growing, so they set out to take it back, letting the air boom with their voices, loud enough to travel. They kept talking, dead set on taking their land and everything on it, and they were even trying to lay their claim deeper. They grabbed the residents of Barca themselves hands-on, and the MC realized that voice wasn't just sound, it carried magic. After dropping that statement, we stood tall and swore we'd protect them the right way by throwing in our own strength. They refused to bully Barca's people with a nobility's tyranny they'd never let stand, never let their atrocities slip through again. One guy felt those crushing taxes were basically a death sentence by hunger. Shoved the blade open just to feed some ridiculous mood swing. Then Arsh burst out, screaming that everyone should attack. He figured they'd never dare to toss them aside like a house cat. Not after this. After this, CMC and his allies surged into the attack, and Arsh roared that they had to win their freedom until some of the villagers turned out to be very... Raymond was stunned. Someone yelled that he declared an attack right in the middle of his own speech. And then Raymond told, to keep formation, the soldiers braced for the incoming attack. Then the MC charged straight at them at full speed. At full speed, the soldiers didn't even see it coming, so they shouted at him to stop right now. He shouldn't be running like that, so rage flared in our heads, and we snapped that they shouldn't butt in. Then right with them, he unleashed magic, and the shock hit him hard as he realized they were completely blown away. He can't take it out with one swing. First, he has to jack up his body with that reinforcement. He couldn't believe he'd ever pull off an effect this powerful, not even in his wildest dreams. So he said, "I never thought I could do something like this." Worried that a strong tusk sword won't even reach far enough when it's strapped in the saddle, he snapped together a pole from solid bricks, then realized this wasn't someone and done spell. It was only the start of a... With focused magic, the reinforcement hit maximum power, and after that, things turned completely different. Then MC started spinning the sword in his hand and yelled for everyone to back off, because if they got in his way, he figured that once they heard us, they'd just get blown out of the sky because the soldiers were terrified of us. And he'd run at them in the middle of his speech, thinking he was pushing too hard, leaving them zero time to brace their defense. No abacuses, no spears, no arrows. Because honestly, such an extra. They stared at this kid, this absolute wild card, who sent grown men flying so fast it looked like it crushed the courage of even the soldiers they just pulled from ordinary peasant ranks. But he had no reason to clash with anyone dragged in on command. If they want this battle, they've got to wipe out. To take down that guy on the hornless horse, they've got to crush their own commander first yet. Right then, Bites yells at the M's who wait. He shouldn't charge in alone like that. When his team saw him, they blinked in shock and shouted. And he told himself that with body-strengthening magic, his scatter shot could outclass every single one of those guys. But he'd already made his move, and that was the problem. And he'd somehow forced a kid's body to burn with power so vicious it drove adults completely out of their minds. So by the end, they didn't even manage to prove all the different ways that madness could hit. Magic, could he even pull it off? Honestly, it had to be because he'd been soaking up magical power since he was a baby, right from the food he ate and the air he breathed. He kept soaking it in, then fused it with his own magic to level up his mastery. But when it came to everyone else and their magic potential, they were probably stuck unable to unleash just that one power. Meaning, basically your magic stash, how much you have, and what it's worth decides how deadly you are in a fight. So trying to keep up with someone boosted like that is a nightmare for basically anyone. In Vargas, the MC yelled at his brother to follow him right now. His father in Madlock would rally the others and blaze the trail because their only mission was to smash through and reach the armored soldiers clustered right in the heart of the enemy. Enemy forces surged in, and our side was cocky, believing he, his brother, and Vargas were the key force in the spiritual spark. The spiritual support the Barca people relied on was just like how those armored men protected the common folks in Fountain. If they could smash those odds, it'd shatter the militia's morale and maybe even send them folding, though the metal armor's density would blunt a scatter shot. But the real bombshell was this. Those men in armor carried a massive stash of magical power. Enough? Are they about to spring a trap at the entrance? Then watch them smash through it. The MC lunged in and slammed his sword into the soldiers' shields with raw, earth-shaking force. Might be. He figured that if he cut them off right now, they'd be in big trouble hours. Then he yanked his sword free. Right then, when Raymond snapped that they couldn't afford to lose to some kid because they needed to prove it. They've got to scramble right now. MC stared at them and absolutely crushed it. He started wondering were they scattered, and if so, were they weaker than he'd soon find out. So yeah, they were stacked, top-tier gear in hand, and a massive stash of magic to burn. Reserves crushed the militias in number. Then their sheer quality just wiped out any chance the militia had. Their powers matched perfectly, and their magic looked like nothing compared to. It sloshed like a thick, sluggish liquid, just a huge lump of dull, lifeless goo, like it was only half. Haze clouded everything, and the gaps in quality could even tip the scales of their combat power. After that, Arsh roared at Vargas, way past 10 like it was personal. Vargas shut off a furious shout, saying he had no right to make him laugh. Then their general snapped into full, unhinged madness. He had to be a monster. This was awful. Then the sailor finally said that it felt like the most flattering compliment in the world. Then he strode up to MC and tried to strike him. Arsh snapped up in time and blocked his blow. Raymond said that he swore he'd shut down any more trouble no matter what. Kept wondering if that voice belonged to the very same commander. Raymond cut the chase for him, then said straight to his face that they hadn't seen each other in forever. So I had to wonder, how was he? He was probably still too young, so he couldn't remember because he was the steward of the Fontana family, the ones who owned these lands. They reached the lands, and right there stood Raymond's name. Everyone in the group started whispering like, did he lead their army? Because how could he not? Remember him? He recalled Raymond's warning, cut off the horns of that service beast. The MC was convinced that the man who snatched the Valkyrie's horns right after they offered them up as a gift was hiding something big. A gift for the Fontana family, the very person who handed him the deed. Need the land granted, and the one who tried to steal it all from him. Steward Raymond. Raymond, yeah, that's the name. The tax collector's notice had it too, and when he read it, ours went rigid, jaw clenched. He slammed his fist so hard it split open and started bleeding. So tell me, did he really believe all of this was tied to one same person? Was this how he was? He couldn't shake how much he respected people who worked for real. And right then, Bites snapped at MC that he needed to pull himself together. He better scout the area right now. Those heavy infantrymen are already clawing their way back to their feet. Vargas demanded to know if their commander intentionally stepped in front of him just to stall them and steal them time. Mars thought their edge was gone for good. Things were spiraling fast, and they decided, right then, to unleash magic. In this world, every noble-born soul gets their own magic power pouring through their hand. Mastering magical power and whipping it out to crush emergencies let them seize control and lock in their reign. No matter how godlike the magic gets, it's the numbers that call the shots on the battlefield. Nobles started dragging commoners out of their own lands and handing them powerful magic if they proved they had what it takes. They'd get up and go to war, basically. It was a naming ceremony. But for the nobles, every step into it was risky, dangerous. To unleash a force that could maim or even kill. And yeah, someone had already set that precedent. That sparks the rise of a selective system for handing out magic. Because if you want the right to wield it and ride it, you've got to earn it. To climb out of commoner life, You've got to throw yourself into battle, again and again, win the nobility's favor, and grind through war as their infantry. Second, train under a knight who's already drenched in magic and prove you can shine in that role, because that's how you lay the groundwork for knighthood. But if someone starts abusing their power or choking on the battlefield, they get their family name ripped away and their property is seized, be confiscated, and that's exactly how this power system took root, splitting the nobility's forces into factions. With knights sworn to serve, he still found a way to slip a wicked trick right into the system, and what he pulled off in Barca Village was proof. System. His family name Barca drips with earth magic, and that's only just the beginning of the fun. The Fontana family's element is ice, then Raymond cracked into his next plan and started to give the tea. Then came the command to strike, and they unleashed the ice spear skill. At that exact moment, the MC realized he couldn't hold them all off by himself. He'd whip his back to them, sword held up like a thunderous promise. With that magical body upgrade, he'll be able to blast through them and knock every last one down. But to pull it off, he needed razor-sharp instincts and crystal-clear vision, because he had to split his power just right between. With his body enhancement and his vision enhancement stacked together, he knew he could do it. It feels like slow motion right at that instant. Ars snapped his sword up and deflected the ice like it was nothing, and he couldn't believe he'd actually done it. Ever split his magic before, controlling it under those conditions wasn't just hard, it was scary as hell. It was brutally hard, but he still pulled it off right after that night's preliminary gesture. Before anyone even throws an ice spear, they line up the same moves as a scatter shot. In both cases, the way they swing straight to the target is crystal clear, and the wrist placement gives it all away. He still can't figure out who they're targeting. He's convinced Vargas managed to handle his scatter shot. Doesn't hesitate. He's already survived clashes with knights on the battlefield. But right then, MC locked eyes with Vargas and saw the damage written all over him. Ars panicked for his life, and then he blurted, "Is he okay?" even as his sword kept getting stronger and stronger. And if you want to survive, some damage has to hit the body at the very least. When the fight broke out, he scrambled to dodge most of the shots, but if he dodged right now, either he would pay the price or his brother Bites would. He gets smashed down, so in this fight, he's forced to use his brother's body. Body as a human shield. Dude, that's pure heart. He's an absolute legend, and earlier they forced him. He swallowed his pride and stayed quiet as his Valkyrie's horns got ripped apart right in front of him. Chopped off the MC, stared at his brother, each hand gripping one single sword, the kind of wild that made your skin crawl. Wild nature roared around him, one sword in each hand, and Ars couldn't help thinking just how wild the next move was. Fear once crawled through him, but now that strength surged back into his bones. Strength and dependable comrades who never let him down. Everything changed. He wasn't the same as before. Bites said they'd finally win their freedom if they played it right. They finally hit empty, so he fell back, and even his own mouth became the question. "So this one too, huh?" Then he snapped his head back and saw his own mouth. Bites staggered from the wound, and fresh rage erupted. He leaped down to the ground. He slammed the dirt and cursed it like the earth itself betrayed him. He bolted straight at the soldiers and demanded answers. How dare they? MC fumed, thinking this was dead wrong, and marched straight to Vargas to tell him that he had to cover him because even his brother loses his temper way too fast, and it's about to get ugly. Even with the sword's powerful announcement and reinforce their bodies, their armor still. The armor could still spell trouble, but right after that, R watched Bites lash out and swing straight into the soldiers, smashing one cleanly in their armor. The MC's mind raced. Did he actually pull it off and break through it, penetrate the armor? But he didn't fully clock it yet because the only people he could reach, he could have compared himself to the village kids. But even with his magic drained, he was still strong enough to defeat the knight. Ars stared at his brother, pride blazing in his eyes, sure that he never could have imagined their power would be this strong. A ruthless edge that turns the battlefield upside down. Then his brother's twin swords slashed clean through the soldiers, shattering their lines into chaos. And Vargas came storming right after them, so it looked like they'd be totally fine even without him. Then the MC stared at Raymond, convinced his brother had just pulled the perfect distraction the night before. He pushed away from them, leaving barely any free hands, and forced himself to finish that fight right then. Right? Raymond leaned in and asked us if we were shocked. Was that sword packed with magic too? The MC nodded, saying yes, and then he pushed on about how it physically enhances. That enhancement was downright weird. Raymond couldn't hold back and asked R how he pulled it off, but R shut him down fast. Not your business. Should he even care now? The knight stayed dead silent, no sign of motion anywhere. Raymond said it wasn't that simple. It was just when he thought he was safe, it all hit like a trap, like someone was trying to bait him out and drag him in alive. And now it felt like that plan had been a total mistake. MC thought the noise was harmless, but Raymond's manager's magical power was way beyond what he could even imagine. He blew past the knight's expectations. No showy commander act, no hiding behind his guard's strength, and his sword was downright terrifying. Dangerous, his power crushed even a strong tusk. And just after that, Raymond swallowed hard and admitted with a heavy heart that he was going to have to say goodbye to him here. Meanwhile, Hours kept gulping air, and he braced himself right before he lunged to attack Raymond. MC thought one savage, perfectly timed fatal strike was all it would take. Just one, no hesitation. Ready to slam the sword down and crush Raymond to the ground. Then Ars swung his sword like a hammer and tried to attack Raymond. Then his sword slammed into something rock hard. MC's stomach dropped like it shattered. But was it ice? At that exact moment, spotted Raymond's sword glazed in ice. Raymond smirked and told him to back off and watch him show what that power can do. He stared at the ice essence blade's power and wondered had his sword been sealed in ice. And that was why it had swollen so much bigger. Even as a kid with the strength to fight him, he still didn't have the upper hand. Once the blade touched that point, it would start regenerating, so the position started to crumble piece by piece until Raymond slammed in, and those blows came crashing down hard, sent MC crashing to the ground, and in that moment he swore it had to be magic playing tricks on him. Even with that magical boost, he still dropped him with terrifying ease. So tell me what kind of superhumans are out there, and how are they so unbelievable? World. Once our landing hit the ground, Raymond sprinted straight ahead. Straight for him, MC clocked it and thought, I can't even keep up on my feet. He couldn't dodge the strike of his sword, and no matter how he sprinted, that lightning-fast swing wouldn't. Swift Valkyrie, our guy thrusts his hand forward and uses it. He fired scattershot and nailed Valkyrie right in the leg. His legs drove the strike forward, and the blast slammed the beast down hard, sending it crashing to the ground. MC slammed into the ground, convinced this was the end, like the dirt had swallowed their fate. Now it's even again, and he knows it at least for now, although he totally had the upper hand in pure physical power. If he let this moment slip, they'd swarm in and corner him. Then R came flying in from behind and swung straight at Raymond. He figured this was the moment everything gets decided for real. But right then the manager was completely cut off and blocked in his tracks. Blocked by a wall of soldiers, MC screamed at the next person right through the chaos. He barked at them to clear out, make space, stay out of his way. Moments like this don't show up twice in a lifetime. They hit once and you either take it or you miss it forever. Time snapped and R suddenly found himself boxed in by soldiers on every side. He thought they were moving in together, then got slammed with the pressure to keep up and maintain a sharp, constantly shifting view. Vision alone won't cut it if he wants to pierce metal armor. He's got to sink more magic into it, diving straight into physical enhancement just like everyone predicted. Those knights were monsters strong, but now he could finally handle it by spreading it out. Straining as he poured out his magical power after a while, and MC took on every single knight, and it crushed him completely. There was nothing left of him. Literally wiped out and bone-tired, he planted himself in the middle, trying to push through. To catch his breath, a crushing weight pinned his head and body, but he couldn't falter yet, not while his Jiggy was still on the line. Raymond's voice hit him right then, praising his conviction and telling him straight up that he'd fought like a beast against the knights bore down on him, but the fight finally drained every last ounce of strength. Then he got locked in battle with ours, then taunted us to just surrender already like this fight was hopeless. MC just smirked and shook his head, saying the only one here who should surrender was him. Then boom, at that exact second, a thunderous rumble rolled across the whole field and everyone felt it. He blurted, "What is that?" And the ground started pounding like it was alive. Then the MC grinned and happily said they'd fallen right into his trap just as the plan snapped shut. Kale leaned in and demanded, "So you get it all from here on out, right? From now on, they need to stay straight and follow the river's pull without veering off. They have to move right now." That was a brilliant play, and ours is sure they've got it figured out until they realize a surprise attack alone might not be enough. Might not be enough, but it was the toughest card he could play without splitting their forces. Forces was this. After that, Raymond snapped that he wasn't kidding. Those service beasts are tearing in from the flank. MC roared at his pet, telling it, do it. Then the service beast turned on them and started tearing into the battlefield. With earth magic coursing through him, a man from the crowd shouted, demanding he be allowed to strike the soldiers. How on earth is that even possible? These service beasts whip out magic like it's no big deal. They cast the exact same spells as the folks from Barca. Raymond went wide-eyed, then barked that his army was the strangest, most ridiculous spectacle he'd ever laid eyes on. Ars was sure he'd crush this battle for good. Then Raymond spun around and turned it all on him. The second MC lunged at him, boom. Everything changed. Right there, Ars thought he'd have to do it the hard way, because to pull this off, he believed he had one last mission left. MC told him to do it. He told him, that's checkmate, then demanded he say goodbye right here, right before Raymond crashed to the ground, and Ars figured this wasn't some easy, unconditioned thing. A conditional victory had just been secured in front of everyone. Then he yanked his sword up and roared that, Raymond the man. The Fontana family's manager met his end, and it happened fast just like that. With his hand driving them back, the Fontana warriors are forced to retreat. Barca's free at last, so they better throw their hands up and celebrate. After that, the whole crowd erupted in joy, celebrating their victory like it was the greatest win of their lives. The MC stared at it, then tried to suck in a breath before his nerves got the better of him, as he collapsed from exhaustion. Then, Alkari strode up to him, and Ars just leaned against him, and he insisted he was okay. Then he flashed a grateful smile like he couldn't thank them enough. Gratitude hit him hard because in his mind, this was exactly how Barca carved out her victory. Victory then, the camp up north by the river was theirs, and Cale couldn't stop thinking about what came next. Remembering it alone sent shivers crawling down his spine, and then he admitted, it was terrifying, and he couldn't even name what scared him most. Even while he rode a Valkyrie with those, MC felt his body obey, and he swore the real boss of the service beast was his very first partner. Valkyrie then, his heart kicked up like it knew something was coming. So he handed the trust to her because in Barca Village, nobody except him and his brother knew how to ride a Valkyrie. And when Ars finally told him the truth, he had busted his ass, and this was the best moment of his life. Cale shot back with a warm, we did amazing too, because this wasn't the end of what the Fontana families were being forced to go through. Forces he'd fought for sure, but what came next for him? The MC leaned in and said, I still think that military gap between us is huge. Then they moved in and grabbed the weapon. The peasant soldiers of Fontana ditched their weapons in the dust and sprinted for their lives after the defeat, until word spread like wildfire about their triumph. Triumph swept through Barcalinda's villagers, and about 200 of them rushed in to join the cause, slightly boosting their odds because, most importantly, they'd already piled up a serious haul of war spoils. And right then, Vargas burst after the room. He hurried to Ars and MC, shot him a question. Did they finally get them to talk? Vargas nodded and confirmed they did. He explained the men were commoners who'd fought shoulder to shoulder in past battles. Ars even believed he'd already captured 6 knights, and now they're being treated like gold, especially because they're proving to be perfect prisoners of war. The intel they spilled could decide everything. Still, all of them were seriously wounded, so they're getting help, but chained up just in case. MC thought about it in peacetime. The Fountain's regular troops only numbered 1,000, and their top strength barely reached 7,000 or 8,000. So if a feudal lord can't crush a rebellion in one tiny village inside his own territory, then blasted his reputation, and that meant the other nobles wouldn't lift a finger to help him while he shoved the problem aside, and now it looked like they were headed for a long, nasty standoff. MC even said that if they weren't hunting a fight, I still needed to prove our strength, and Ars thought he meant a power so brutal it rattles the enemy's resolve to the core until they're left staring at the only option, negotiations. He clenched his fist and swore that for this, they'd raise a real castle right here because to him, it wasn't just a bragging banner of power, it was the backbone of defense in this world. Walled fortresses were everywhere. The world here barely has any guns or cannons. Real firepower is basically extinct, and everyone knows it's because magic runs the show, not science. And just as they're laying the first stones for the walls, ours stops and goes, "Sis." Since there's a river nearby, they could ring their fort with a moat. Ours said they also had to carve out a road to haul supplies from Barca and Linda, built tough enough to take the heavy weight of loaded carts, with routes leading to Barca and Linda and a road stretching toward the northern river, and they'd already started building it. He raced to the watchtower, dropped a Valkyrie inside to keep an eagle eye on everything, and then bolted together a barracks too, so now he's convinced defensive walls in the village of Linda's waiting, but first they've got to split the men into teams by what kind of magic they can pull off. And yeah, they're stepping into a mountain of work. Some folks swear they can't build walls or roads, but Grant couldn't hold it in. He was shaken all over because he never in a million years thought he'd live to see the day he finally got to help build. A real castle, can you imagine? And he kept shattering the rules even harder than anyone had ever heard about. So ours leaned in and demanded, "What are you talking about?" The outer wall hammered stronger with a moat, the defensive walls standing guard, the Linda watchtower glaring down, and the road that leads straight to Bark Village. Linda's right there. All of it. MC snapped that with zero solid intel on the terrain. They had no choice but to hop from tower to tower, starting right around the castle, and Grant asked. He admitted he'd shown up for a shot at making his dream come true in construction, and the MC fired back that he planned to build a cast, so jaw-dropping, it would blow everyone's mind. A castle that could stun even aristocrats' brick walls, and a tower rising a full 30 meters high. And then it hit Bites told MC that more people were already begging to join their crew. MC blinked, shocked, because the workforce kept swelling, since the road from the villages to the camp now took just one day. He added that a guy from Barca had come asking for a message, and ours. He shot back, "Who is it from?" And Bites answered, "Pastor Paul, he wants to see you." The MC froze, terrified, convinced he'd rather not show up to that meeting. Somehow, it snapped the tension out of him later on, in the village of Barca. Paul leaned in and told us we haven't seen each other in ages. And before we could even react, he hit us with what he'd been doing, like, what in the world has he been up to? And now it's like he's right here proving he never really disappeared. MC feigned ignorance and shot back. "What else?" Paul's face tightened. "Just wait." And he warned he was about to lose his temper after that. After that, our guy panicked and blurted, "Wait, he must mean the naming, right?" Paul shot back, "Yeah, he is." He'd branded family names onto all those people handing them magic without the church's permission. And now that he'd come this far, he had to dig into these spells and figure out what their powers could do. So they granted it, and he snapped to a conclusion. This world runs on magic, and every single person carries it, even if just a little. People who could use it to plow fields like him, or who could build bodies as strong as his brother and Vargas, were real rarities. These folks could wield real magical power, basically tossing around witchcraft at will, and they called them sorcerers. Sorcerers, some of the ones who trained for years, learned to light up their power with just one word, and soon that miracle started spreading into something even bigger. And suddenly it became magic, the kind people couldn't ignore. Anyone who mastered it was called a sorcerer, and society treated them with serious respect. Paul then said that the ones who could perform the naming ceremony, those mentors, regular people who could finally sling spells, were called sorcerer mentors. And they swore this power was handed to them straight from God himself, like the whole wild history of the Church of the Holy Light he belongs to, right down to the naming. They also carried the Holy Light's teachings everywhere, making sure life magic was used for nothing but peaceful ends. But the mage mentors each chased their own goal, because naming isn't just a title, it's a bond like parent and child. And once that ritual clicks in place, a ranked magical bond locks together. Kid gets the parent's magic and the parent gets connected back, so the story spirals both ways. Then that power lets the receiver snatch a piece of the strength they share. And MC froze. Was that why his magic had been climbing lately? Paul dropped the truth. He basically used a secret sacred art from the Holy Church without permission. Only priests of high rank or above were allowed to touch it, and our guy thought that was insane to ignore, because if a fight broke out, he wouldn't just tangle with the local nobles. He'd also be clashing with the Holy Church itself, the kind of trouble that shows up all the time. Right there, no way to hide. Paul insisted he was sharp enough to get how the church saw it. MC felt his world collapse, like his life was done, and he shot to his feet and yelled, snapped at him to wait a minute, but nobles of royal blood used names when they took someone into a night service, didn't they? So he couldn't be the only one using that sacred right, could he? Archie started to wonder if that alone was the push he needed to do the very same thing. Paul stayed calm and said that giving names from nobles was handled with the church's help. Yet MC couldn't shake the feeling that it still didn't feel like enough. Paul snapped that the church's priests are just middlemen, and that the real magical power is born from noble bloodlines, so if it's ever misused, this kind of power is straight up dangerous. So our boy asked him, if the nobles know they can jack up their strength by recruiting knights, then why don't they just snap up anyone they want? The church only greenlights this ritual if the nobility chips in with matching donations, so nobody starts trouble and the power stays locked in balance. MC snapped, when you say donations, do you mean they're paying? Paul shook his head and said, no divine grace is enough. But ours couldn't shake the feeling it was just wordplay, because in the end, it all came down to gold. Paul said, straight up, that both sides followed the rules. Then the MC froze, wondering if that meant he wasn't the only one. He was stealing the church's secret art without permission, and still he kept sabotaging their business too. But once that connection, it's passed down from parent to child, and then boom, he ends up trapped in the same mess the parent was in. So ours asked, does that mean parts of his powers get rerouted right to him? Paul fired back with a confident yes, and then after he called him by his family, his powers started surging, and he swore it was because his own power was so pure only. The MC didn't get the full story, and he still couldn't shake the feeling that Valkyrie, just from the name alone, had more to it than he let on. He named it once, and every Valkyrie born after him unlocked magic too. So yeah, this was the game's absolute most important power. It was totally possible he also had a parent-like bond with the others. Like this, meaning the magical power of all the Valkyries gets passed from him straight to Pastor Paul. Ours blinked, stunned, said it was just like that old idea, one mouse breeds more privileges, stay locked up for whoever's on top. Paul pressed him, mice, and he just stared, clearly lost. With his magical power skyrocketing, his rank shot up to bishop. Now he's in charge of the church and even the surrounding areas too. At the church and all the nearby areas, Paul rubbed it in. Those bishops were getting massively outnumbered by regular priests and clerics, and he called it a total win. Then MC leaned back and demanded, so who decided all this? Paul snapped back that no one ever did then. One day he uncovered the truth. He unlocked brand new magic, finally figured out how to wield it, and that's when his rank shot up. Now he could. RC cast the restoration spells and couldn't help but worry, would their people lose the road building skills if they kept fixing things this way? And even wall building. If their power wasn't strong enough, they couldn't so much as start these spells until their magical power finally hit the exact level they needed, and boom, they felt a direct link click into place with them. Like this, is it that same kind of feeling? To divine grace, Paul snapped that it was time to cut to the heart of the matter, and the MC froze in pure shock. As the rise kept climbing, Paul leaned in and demanded, why won't you hand me your future? Ours just huffed like, yeah, fine, summarize what's going on right now. Paul laid it all out, how he'd hurt people, murdered a tax collector, and sparked a peasant revolt. Peasants then hell broke loose. A neighboring village got hit. The Fontana family's troops clashed in open combat. Their chief ruler was murdered, and 6 Fontana knights were dragged into captivity in MC-occupied territory. Ars insisted that, yeah, he'd made it sound like he was the villain, but this mess was never really his doing. Paul snapped that someone had stolen the church's secret naming magic and ruined it, and that mess came back as a flood of offensive spells running wild. MC thought he had to stop it. Stop smacking him like that. There were plenty of reasons to go after Fontana, but for the naming ritual, there was zero excuse. Arce told him the church might be the answer, but Paul snapped that if anyone caught him casting aggressive magic, they'd kick him out on the spot, no delay. MC realized the church could trace every link, so he figured he'd never even be allowed to leave the house. So he demanded Paul explain. And Paul said he had to report it because it all came down to accounting for what he did. So the real nightmare on his hands was the church showdown, because he was the very reason the villagers of Barca had their family names in the first place. Paul thought it was a no-brainer, but he suddenly went on guard. Paul said it was. He basically put everyone's fate into his own hands, and that's all they needed to hear to finally feel safe. The MC grinned, practically bursting with energy, and admitted he fully understood why he chose to protect him. Paul snapped, "Come on, didn't I already tell you I've got a rock-solid reason for this?" His magical rank had skyrocketed from sheer power, and without it, sure, forget that. But the real problem was worse. He was the subordinate who hijacked the naming ritual to steal crippling power. And that's why he'd rather keep his mouth shut. Ars figured that silence could spark a massive scandal. "Didn't he?" Paul said. MC shot back, totally agreeing that keeping things cordial with him made perfect sense, because there's no bond stronger than a partnership forged on shared interests, and then admitted with a breath that everything was just so complicated. Paul said, "Look, sometimes those reports to the higher-ups get a little messed up, right? Ars thought this church or that whole organization and the man himself sent Paul into pure panic. But Paul snapped back they weren't folding without a fight, because he'd already been poking the bear way too hard. So yeah, they had to squeeze through this moment and add his part the only way they could by pulling off his donation, MC Thor. Then here we go again, people yapping about money. When a noble wants naming ceremonies, they're expected to drop a charitable offering to the church first. So even with Bishop Paul saying he approved the rituals, Ars stared at it, feeling something was off. No real proof meant this whole move would look shady fast, so he figured there was no choice left. Then Paul shot up from his chair and declared he'd do it, but how much was needed, he'd pay. Paul said that this amount was just right, and MC nearly choked on it because to him, it was an outrageous price. He shot Paul a question. Did he mean the only way to pay that fine was to dump every last coin at once? Paul cut him off and ended the call. Asked, "Isn't that wild?" In the end, it's not like it's money he can't handle, right? Normally, he wouldn't have to drop that much all at once. But with everything going on right now, Ars slumped, thinking it all felt way too fair, like he'd already clocked exactly where his savings stood and started doing the math in his head. But burning his whole fortune just to buy peace with the church was a waste, and the MC snapped that he'd never hand his future, or the fate of everyone who'd trusted him, over to anyone. If the Fontana family's mess hadn't been settled, Paul would have said it himself. Yeah, it was true, but the aftermath still came with nasty complications. So you had to see the whole situation through the Fontanas' eyes. So what started all this mess? Ars came back asking if we could beat them next time, or at least something really close to that. Paul shrugged and told everyone, "I'm either a genius or an idiot," but he totally blew past the real conflict that was unfolded. Right MC snapped that Madlock once warned him about the exact same thing. Then Paul pressed, "So the magic bar, Barks forced his way in because real magic users are rare as gold, and the farmers who can even pull off a spell are even fewer, like they're almost passing it on to others is straight up not a thing. So the Fontana family is already jumping to the worst conclusion. One of the nobles is slipping magic into the villagers and poking a rebellion on purpose. That's why he's heading out to negotiate, ready to tell them there's no outside noble behind this. Only panic because they're terrified they'll lose their lands. He'll also make it clear he awakened his magic and taught it to the rest through him. When Ars asks if it's risky for him to stick by Paul, Paul just smiles and says his story will land perfectly because he's the one who named him. Then, with his rank boosted, Paul is suddenly put in charge of the churches and fountains domain, including Barca village itself, giving them a real edge in the talks. And yeah, that could help them hold their ground. So yeah, they'd have to lay the groundwork first. And without his generous donation, this would have gotten brutal fast. MC stared at it like, "Wait, does it look like I'm supposed to do all the prep myself?" Then he snapped, "What the hell is this supposed to be?" And that's when he started to entrust Barca's. He seized his future like a weapon, and after a bit, Paul went to bargain, asking whether Paul had finally become their new bishop. He nodded right away, saying that while he'd once been the priest, running the chapel in the Barca village, he'd basically spent his whole life as the priest in charge. So when Carlos said, "I didn't expect," "So did you mean I'm supposed to get taken under the bishop's wing of the Holy Church?" If that's true, does that mean Ars can even start influencing things somehow? Even such an important department. After that, at a room packed with soldiers, Paul stepped up as the MC and took the mic, and said the Fountains administration had already signed off on their answer. Yeah, they both agreed to jump into the negotiations, and the MC stared at him like, Wait, what already? Because the guy hadn't even blinked once, Paul said this was only natural because both sides had everything to gain from ending this fight. So he should head to the planned spot. Ours assumed they'd already agreed to a low-key, informal chat first, just to figure out where the next meeting would be held. And one of the roadside towers they'd set up was picked for this very church. The MC sprinted up the tower until he burst through the door into the room. The room where Carlos was sitting, then Carlos shot up and bolted out. So wait, that means he's one of us, all right? So this guy from Barca is a kid, straight up, right? Wait, this young man is the one representing them in the negotiations. That's what the MC couldn't stop thinking. Even with all that power behind them, there were only a handful of people hanging around down by the tower. Was he throwing shade at us? Ars stepped up and demanded to know who he was, what he was all about. Then he snapped back that he was Carlos from Fontana. MC's heart dropped because he swore he hadn't imagined Fontana. Tana got led around by a kid so young, it didn't make sense he even claimed he was the head of his family. But Ars was sure Bishop Paul hadn't mentioned a single thing about it. Not recognizing the head of a noble family by sight was bad enough. And right after that, Carlos finally spoke. So Bishop Paul already had the outline of them. Carlos snapped that it was time to drop their pettiness and finally lower their swords. But saying yes isn't that simple, because it all comes down to what's happening in that moment. Carlos stared him down and said, "You don't even have to kneel, no." The nobleman finally stepped in to hammer out terms, and he was the key player holding the entire story together. MC leaned in and demanded, "So what's the deal? What are your terms?" Carlos Han. She shoved the documents into his hands and told him to read them right now. The paper ordered them to stop fighting, then to break up. First, they had to handle the fighting groups, then march back with the prisoners of war. Next, haul back the ice spirit sword. After that, tend and restore the lands of Bark. And finally, that all-important guardianship was on his shoulders. He said, "Drop your swords, and I'll hand you my word. Spark's lands go to me." Then Ours stared them down and realized those words weren't a promise at all. They were the entry price for joining the Fontana family. And tonight, his status was set to skyrocket too. That deal was pure gold for him. But then MC leaned in and demanded to know if there was any guarantee that he was telling the truth. The truth, Carlos shot back, that they'd hammer out the details later. But once it was official, he wouldn't back out, because if he pulled that kind of outrage, his people, or they'd cut him off for good. Then Ours came for answers, and he'd gone and killed the head of the Fontana family. So tell me, does he remember? Remember that? It's wild, right? How would he just give in to him like that? Carlos shot back, saying this was exactly what he wanted to thank him. He was a solid man to take on Raymond. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly how it felt when a kid had to grind day and night just to keep everyone together. When he was just 3, his father died, and before anyone could catch their breath, he was already the head of the Fontana family. The old winter warlords ruled with iron power over the nearby noble lands, and it finally paid off, because the nobles around him stormed in and attacked, then killed him. When his successors fell, only he survived. Then the young heir passed the torch to Raymond, the brutal leader of House Barbros, one of Knightley's elite families. Carlos pointed at House Fontana and said, to his credit, he loved this place as he grew up. But then Raymond buried the Knightley family, the Grahams, and the Knightleys stepped in, taking over as vizier where the story had started before it all. Alternated between the members of the Knightley family, then he boasted that since he'd finally come of age, he still rules this whole territory, and they're nothing but his puppets, MC, thought that after he went. As Raymond stepped up to hand over the Valkyrie, he was the one in control, and the moment he did, that Fontana family crest from the suit came roaring back to him. Certificates got used without permission too, and ours weren't any different, so yeah. Asking for approval and still letting him take the land was already Raymond's big, ugly failure, Carlos. Phyllis snapped back that he was right, because even one tiny goal could be the shove that shatters his strength. He never expected them to want him dead after he kicked off that suppression campaign. But the truth was brutal. He'd already seized control of the Fontana family, and it wasn't that easy. He still had to think about how hard it was for him to rally the forces in the Fontana territory after Raymond died. The MC couldn't stop wondering if that's why the Fontana family had hesitated after the battle. Then Carlos stepped in, responded with a clear yes, and said, Raymond's relatives and subordinates praised his chivalry, Sure, but even if they're playing nice right now, a backlash will hit soon. Then he jabbed a finger at us and declared that I'd be his most important weapon in his grip. He might keep his whole house standing, but his supplies were running thin, so he planned to pull in a whole new hitter, Barca, to drive the enemy back. Sure, he knew Barca was stronger, yet he still had to respect him and treat him like a true equal, which didn't fit a peasant anymore. MC couldn't stop wondering if Carlos was really talking about what he wanted to guard. Carlos swore he'd never work if MC just told him the truth about power versus position, so he'd spell out the price he wanted. Arsh's mind snapped to the lives of the common villagers and the wealth they'd clawed together, Carlos said. All his freedom was locked in, guaranteed by the head of the Fontana family himself. In return, he'd grab his sword and fight. MC thought he could finally breathe easy. Sure, his situation looked fragile, but at least he believed he wasn't responsible for what happened to the head. He'd figured out that quitting this business would wreck his bond with Paul, so he went all in. Instead, he couldn't stand the church staring at him one more second, so he made his move. R said he had only one choice, one more demand. He wanted him to tack it on, and that secret meetup between the MC and Carlos kept dragging on until late in. At night, Paul leaned in and said the treaty to end the war would finally be sealed no more if the two sides stopped fighting over disagreements. Ars and Carlos both shot back, yes, at the exact same time. Paul said they were heading over to MC now, and Ours nodded right away, asking Paul back, "You mean if he now promises to serve Carlos de Fontana and back him to the hilt?" The MC nodded and confirmed it. Yeah, he'd done it. Then Paul leaned in and snapped, "All right, but what about Carlos?" Carlos nodded yes, and Paul swung around to us and demanded if he was ready to team up and fight. Shoulder to shoulder, they fought like a wall so his people could stay safe, and the MC nodded back, dead serious, saying, "Yeah, I do." Paul looked everyone in the eye and said it was time to swear the oath. After he spoke, we dropped to our knees in front of Carlos. Then he leaned in and told the MC, "I'm knighting you, and I'm giving you a new name." With that, he declared, "From this moment on, you're Ars von Barker." Now he'd fix his eyes on what's coming next. Future victories waiting for him like a knight's shining destiny. Night fell, and Ars couldn't stop himself from believing Carlos's claim that giving him that name made him the strongest magical being in this whole territory right up until. This'll be a huge help in pushing back Raymond's people. MC knew the real advantage was right there. The magic pass finally swung into his hands, and the power slammed him straight into the grasp of the forces, while Ours unleashed ice spears. Skill, he figured this was it now. He could finally tap into the Fontana family's ice magic, the kind of power that came with an extraterrestrial system that mocked him no matter how hard he tried. Then, at last, the public formalities kicked in, brought him roaring back to life. Grant stared at the MC, asking if he'd finally become. Grant wanted the territory under his control, then acted like he never planned to do a single thing from here on out. And when the MC shot him a questioning look, it all felt way too suspicious. Grant bragged that he was so deadly even with Barca and Linda's villages that he swept in here too and took control. He also mentioned the northern castle, and the MC blurted, "Well, sort of." In his head, he figured Carlos's condition was meant to control the Barca village. He refused to let Vargas slip away, and he swore Kawakita Castle would not be touched, while Arce kept insisting there were more things he had to do than there was time to do what he wanted. Then Carlos Barra broke under his relentless insistence, and Gran burst out giddy, saying she'd heard only a handful could be knighted and become, territory owner, and he stared like he'd just lost his mind, because why had he agreed to this? He needed the money. MC shot a quick apology to his grandmother in his head, then said he didn't have time to talk about it. Now it was all about the Fontana family's demands. He'd have to cough up taxes, and if they called him to war, he'd have to raise an army and sprint to join them. Even when they drafted him, he still didn't have the money to feed the troops right now, give them the power to rule themselves, let them tax and hold trials in their own territory, but they still had to answer to, if you couldn't prove your loyalty, you'd lose the lands you just conquered, and that fear hammered the whole system into place. Without him, making money wasn't just tough, it was urgent. And he knew they had to build an organization that could govern itself from the inside. Governance right as it hit her mind deep inside the castle, a maid hurried over and asked if Lilina needed anything. But Lelina shook her head and said she was fine. She leaned in and asked, "Can I grab that book next time you think about it?" On the other days, she picked up that Carlos couldn't figure out the practical stuff at all, no matter how hard she tried to explain it. Had to face off against powerful knights tied to the Raymond faction. Action. It looked like Carlos had finally seized control of the entire estate, like he'd already locked it down. From the very start, he was a total genius. And Raymond, the one running the estate and taking care of him, was just as brilliant. She'd already been through it. She even heard he died in a peasant revolt. And Carlos was so incredible, he was ready to. So her plan was clear. Use her one and only blood relative as a political weapon. And now she couldn't shake the question. Was it finally time to decide? We'd just gotten word that the Barca Knights were shaking up their ranks. Kale, the merchant, was the one making moves. He'd run internal affairs. He could read and write, and nobody here could do the accounting like he could. His brother Bites and Vargas ran the divisions, keeping a standing army alive with. It was wildly expensive, so they were forced to train the farmers because his father would lead the guards, and they'd always need people who could keep public order from falling apart. Lately, people are throwing offensive magic around in domestic fights, and those maniacs need to be put under control. MC figured it wouldn't be easy, but he still believed in himself. RC said Madlock and the village chief, Rinda, would sit beside him as judges when the two sides clash, and somehow they never settle it on their own. So judges step in, even here, because you need someone with real authority who'll listen, decide, and end the fight. But the law isn't here yet. Making choices can crush you, so they built a system of laws, and the MC snapped that there'd be a group trial with 3 judges, himself included, meaning they had to. If they needed him, Gran would stay locked in charge of production, and if anyone got stuck, they could reach out to him right away. Gran promised they could count on him, and MC figured he wasn't really the kind of guy who could handle life so he had to have someone by his side, period. Then R stepped forward and said the rest of the people he'd called in, the ones who still hadn't been given a job, needed a favor from him. MC thought he'd finally rounded up everyone who'd helped him plan the roads, the castle, and the rest. Basically, they couldn't read or write, but they weren't dumb at all. He made sure people who mattered to the Barca region got hired and worked full-time. And if they wanted, they could push even harder. So his rule over the territory kicked off for real, and that's how the Barca was born. A whole region then, after a while, Kayla. Hella's face twisted in horror as she blurted that this was pure nightmare. Then the very first move was to shake down money from him. Ours innocently said it wasn't so bad, told him not to complain, and swore he had to pay off a church. Debt crushed him. So the moment he had a chance, he stormed up to Hale for money and called it financing. Then somehow he managed to raise an easy. Bishop Paul wouldn't get as much as he wanted, but Kale still grabbed his fair share. MC even said Kale had carved out some prime land for him, setting it up like a proper win, so let him call this his payment, just like always. He'd show zero mercy. This was his way of giving back through donations and promises. So it's settled. Even if he'd already laid the foundation for the whole org, was it truly running the way it should? After all, he was just a simple. He started out as a peasant, and now he's climbed all the way up to landowner status. So yeah, that must feel crushing for him, right? Our guy said it was kind of like that. And then he leaned into the thought that even with Carlos's connections were everywhere, but his subordinates and other aristocrats probably looked down on him with zero respect. Carlos got tossed into a brutal battlefield and used like a cheap bargaining chip, flying around while the chaos roared. Some folks would tell him to claim his territory if he couldn't handle it. But he couldn't. He just couldn't. He ran the territory with half a pulse, but then he snapped, this place has to grow bigger than ever. First, he ordered barter out and pushed a real monetary system, then boldly declared he'd build a market and said they needed one to make it thrive. Kale, shaking with horror, snapped back. No way, then demanded who in their right mind would haul themselves to some far-off wasteland just to trade, because honestly, he has zero clue how economics works, almost. These days, the nobles are at each other's throats, and moving caravans or traders is a nightmare. Every trip costs a pile of money just to leave, another pile just to enter. And on top of that, nearly every territory slaps them at checkpoints with fees. You'll need the required entry and exit stuff, but then guilds kick in and make everything messy. Every territory, and even every commodity, can have its own guild, and they'll demand a cut, and that's where the merchant, frustrated, snapped that once he reaches territory B, he'll have to pay the guilds again. Then Kale shot back that he can't just ignore them because they'll probably kill him right on the spot. The fear of the guilds was written all over Kale's face. Mars snapped that those crushing fees were blasting commodity prices into the stratosphere, and he warned that while merchants were still on the road, the goods would jump to a staggering 20 times their cost. So he pressed the big question: why not ditch the system and build a free market where everyone could actually pay their bills? In their own territory, people could buy and sell anything they wanted. So they figured they wouldn't need the guild messing around until Kale stopped them and said, yeah, it sounds simple, but it's still a mess, and you'd still have to pay checkpoint fees just to move through other territories. If that was the plan, he could figure it out because MC's gut was right. Kale really did understand trade better than he did. So they went all in and built a city system where merchants could finally band together, and the whole place buzzed with drive. He thought, so that's the plan, and decided to kick it off by setting up a transport route straight from Fountain City, where the MC marked on the map that they'd build a bridge right here, guarded to the teeth, and the construction finally began. Construction. Ours swore that building this road was part of the peace deal, so they were knocking out two birds with one stone, and when inspection time came, Bites asked, he asked if building that road was the price for peace, and honestly, it sounded wildly creepy. Then the MC snapped back with a confident yes, saying that road would be the perfect shortcut for Fontana to march their troops through. On this road, if anyone tried anything shady, they'd get handled fast and clean. Said that no matter how they tried to twist it, something about it screamed wrong. So should they rush to build the road or gear up for defense first? Even though peace had them agreeing fewer soldiers, more stability, Carlos started thinking, maybe we'll need them after all, when they said they'd build the road. Carlos stepped in, then MC grilled Carlos, asking how long it would take to build all those castles. And Ars snapped that it didn't sound like a real solution. MC replied, that's when. But he refused to make things worse with Carlos, because they'd use Carlos's castle as the checkpoint between Fontana and their village. And then they sent the magic-capable folks who owned their own farmland out to work the soil, because the next crops depended on it. If they didn't own land, they threw themselves into building roads, and that grind is exactly how they ended up carving a road into existence. That road let them blast through the journey and reach Fontana, and even Barca, way faster. Talk about lucky. They raced to build roads, speed farming every step, and the MC beamed as he thanked everyone for their hard work, really from the heart. They finished the road done, dusted right after. A guy in the crowd snapped, so what happens if you run out of money? Someone else chimed in right away, backing him up. Agreed with him, and then he snapped, I don't even have a single piece of land to my name. With 3 sons at home, he had to feed them somehow, but he still didn't know where he'd be living next. Ars believed it was his duty as Lord to give the landless a chance to feed him and his family, because if everyone had a home and work, then the crime rate would have dropped, and nobody could ever forget that. This was keeping the peace in check. Ban said the village of Barca mattered. He promised, if you want to live here, you're welcome. And he talked about the 4 kilometers of cleared land. The land tucked behind 4 walls was home for the permanent residents, and it boiled down to 2 kinds of work they could do. Ars shot back that he had work for them too, so they could earn their living. Then he pointed them to the creation of special bricks, because huge boar tusks and Valkyrie horns are rarer than anywhere else in the world. The world means one thing. This place makes a product you can't get anywhere else. And right after that, the cultivation begins. When it comes to growing magic mushrooms, the real key is knowing the one thing you can't skip. You're pouring in your magic power, and if you do it right, the land will reward you with bountiful harvests. But if you don't care for it properly, MC didn't realize those same mushroom stumps would keep paying out for years. And for the first time, he wondered if he even needed that hole. They'd basically locked up mushroom growing for themselves because it was insanely profitable until other people started planting them too. His personal income would take a huge hit, but deep down, the long game meant bigger profits, and one day it all came due. A war could erupt any day, so they have to rush to load up on medicine now enough to keep them from worrying at all when things finally explode. About their survival, because if he pulled off all of this, It would massively boost their chances of making it out alive. They raised a full-on military camp and drilled their strike force nonstop. And that's how Bark's territory became known for nothing but war, at the cost of his hard-earned money. Next up, he had to face the owners of the agricultural land. Ours demanded they stop and analyze their land, then grilled him. What are you even talking about? So MC snapped back. Measure the land first, then you can estimate the Oanja. They weighed out the rough yield they could pull off, then Bites snapped that he'd rather not touch it. If the guy wanted to burn all that effort, fine, let him do it, while Bites went back to training the farmer. Farmers panicked because Ours was sure he couldn't possibly pull this off by himself. With land leveling and soil improvement spells, the harvest would skyrocket, and that meant only one thing: the taxes would jump. If they'd planned it ahead, those farmers would have braced themselves for exactly how much of their harvest was about to get ripped away for. Taxes hit him like a brick. Farmers would bristle at the huge cut he wanted. And then the real question loomed: would just measuring their land be enough to satisfy them? Enough, so how on earth could he get it right? MC snapped a question: should he just measure it based on how much land leveling was done? Ours then thought that land leveling and soil improvement is going to change a plot of around 10 by 20 meters. And the MC basically burst out, yes, before saying that then anyone can pull off the analysis even if they've never studied the ropes like Kyle. He's smart. Nice, now it's time to measure Bark's territory, and Ours starts thinking about. Kyle was sobbing, blaming himself during the fight with Raymond, and MC couldn't shake it. Kyle even said it was his fault when Valkyrie attacked them. So MC remembered his own mom and him telling Kyle over and over that it wasn't his fault, and now he finally gets why Kyle always pushes to help everyone. And then Ours remembered Kyle crying again, begging how he could fix everything MC's. He told Kyle, don't worry. Then he fired off the plan and first figure out the length. Kyle blinked. Length, Ours said. Take the land's flat length, split it into 10 equal parts, that gives you 1 meter. Then he hit them with the next step. They divided it again into 100 parts. They're basically carving out the rules of measurement down to a single centimeter, because once you lock in length, you can build volume and weight too, and even set water's boiling point at a scorching 100 degrees Celsius. But honestly, most people have no idea what any of this really means. Kyle blurted, so what? You need me for something. Then he leaned in and hit him with the real question, and can you teach the rest too? Like, wait, are you talking about me? He nodded like, yeah, I got it. Then he leaned in and asked, you understand me, right? And pushed, now you've got to help him. Kyle hit back with a clear yes, and Ours realized this was exactly how soil analysis kicked off in Bark territory. Ashira thought though they started taking soil measurements by the chosen criteria, he snapped that they didn't even have paper. Thought Ours was talking about hair, and smirked like with parents like that, he'd never lose it. So he shouldn't stress. And MC said, I'm not talking about losing hair, forget hair, I mean paper. Then he leaned in like he already knew how this world worked, because he figured people in this world, they used parchment, sure, but it was clunky as hell. So they decided to run a soil survey of 2 villages, Barca and Linda, and then they hit the snag where they didn't. He had 0 paper to jot the data down because the little sheets had tiny backs, and the prices were nothing short of insane. They wouldn't shell out that much because those forest trees were useless for charcoal and couldn't be used as a base for magic mushrooms. And he should try making paper from them after the next try. Kale shoved the question at him. Was this another failure? He snapped back that making paper was impossible. Ars's hopes sank, and he started thinking that maybe it was just failure after failure wouldn't scare him off. He still had to find out who'd come out on top. So MC snapped into focus and insisted it all needed to boil, then started weighing his options. Drop the temperature or toss something into the water. He had a plan: water that could turn into glue, and on his desk set everything for paper, wild tree bark, mana restoring medicines, and mountain potatoes ground up for the glue. He grinds the bark in a mortar to soften it, then heats it until the water boils off and only paper pulp remains. C says that by burning off this mana restoring potion, they can yank the fiber out with 0 trouble. Other liquids hit too weak and can't shake the fibers apart. So step 1 says third, he's got to R added that he had to mix glue into the extracted fibers and heat it to a boil, using mountain potatoes grown in the forest as the binder. Sure, they're packed with poison and totally unsafe to eat, but once you boil them, they turn thick and sticky and get painfully close to the real stuff. Same weird clunkiness as the glue now. Step 2, pour the mixture onto the wood, then slap on a full coat of the rough fabric. Then spread the solution nice and evenly. Now lay the blank between 2 fabric pieces and slam it flat with something heavy, with the paper sitting right on top of the fabric. Then he stacks the fabric on top, slaps a weight on the whole setup, and just like that, his beautiful paper is finally ready, and after several grueling tries, MC makes it happen. He even said it felt comfy to write on, like it was made just for him, and then he admitted he had to break his habit of writing in hiragana because that's the only way he could truly record the... After MC finished the paper, Kale grabbed him and demanded he sell it. Then ours fired back, asking who dared to claim that paper was impossible to. Kale begged, insisting he'd been wrong because who would have guessed he could make paper that good? The MC just sat there, glaring at him, and when Kale finally asked, "So what are you actually going to sell it?" the tension practically exploded. So will he flip it for cash or keep it for himself? Because this thing is paper thin and it barely takes up space at all. It's barely any space at all yet with that thing. He'll finally track every good he buys and sells, and he's never, ever seen paper like this. It's like this, so light, so smooth, so easy to write on, and he just knew this would pull in a ton of buyers in. The city afterwards, I leaned in and said, if he's praising it like that, he won't let it slide. He'll never... It hurt him to carve out a whole new group just to churn out their specialized products. And later, he couldn't shake the thought of families of the dead being paid only cold money as compensation. That's when he finally ran into those people in the village. He clocked it instantly. None of them even dared to meet another person's eyes. And he couldn't help thinking life felt so brutal that for widows, making paper might be easier than fighting through the fields. So 2 villages kicked off their own paper mills. And MC built a full paper workshop, then their production team. It's packed with nothing but widows, and he swore that this paper was always... It was a cheap deal only on paper, because you still had to chug mana restoring potions, yet people wanted it bad, and the demand kept roaring. In the city, they couldn't stop yet, back in the house. They still fought to keep it under control. She refused to meet his gaze, thanked our side instead, and he braced for what came next because he knew what he was thinking. He was bursting with relief that he could do something, even if it was just a little, for all the families who'd lost the one paycheck holding everything together then. MC looked totally wiped out and blurts out, "What the hell did I do?" He had no time to breathe. Too much was stacked up next. Then ours stared at the Valkyrie and snapped that he had to forge a saddle for it. Right then, Gran showed up and asked could he craft a saddle for the Valkyrie and armor too. MC said he needed a saddle and stirrups first, and he even whipped up a rough sketch for them. Then Grant lit up, practically bouncing, begging to see it, and finally he asked, "But doesn't he already know how to handle the Valkyrie?" Ours shot back a confident yes and said, "He said that, but after the brawl with Raymond, it hit him. How badly it mattered, one hit to the Valkyrie's blow was enough to knock him off. And if he'd had a proper saddle, he might have held on. Just hold on a little longer. If his footing had been sturdier, he'd have smashed it clean off like that." Then MC straight up said he wanted to make it, so they could ride out in armor too, ready to clash on horseback the same way he did Grand, enthusiastic. He snapped and said he finally understood, then made it clear he wanted to build a cavalry of his own. Cavalry unit R's tried to convince them that speed is the one thing that matters most. The real game changer in battle was the cavalry when they hit. They flipped the fight in their favor fast, so he said the Horned Valkyrie. Valkyries don't need riders to be terrifyingly strong, but there are way more of the hornless ones, and that's exactly where he's aiming his attention. So he demands it build something that makes life easier for both the Valkyries and the people. Gran grinned and blurted, "I've got it, I understand everything," telling MC he could count on him, but MC's gut still insisted there was one last catch. A thing that would help them ride Valkyrie's horseshoes, because those Valkyries are going to have to haul people and goods. They're pushing to insane speeds, so those hooves grind down fast. And that's where things start to go bad, which is why they're desperate for horseshoes. Right after that, our guy snatched he grabbed one of the Valkyries by the leg and demanded she let him take a look. Then the MC checked the Valkyrie's leg and gave a straight up, "Yeah, it checks out." He couldn't help noticing that the very first time he started raising them, his ones looked bigger or smaller than the Valkyrie's ones. The ones he hatched started bigger, but now every horned creature has leveled out to the same size, so if he can land the perfect horseshoe size, he'll mass produce them like crazy from here on out. They'd forced the future open with a spell, same deal as bricks, so they cooked up a bunch of sizes at once and started building. We were hunting for Valkyrie-worthy picks, and she pointed at one like, "Maybe this one." But the Valkyries just shook their heads. Then the MC shot the question, "So this one?" And they slammed him with yet another no. Ours muttered at how picky they were, and right after that, they finally managed to find the one. The perfect fit for the Valkyries, so their movements wouldn't get trapped. Then they forged boots and armor, too. After that, MC, barely hanging on, managed to say he still had a ton of work left in the territory, and that showed in his past world. Canned goods and pickles were everywhere, so he could chow down straight from a jar of seasoned fruit. Year-round, thanks to the upgraded soil, their harvest is bursting with life. But if they don't save it, it'll rot to nothing. Still, in this world, almost nobody bothers. Even in Barca Village, the harvest used to get shoved into a warehouse, then rot before anyone could use it. But that's how it was back then, and the MC said, from now on, we'll finally be able to extend. They're stretching the product's shelf life with their brand new warehouse, and Bites is asking, is this really that extraordinary? That ordinary building stuff? It'll rot, right? That's what they thought, then ours snapped back like, no, it won't. And right as that warehouse wall started getting louder in my head, the house is 3 times thicker than normal, bigger, tighter, and way more sealed up. Then the MC yanked the door open and shouted, swore that not even light or wind could slip in here. Then he whipped out the ice spear skill and cut the rest of it off. Several times Bites kept grilling him, asking if he even knew what he was doing while Gran watched, tense and waiting for the answer. He blurted out why he never stopped to rest, but he couldn't even say for sure. Ours just insisted they needed tons of ice, because those walls were built to hold. MC thought the freezer was weirdly dangerous, so to make sure nothing went wrong, they hauled him out, covered the ice in sawdust, and slowed the meltdown. Was ready then? Bite started trembling, blurted that it was freezing in here, and Gran snapped back. All fired up it was. It was so insane that this glacier could keep food safe. And ours beamed right back, I told you I'd get it done. He figured this out before electricity ever showed up. People stuffed wooden boxes with ice to keep things cool. Instead of settling for a regular unit, he decided to build a tiny, home-sized version of that refrigerator himself. If they couldn't conjure ice with magic, they could still sell this small, handy, and built for one job, storing food, so they could keep everything from fresh veggies to juicy meat. The whole village could finally eat better because food was the heartbeat of his magic. And then Gran leaned in and asked why he hadn't built a castle in the village, and the MC just blurted back, stunned. Castle Gran leaned in and said they had Kawakita Castle, but hadn't he barely set foot out of Barca Village lately? So what lore was he even talking about? What good is a lord without a castle? Ars said it was easier for him to work from here. And after with Carlos's nod secured, they could only park a tiny squad in Kawakita Castle. Now it wasn't really a fortress anymore, just a risky shortcut between the villages. Gran told him, then just build a new castle right here. Raising it from the ground up is the perfect way to show everyone exactly how much power you've got. MC felt Gran wasn't just talking to him. He thought it sounded like a warning about his own castle. And he said, yeah, my fight with Raymond has cooled off, but if I start showing off my authority right now, people would swear he was crossing the line. But Graham shot back that it was the opposite. He needed a castle to keep his peaceful reign safe. And every single person who'd fought beside him on the battlefield under Ars clocked what he could do by him, but the others were clueless. Some even treated him like just another kid, and they sure weren't about to hand over their money. Ars paused and said, so basically, he needed a symbol of power to make people hand over their taxes with zero bitterness. And Grant even reminded him this castle wasn't just a building. It was the statement everyone would read. So MC better stop messing around and focus hard on the design and the exact dimensions, because right now it felt like he was just trying to build a castle. No one's rushing to build it because the rest is already done. But as Gran says, Kawakita Castle is Lord Barca's place. Even though he's barely ever there, a castle is the easiest stage to prove all of Barca's best knights live here. And he's terrified that even with free trade, Tabarca's market stays strangely empty. Too few merchants pour in, and fixing the land won't matter if nobody knows when they'll be marched off to war. They've got to start with the moment we're sent to. They had to beef up their military just to survive, and that meant looking past their own ranks. Ours was clear. A normal castle wouldn't cut it. They had to raise a Barca knight domain all around the castle, so he figured it was like claiming land with a build, putting a flag in the stone and saying, "This is mine. No one else gets to live here," and MC goes, "Then we're building a fortress." Fortress City sat locked behind towering walls, and he pictured it like a dream: build the place up, offer housing, and watch people flood in for a bustling hub where merchants from everywhere would flock. And since he's the Lord now, he'd rake in massive rewards from this castle while gaining more hands to guard his lands, the Barca Knight. Barca Knight's territory sprawls from Barca Village and Linda Village all the way to Kauki Castle Land. And that's why the MC calls Barca Village home. The Barca Knight's territory, Linda Village, Fontana Town, the river, and Kauki, straight to the castle if our lands pushed outward. We'd rise with outer walls, inner walls, and that unmistakable sense of it. In the end, he sliced the city into a southern district, a northeastern district, a northwestern district, and a western district, then figured the smart move was to lock in on building the inner. First, they'd build the inner and outer walls, and then the castle would rise right in the middle. Down in the southern district where Gran and Bites live, there'd be a free market running wide open, letting anyone set up a shop with permission. A real free trade zone. Zone, southern district, refrigerator, center, and western district. Ours swore they still had there was still a whole lot of room, so the leftover territories in the south and west got chopped into plots and handed out to anyone ready to step up and take them. MC insisted it'd be instant occupancy. Just get the doors and windows ready, he said, and then they'd move right into that northeast district. Would be a gold mine for lumberjacks and charcoal miners. Magic mushrooms too, plus paper making. He laid it all out and figured out the paper plan. And the magic mushroom makers would team up with them too, because they also needed wood for their craft. Then the Northwest District would finally pasture land for the Valkyries yet. Some stretches were already earmarked for other uses. But one day he decided he wanted to raise a whole soldier's quarters right here. He said he didn't have enough permanent soldiers to fully man an entire district with them. So right now, he and his father threw themselves into peacekeeping, and Bites and Vargas talked nonstop about training. Then Ars casually said he'd also love to build a prison for convicts, and then, maybe, wait, he can build a whole courthouse too. So they're the ones you can actually trust for the small decisions, and the MC just realized it like, I thought he also had to ensure every building inside the walls was built from hardened brick, another brutal hurdle for the enemy. So they zeroed in on developing the southern district. Kale saw it, and his eyes lit up. He couldn't stop praising it because he'd never laid eyes on a city like this before. Bar stood behind him, grinning like he'd just won, and MC shrugged, saying he only kept pushing a little longer. Kale warned, don't try to shrink it, it's way more massive than that fountain. He said the main street slices straight through both the southern and western districts. The arch design is already so wildly impressive, it's almost unreal. It's already amazing, but he doesn't stop there. He goes and adds window glass too, and those tempered bricks gleam so beautifully in the sun. It's a one-of-a-kind design. And Ars said it all came down to the memories of that house and Kale's own memory, because Kale insisted the place would be bought up all over the world. MC pushed back, asking how, and Kale swore it was so their city could shock outsiders. Kale said he wanted to meet someone who wouldn't freak out, then asked, can you help me? Right after that, his legs buckled, he dropped to his knees, terrified out of his mind because this place was way too high up. Ours figured they'd tackle the outer walls next, but this one's unbeatable. No way to climb it. Too tall, too smooth, like a wall built to stop legends. It'll maybe fend off wild boars, but an army would crush right through, and he's already dreaming of tearing everything out and rebuilding it all with tempered brick. But he can't crank out that kind of power with magic. Not like that, it's way too heavy for him, so he throws in the towel and decides to play. They ring the whole perimeter with watchtowers, and for a castle the size of Kawakita, they slap up 4 towering sentry posts right at the corners. It should have been enough, but those outer walls towered so high and wide that he hauled his troops out and ringed the whole perimeter with watchtowers. Mana won't refill here. 2 perimeters sit 200 meters apart, and the greenery is choking it out. Vargas and I are on defense, same deal as Kawakita Castle. We'll hold the line as they use. MC thought he'd only ask Gran for a few tweaks to the defenses, then Gran hit it out of the park like always. And now even Kawakita needs repairs too, because if an attack hits right now, they're the ones holding the line. They gear up by dumping tempered bricks on the enemy, because it's smarter to stockpile first than to get stuck later with empty mana reserves. And trust me, it hits harder than anything. Hurl those bricks, and it'll smash him while also shielding him. Then the attacks came up from below. Just wait until they finally build a real defense with bows and proper gear. But for now, they're stuck throwing bricks. One of ours downed the potion and told him to move on, because the job was bigger than he thought. He'd have to dig a ditch 10 meters deep and make it even wider, since unlike Kawakad, there's literally nowhere to go out here in the water. This whole place needs a proper water channel, but there's nothing they can do about it. And the next problem is even worse. They have to draw bridges. East, west, north, and south stretched out wide enough for horse-drawn carriages, and the woodcutter's skill did the rest. Now they've got incredible bridges. Madlock said that with those new bridges, they can instantly shut down the road into the city. Their defenses would be way stronger. So the MC grinned and said, "Good. We'll rally the men on the bridge and hit the enemy first with ice spears dead on. And when trouble hits, they can slam the bridge up in an emergency. Plus our people bet Barca would turn into a one-of-a-kind hangout for legendary knights." So that's how Barcania was born, a fortress city with a legend built in its walls. After a little while, Kale leaned in and told MC the brutal truth: there wasn't enough glass. They needed more, and ours begged again, crushed by disappointment. Was this really the end already? And deep down, he started to think he could finally rest. Kale snapped that every castle window needed glazing, and merchants would sometimes haul it off with the bricks, so the MC tracked one down and demanded, why in the world wasn't this selling before? Before that, Kale snapped that it all started with his city, like they caught sight of the building and went, yep, we need this. After seeing a product like that, of course anyone would race to buy it. MC thought their city houses had turned into the perfect model. Then he blurted out that he wished it had sold even better than that, all the way from the mom. Kale told him to hurry from the very start, because if he played it smarter, he'd have made way more money. And that glass wasn't just glass. It was for his future husband. You're home now. The demand for glass is about to skyrocket, and it won't slow down. Ours figured Teo wasn't new to this, so when he said they'd need mass production soon, that was probably it. MC said he'd better whip up a spell to make the glass in the exact amounts, right? At the last second, Gran slipped into their room and asked, worn out another spell. Their eyes met his and they snapped, come here. The man claimed he was a creator and snapped that he hated soulless mass production, so the MC cut in with, wait, are you? Yeah, but didn't that get weird fast with those tempered bricks? Gran straight up said bricks and glass weren't the same. Bricks were a material built for mass production. Bricks could build something brand new, something that demanded rare, hard-to-find ingredients. Then he cut in glass wasn't. It wasn't only for windows. This thing could also forge cups, plates, and even accessories. The only thing setting the ceiling was their imagination, because once production shoved the creative spark aside, mass-made glass would never keep its soul, not like ours. They figured that if they dared to craft spells for glass-making, everyone else would back off, because glass only needs sand and lime, and those are ridiculously easy to find. And it'd be a snooze fest if new stuff stopped showing up, right? Then MC leaned in and asked, so maybe I should... He should have been making something fresh out of glass, so Grant practically bounced as he asked if the guy had an idea, and ours shot back. It was a lens, pure glass, and the real question hit MC hard. Could he pull it off? Grant promised, I won't let you down, and that thought lit a spark in MC's head. The idea hit him out of nowhere, and Grant snapped at the chance to take the new job, talking like he'd finally managed to sip tea without feeling that old Russian forever. Hector leaned in and asked, so you'll help us build the castle inside the walls next? And he answered with a bold, yes. He nodded and insisted it could turn into a symbol of sheer power, then shut it down fast and admitted he wasn't going along with it. He had no idea how to do that at all. Hector didn't even bother answering. Then MC caught a voice out on the street saying that so yeah, it was useless. How many times had he said the same thing now? He swore the voices felt familiar. Then he bolted outside and demanded, "What's going on?" Bites leaned in and told him to listen because Vargas and him were about. They start talking about what to do if another attack hits, and he keeps repeating the same thing over and over. Vargas warned that any general would tell him the same thing, that they couldn't defend it like that, because trying would be suicide. He wouldn't stop attacking, and you could spot it even during training. MC listened, then realized, so that's what this is. They kept hammering out strategy, but he snapped for them to breathe and calm down. Then they could talk like civilized people. Ours rushed to apologize to Hector and insisted he should pour the tea himself. Hector waved it off and said it was totally fine. Bites snarled that if they didn't strike first, they'd lose, so he hammered the idea of attack again and again. Vargas denied. He denied it with a smirk, saying they never built a castle that strong just to sit back. They had to unleash every last bit of its defense. And he kept hammering that point so hard that MC figured, yeah, they'd understand. So, yeah, he gets why Bites is so fired up to attack, and after all, they fought side by side against the Fountain's army right up to the battle where lives were at stake. And back then he was practically vibrating with excitement. He couldn't hold it in, so he bolted straight into the battle, ready to scream. He's got the same belief about Bites because they didn't just survive a superior enemy, they crushed him. And it's all thanks to their storm. This move lets them smash through any opponent they face, and he can't ever forget that jaw-dropping win. Bites is powerful, sure, but deep down he's still just a kid, raw and untested. So yeah, he didn't exactly walk away from that with a real win. Back then, their only shot at winning was a surprise strike, and he refuses to gamble on that tactic again. They're right back in it, clashing with an enemy that outnumbers them, and Vargas slams his foot down. Defense now. He wants them to harden the castle, beef up the walls, and focus on fortifications before anything else. And he drilled his men in defense, but in their situation, guarding only makes them an easy target, especially with the Fountain's vassals out to get him. A peasant's son who clawed his way up, and with all of Raymond's people judging him, no matter how tight their defenses are, he's still just an insect in the grand scheme, so don't expect any reinforcements. And honestly, the odds aren't looking great. If Carlos slips for even a second, they'll get rid of him on the spot. No mercy, no second bites. Neither Vargas's options nor the fight itself is a good fit. Ars just said they could be transferred any moment. In that moment, they have to fend for themselves because out on the battlefield, each one needs to adapt or get crushed. They need to roll with whatever chaos hits next, and he's convinced the Barkanites should forge leadership units to take control when it counts. Responsible for strength and intelligence, Bites hesitantly replies. He said this could make them even stronger, but Vargas was already back in his groove. So yeah, the big question hit hard. Could he power it up? The MC shot back, nothing's impossible, and vowed he'd do whatever he could no matter what they thought. He got what the Barkanites needed, but he had no clue how to make it happen. Economics, urban development, all of it. And now the military burden lands harder than ever. Hector leans in and asks MC if you didn't crave a legendary feat and a name etched in history, then ours snapped around and blurted back a scared, no good answer. He had zero intention of fighting for land or resources. That last run-in with the aristocracy was more than enough. Hector leaned in and asked, so you're telling me it's like that, huh? His mind still buzzed with memories of his old life in a world with no wars, and when he smiled, he shut the whole thing down, saying he shouldn't listen to him because he refused to let more wars happen. Wars, he refused to let anyone die. He was all about world peace, and he just wanted to live his life so he could get up and go to work. Hector said he could work in the fields anytime and still grab something delicious to eat. Then he flashed a smile and answered, yes, Ars kept his thoughts locked in neutral, at least for now, in this world. In a world where the aristocrats are already clawing for each other's throats, it won't last long. Then the MC shoots his hand forward and unleashes the ice spear skill. Skill he thought they'd kicked off new training for the soldiers to boost their chances in a fight, starting right with what came next. Valkyrie time straight up. They handed each of them a Valkyrie with no horns, then leaned in and taught them how to ride. Hammering your muscles and riding a horse hits your whole body like a truck, then meditation. Shoves the soldiers back into fighting form, but after that train ride, they're absolutely wiped out. Training kicked in, and one guy groaned that his body ached all over, while the other snapped that he couldn't feel a thing. His leg hours stared at them, like they suddenly thought they'd figured out what was happening. Like, oh, so this is what you meant. Was brutal, and he knew every painful detail like a master. Anyone who'd finished training in horse riding moved on to the next stage. Then the MC pulled out the shot skill, and right after that, his thoughts hit like a punch. They swore it was magic pulling the pen, and still, trying to ride a horse while swinging a weapon at the same time felt nearly impossible. They had to adapt fast, nail their balance, land the first shots clean, and keep that hit rate high. Then practice with the ice spear. Then he leaned on their biggest edge, a whole swarm of Valkyries, and picked the perfect one to use next. Figuring out the right play, he started mastering how to bark exact orders to the wizard soldiers while riding on horseback. Then our side used the ice spear skill. He grinned, hopping onto the lightning-fast Valkyries, and had them strike from a safe distance before his enemies could even blink, and somehow they still managed to. Ars figured that even a battle-hardened boar would crumple under a storm of ice spears as he tried to bring the big brute down. This big boar training, it went way better than anyone expected because his Valkyrie commands the whole herd. Even the weakest riders can still. They had it handled with ease. And right after that, the soldiers bowed and thanked their Valkyries, while the MC grinned and said, "We just clicked that well as a team." They looked like one giant beast. And Ars swore this was the kickoff of the Bark Magical Cavalry right at that moment. Right then, Grant leaned in and told MC, "I'm finally done," and shoved the binoculars into his hands. He lifted the binoculars and told him to look closer. Then I swear Ars pressed. "Is it ready yet?" "Ready yet, man. He must have been up all night. He even grew a beard." Grant said it was fine, so yeah, everything was fine. Meditation hammers the body's recovery while he sleeps. So in theory, it shouldn't change anything if the person wouldn't fall asleep. And the MC figured he'd finally mastered meditation, so he floated on a high feeling till Ars pointed out it looked like the results could have happened even without sleep. Or maybe it only worked because Gran was the one with the chance. He had to scramble up to the very top of the tower because the binoculars, those two curved glass lenses that bend the light, let you spot things way out at a considerable distance. He somehow remembered the basics of how it all worked. So yeah, magic wouldn't let him recreate it at all. And the MC's jaw dropped when he realized he could actually see his mother out there drying laundry back home. Grant grinned and said he never would have handed an unfinished sample because the view was just too amazing to waste. Ars swore he'd finally cracked it and remade the binoculars from his cricket sketch. He's seriously talented, and he's fired up that Grand joined Barca. Kyle told the MC that it had started snowing, and Ars shot back that the chill had been hanging over them all day. Would he want something warm? Kyle nodded, ready to grab it. After that, the MC poured them both a steaming cup of tea, then his thoughts started to raid. Turns out Carlos never thought he'd get to sit in peace and quiet for this long, because this year he still hadn't even showed up. His face because they were always summoned to back him up, but not a single soul ever dared to challenge. Barca's army, because while they marched to crush the rebels, they carved out a killer road as they went, and they picked a strategic spot to camp enemy territory with a killer route right there. Perfect for striking fast. Those huge camp enemies thought they'd built 3 fortresses overnight. Then we tore in, and most of the troops threw down and surrendered. Standard, they watched their armies swell day after day, and their camps stretched bigger with every single passing hour. Carlos treated those exceptions like a challenge every time they were called in. The flow of goods surged even higher. They pushed past the old point and carved out a brand new road. And even though he hated the calls, he still begged Carlos to exempt him. He'd wanted to spare the rebels' hideout from tolls, but MC cut him off and said every road led right through Funtime. If he flashed that toll with a wave after wave of merchants would flood the city mountains of them, dragging business in with them. And with every step, money, Carlos still figured he was trying to convince him. And Ars noticed Fontana had somehow gotten even busier than before. He eyed it with suspicion, because those goods were clearly making it to the park grounds, and with caravans being so rare, something didn't add up. Snow piled up like crazy here, so they crammed the pantry with food and hunkered down inside their houses, because winter was coming hard. MC shivered hard and blurted out that in this brutal cold, he needed a warm bath. Then Kyle chimed in like, hot springs? You mean the ones with the hot water? Springs, he shot him a question. What was that supposed to mean? Ars said, I'm trying to get into the hot water and thaw out. Kyle paused and MC said, yeah, it'll be warmer that way, but that sounds weird. Then he trailed off thinking, I guess there's a con. The whole hygiene thing in this world sounds normal, right? So why does it hit him so hard? Sometimes he's so wiped out that just thinking about going to the bathroom crashes into his brain. Territory management is brutally exhausting then. Right out of nowhere, Valkyrie starts pounding on the window. Ars spun around, shouted its name, and MC yanked on a winter coat grandmaid. He bolted outside and demanded, what happened? Valkyrie dropped into a crouch right at MC's level, and MC shot back. What? What? Climb up there, Valkyrie then hauled MC straight to the water. MC stared, shocked, and blurted, wait, is this a hot? At the hot spring, they'd already crossed that same river right before the firefight kicked off. The Fountain's army took the stage, and the MC couldn't help but feel his heart get wrecked by that action, he claimed. It heard him talking about the springs, then the thing dragged itself right to him. Here then an inn appears in here again, like the world's got secret doors. He'd totally stop right there. And Valkyrie's crew threw up mental praises like, yes, we did it. Mercury slipped his feet in, and the relief hit like a wave. Then he grinned and said that if he pushed all the way in, he'd get instantly frozen, so he stopped at just the warm-up. He spun on his heels and went back. Then Dempsey called Vargas and laid it all out. He told him he was going to strike, while the iron was hot, snag the free land in Linda Village. In the village, Vargas leaned in and demanded to know what he'd been plotting since morning, because yeah, he owned land, but what on earth had he cooked up? Ars figured he could cook up a hot spring, and he told Vargas the truth. There were hot springs in the river right there in Linda's village. They could slap up an inn right there, and people would come flooding in for those hot baths. Vargas thought it through, asked about an inn, then realized he had to run straight to the village chief with his plan. MC promised he could count on him, and he realized the water's temperature kept shifting based on how close it was to the heat source. A village always stayed warm, so Ars pushed forward with his research, then started by installing a cylinder. A cylindrical tower of hardened bricks stood there instead of the hot spring. They fitted a mesh plug to stop boiling water from bursting out, sealing it tight. He shoved the gunk out from under the plug, then went straight to work and carved himself a hole. He planted a horseshoe near Linda Village, then slammed down brick pipes and buried them underground. They need to lock in that heat so hot water rushes into Linda Village, fueling the hot springs so they stay blazing. They were all set, but MC glanced at it and snapped, that's not a pool, it's a trap. Not hot springs. Ars figured the crops could wait, so he went straight to the villagers and told them to take. Fixing those baths was a huge mistake. Now he's probably dreaming up a hotel around that pool, and either way, there's nothing he can do about it. He'll whip it together in a proper Western style, so there's no way he should have handed this job to someone like that, who's never bathed in the springs. The temperature can't be controlled at all, and yet somehow it's perfect. MC was in the bath staring into the steam like, I need to make this even bigger. And then he even built a drainage ditch to haul away the dirty water. Hygiene purposes, so he could even route the drainage all the way to the bark and tap into an outer moat. Then they'd have a real irrigation canal. And Kyle asked, if they need hot water, why not just pull it from the well and warm it up? I can't wrap my head around hauling hot water all the way from the river. What's the point? Ars shook his head and said, there is a point that hot springs chill you out, melt away every bit of fatigue. Kyle snapped back in surprise. Oh, so that's the move, but meditation can fix it. The MC told himself he has to stay cool, calm, and sharp. Kyle would. Picture a weird older brother going to crazy lengths just for a hot bath. He didn't want to stop until he built proper hot springs. And he needed a reason that actually stuck. Not some weak excuse, but that only fed the pride getting even more out of hand. And Ars. He spiraled into negativity, but he had to stay a cool brother for Kyle. So after a while, MC finally crashed into bed. But sleep wouldn't come. His mind kept racing on how to prove to everyone that hot springs are the real deal. And he needed an idea so legendary it would fit the lore. So Kyle would swear it was the perfect way to use hot springs after a while. Ars finally raised the building. Vargas rapped on the window and grilled him. Were the walls stacked with hardened brick, and was there a glass roof too? Then he pressed on, asking what in the world he was planning to build in Linda Village, MC. He beamed and said it was going to be something incredible, then swore that hot springs would rise here using one of his old plans. Last night it finally clicked. He'd been plotting it for ages, but it always slipped away. Until now, Vargas couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like he'd been acting way too strangely. Honestly, our guy stared at the building and said it looked like a giant glass greenhouse. Then he couldn't stop wondering if you could actually grow vegetables even when winter bites. Winter glass stays warm during the day, but the biting cold nights still crush every plant in their path, and dosing the hot spring steam like a weapon, they cleared the whole mess fast. MC even blew steam into the building, and Vargas said it instantly turned warm. Warmars couldn't hold back his excitement as he told Linda he could finally give the villagers a winter miracle, grow fresh vegetables in that greenhouse year-round. Winter food supplies got way better. Linda Village now brags a new hot spring and a glass greenhouse, and the hot springs were built. He built it right beside the inn, and when the MC told Valkyrie, "This way, I won't get bored in winter," ours just stared at Valkyrie. He stared in pure awe because it was seriously mind-blowing, like it could keep an adult going all day without breaking a sweat. It's got magic that hits absurd levels. Its monotank is bigger than any farmer's, and it shrugs off scorching heat and freezing cold with zero trouble. He should add discovering hot springs to it next, and that's when it landed on Valkyrie's list of wins, humming in the heat as it stepped right out. That freezing air hit it, and it didn't even flinch. Its crazy vitality lets it chew through any conditions like nothing can touch it. MC wrapped the Valkyrie in a tight hug, demanded what it could do next, and just then, Kale came storming up to him, and he looked him in the eye and said it plain. He could tell he was just living here, totally stuck in his own head, not thinking about a thing. And in winter, people's freedom gets cut down fast. Ours believe that when you keep pushing past the usual, you don't just stand out, you open the door to endless business opportunities. And this is the perfect moment to cash in. And then he leaned in and said, "Here's the golden rule of business. These are the beets that grew in our greenhouse, and they'll carry us. Crack the reins, ride that sleigh to Fontana, and sell every last thing you've got." Kale and the others were fired up with big ideas, business, money, the whole plan spinning in their heads, while ours swore it tasted even better than the original, and still somehow it was disgusting. And because beets were basically cattle feed, they usually couldn't sell much, but then, somehow, people started snapping them up, and the woman rushed in with an apology, asking them to hand over as many beets as her money would stretch, while the man, the second he heard her, he blurted out that he wanted some too. Kale swore fresh veggies in winter are a blessing, and that what they've got is pure salvation. So MC sat there thinking, in this world, winters hit like a hammer out in the countryside. Whole villages can crumble under hunger, wiped out one starving day at a time. Young kids get tossed onto the streets. Then they pour into the city hunting for work, only for most of them to die there in agony. In winter, food turns into pure gold, so the villager begged him, "At least give me a piece." They apologized and admitted this was all they had. Then Ars waved it off, saying everything was fine. They'd be back tomorrow. Tomorrow hit, and the villagers demanded answers. Is this real or just rumors? And do you still have the beets? The MC grinned and bragged that they churn these things out in massive quantities in Barca. Our stout gets sold only in winter, and every single batch hits the road as if it's riding out in an MC's spotlight, straight, strong, and ready to go. His imagination paid off. His sales smashed every expectation. He made real money, and he actually helped people too. Honestly, he's like Santa Claus on a sleigh. Santa Claus, hauled by reindeer, pulled off the impossible and sold out everything end of this year, right into the start of the next. A brand new one is creeping closer, and R says it plain, the new year is packed with everything they're about to find. New Year, and right here in Fontana, Carlos's castle is glowing with that fresh, legendary energy. MC realized the whole job would only matter if he focused on the one thing that truly counts. Bark's Lord Knights are keeping the New Year tradition alive all night long, right at the start of the year. Every knight has to ride into Fontana and bow to the local lord. Then they line up by the front of his house and take turns greeting him, right down the line, as the new. He had to sit there forever, stuck waiting for his turn, And then boom, the party finally kicked off in the banquet hall, right where we were. The crowd started whispering, "Wait, is that the peasant knight from those rumors?" Then the shock hit like a punch. He's just a kid and he couldn't believe it. Leave Raymond behind and lost to him then. Come winter, he sold fresh vegetables. And somehow those nights turned out to matter way more than anyone could have guessed. Big achievements. But why would the head hand the power to some tiny nobody to rule all these lands? To become a knight, you had to claw your way into legend on the battlefield. Your rank meant nothing at all. But here's the twist. It was more than that. It's not the starving farm kids who get the chance. It's the children of knights who already walk that path who end up becoming knights too. So yeah, everyone in here was way above a simple farmer, living high on the distance, keeping miles between themselves and him. Ours planted themselves right in the middle, and everyone backed up fast, whispering like they were scared to breathe. MC even thought Carlos himself had made him he handed him a knight. Now he just wished someone familiar would show up. Because sure, everybody here was a knight, and then someone swore they'd watched MC pull magic that was totally different from what they grabbed at the fountain house. Then once they were called, they set up camp in a heartbeat, the man demanded. Wait, there has to be some link to Raymond, or else why would he be involved, Ars? Mars couldn't force himself to meet his gaze. It felt way too creepy, so he slumped in boredom and figured he'd just watch them for now. After he studied everything, MC finally decided it was all clear to him, because the more someone throws down in battle, the higher that power climbs. He kept fixating on the quality of their mana, certain that, without even realizing it, they were quietly refining it from the inside. Their mana in battle, while the ones Raymond had taken under his wing, didn't just fall behind, they kept rising. It packed only a measly amount of mana, and the quality was just as disappointing. He'd have to teach the bites some magic training. Right after that, we clocked a stranger, and then the question hit us, who the heck is he? Who the heck is this guy? He'd never seen him on the battlefield. And the mana coming off it was so insanely good. And most importantly, MC stumbled into a sprint toward the mana, convinced it was the knight he'd spotted because that mana was still drawing closer, wrapping around their whole body like a perfectly timed embrace. Then Ars slid up to the girl and called out to her. She answered right away and asked, "So what is it?" He could finally ask. MC stared at her and knew it instantly. Her mana was jammed tight in her head. And yeah, it was completely standard. Was she doing it by instinct? Or was this some secret training? Ars blurts out excitedly, asking for her name and where she lives, and Lilina just looks totally lost, refused to answer, and froze on the spot. Then the MC blurted that he really wanted to ask her, and Belina snapped that he was putting her in a painfully awkward spot. Ars was stuck in an awkward spot, then blurted out no harm meant his excitement was real. His curiosity was genuine. He was the good guy, and the MC's eyes instantly went wide. Lilina hesitated, then finally breathed out, "Yes," and right then Carlos came striding up to him, right as the moment hit. He gushed that he was amazed again, then blurted, "So did you finally decide to get a girlfriend this new year?" The knights hadn't impressed him at all, so he marched right up to him. He closed in on the maid trying to play the hero, and our guy was totally confused when she shot back that it wasn't like that at all. Then he called out to her, not because she was a woman, but because she had his attention. Carlos shot back that Lilina definitely knew how to grab attention. Then he called her over and told her to take MC to a private room so they could talk. Lilina paused like, "I'm right here." Carlos told her she always just read books, and this was their opening. She needed to be sweet to the guest stars. He figures, yeah, of course he wants to talk to her. So why does everything feel so weird and off right now? "So what's the deal between you two? What kind of relationship do you have with Carlos?" he demanded. It sure looked like Carlos cared. Lilina gave him a clear, positive answer. Then they swore blood ties, no doubt, so that was that? Ars shot back, stunned. "Wait, is he her brother?" Lilina shot back that you can't read a thing from his actions. Carlos is the previous lord's son, and his legal wife was right there too, and her mother worked as nothing but a simple maid. The MC figured it out fast. Wait, this means we're half brother and half sister, and they totally look alike. Same hair color, sure, but unlike Carlos, he didn't just give off ambition. He radiated it like a punch to the chest. Lilina stands there in a hush, quiet, modest, and almost unshakable. Yeah, Carlos is handsome, but Lilina, She's on a whole different level of gorgeous, so can she even be compared to? He shot her a question. So to Art, then immediately demanded answers, because why was she at the banquet as a servant? Was that really what she was meant to do? Lena just shrugged it off and said it was normal. Women born. Even aristocrats of old must charm their nightly guests. And the kids pitch in, helping the maids drill them in the right etiquette, step by step. But she just buried herself in books in her room, and before Carlos, she had never lifted a finger while servants were around. She'd had enough, and she promised that this year she'd be the one thrilling the guests at the New Year's banquet. And somehow it's already been 16 years. So she snaps, blushes hard, and tells him to stop bringing it up. Like he's dying to ask something, and then Ours stares at her. He just stared like he was ice calm, sitting there and watching her like a hawk. Then he said he wasn't being quiet at all. He was studying the mana at the banquet, and it wasn't anything like they thought. Then he noticed her mana was hammering straight around her head like someone had taught her the trick. Lelina swore she hadn't learned a thing, and honestly, she hadn't even bothered to care. She could feel her mana settling, and the MC figured it out fast. When you focus mana in one spot, it hits harder and works way more efficiently. He floods his whole body with mana to power himself up, while Vargas piles it only on his skin, churning it into a protective shield, and sharpens his mind by pushing mana into his head to boost memory and snap his thinking into overdrive. So Lelina, without even realizing it, pushes her mana into place, and suddenly her control and quality hit way higher than those knights from the banquet hall. Like the heavens just blessed her. Her talent exploded into view. People think it's because she never stopped devouring books like he did, right back on Earth. And then, after that, R shot to his feet and demanded, "So what kind of books were you reading?" Lelina snapped back that those books were insanely pricey because the stuff inside was packed with tough, layered history, and even cracking open, just one would eat up a huge chunk of your time. MC said the parchment was so pricey that even owning a book was a luxury, and he swore Kale always grumbled that writing letters to aristocrats burned paper and time with nothing to show for it, not even a few. He tossed out grand praises like it was nothing he could read and write, but the second someone shoved those classics at him, without a dictionary, his mind would snap and he'd go completely off the rails. Then Ars leaned in and asked if she could tell him what the book was about, and Lelena shot him a look. "Is it MC?" Macy said, "So you're telling me there are history books here, right?" And he just stared because he still had a ton of holes in that part of his knowledge. Like, why did the royal family fall after the aristocrats? United, Melina blurted, "So the kingdom's falling, that's what you meant, right?" And she wasn't even sure she could make it fully right. His curiosity was pulling at him, but she still had to try through the endless forests of the north, the towering mountains to the east that stabbed into the sky, and the valleys of the west and south, stretching on and on along. Along the way, lakes and swamps spread out in wild, jagged streaks like a map cracked open, cutting across the landscape piece. These quiet lands they call home have never been rocked by outside invasions, and the leader of this peaceful kingdom, the place was ruled by the founding king, the first ruler, and a wizard no one had ever seen before, the very first to tap into the gift by casting his name into the world. He pulled the strongest mages to his side, then stepped into the role of a parent. He turned his kids' magical powers into a weapon, seized control over everyone, and crowned himself the absolute king. But generations later, a tyrant crawled out of the shadows, and the aristocrats promptly turned their backs on him. Rage thundered through King Nero as he crushed the disobedient aristocrats. Then his bloodline and loyal wizards rose into the royal ranks, while he purged every last dissenter with the magic left behind by his predecessor. And that tyranny probably would have dragged on forever until King Nero proved he wasn't the greatest mage. His magic rose and fell with the aristocrats. And after the purge, his power crumbled fast, Ars said, and even knowing the aristocrats would still weaken his own powers, he marched ahead and kept committing murders anyway. Shocking, right? Lelina said only a slice of the aristocrats got purged, but even that slice crushed his kingly rank, and the damage kept spreading like a wildfire. That royal family-only magic was gone for good, so MC snapped, asking if the great power meant only for royals was still possible at all. Ars thought he finally got it, then Lelina warned him that with the right practice, this insane magic could erase an entire city in the blink of an eye. MC feared their non-stop magic had finally turned on them. Then Bishop Paul revealed his mana was surging, and that's why he could cast Healing Map now. Magic if his rank dropped, His mana would drain right along with it, and he'd lose the power he relied on. From this point on, healing magic was off the table, so he could only throw the spells his mana could actually support. So yeah, this shot and ice spear are straight-up offensive magic, and they can be handed down from parents to the kid who's chosen to carry the destiny. That's why the king cooked up a spell with an absurd mana cost one that kept him firmly on top, holding his position as the dominant parent among his children. Great magic is the absolute peak of magic, so rare, it's only granted to the royal family. He could wipe out an entire city with a single snap, so everyone froze, no one dared challenge him. After Nero got knocked down by losing his great magic, Walena said he finally understood the aristocrats' power and scrambled to rebuild those ties. Some would stand with them, but hardly anyone would bow to a tyrant who'd already burned away his great magic, so the nobles snapped and refused to recognize the royal family as rulers, and that left things spiraling until their power finally collapsed. And just like that, the royal family's tyranny died out. Now the aristocrats' endless power wars began. Ours stunned, he gasped. I never thought I'd learn all this. Dennis said another book claimed attack-type magic had been banned for a while, just to stop anyone from building a whole new royal family. MC stared at the page and blurted, "Wait, what's in there?" Then he read what the book said. Nero the idiot. Melina said that if something like that showed up in a scientific historical treatise, she'd be absolutely furious, no question. She was absolutely shocked. She thought fairy tales would be way easier for him to read, since they use less complex language. She didn't have much to work with, but she still had enough. MC stared at her and said, "You really?" Lena actually loved books until a knock hit the door. She answered, and Leon said, "Yeah." He promised he was coming in, closed the distance to her in that lean frame. Melina asked what was wrong, and he admitted Carlos had called him over and that he also wanted to make sure she was okay. Then Melina quickly apologized for not introducing. Then she introduced him Leon, her younger brother, and right after that, she told her. His older brother warned him that the guy ahead of him was Lord Barca. Bar's MC snapped his thoughts to attention. Leon. And Leon said he'd heard rumors about him too, like R's own thoughts were screaming, so that's what this is. Wait, so is Carlos the only son of the Fontana family? Then he turned to Lilina and asked if her younger brother was somehow connected to Carlos. Were they related? Bloodbound, Lilina shook her head and swore that after she was born, her mom tracked down her current father and had Leon with him. So nope, no connection to Carlos at all. And that's got MC convinced something dangerous is brewing in their family, right? Right? From what he'd been told, that checked out until Leon said it. This was the first time he'd ever seen his sister smile like that with a man. Lilina went bright red and blurted that he shouldn't. Don't spew nonsense like that, he snapped. And right after that, her whole face burst red. Lilina was practically shaking with excitement as she blurted, Leon was a total idiot. Ars stared at them and swore they looked way too close. Then Leon blurted that his sister, he was so painfully shy that he worried she'd get him in trouble. But turns out his fears were totally baseless because MC said Lilina explained history. Materials were insanely interesting. Then, Leon stared him down and bowed, asking him to take care of his sister. Ars thought he was only about 13 or 14, just a little older than Bites, but the kid, he started acting way more mature, and that scared everyone. Because he was dangerous, the mana he was pouring out was even better than Lena's. And he locked eyes with him, and the mana all but poured into his stare. Was he sizing him up? Either way, he couldn't wait to talk to him again. Later, Lilina awkwardly summoned the courage and called out to MC, her embarrassment practically glowing. Ars eyed her with suspicion, then asked the question, and he blurted, "What's wrong?" Right then, Lilina found she couldn't come up with anything to say. So she just shook her head and admitted she didn't want to say a word then. MC showed up at Carlos's place, and Carlos shot back, "Good you came," then dropped the bombshell that he'd already decided on his marriage, leaving everyone, even us, utterly stunned as he went on. "I've decided." He finally made up his mind he'd marry, and the wedding ceremony would happen come spring. Once spring finally hits and the snow melts away, everything turns magical and feels absolutely wonderful. MC gasped and confessed that there was absolutely nothing. Carlos said, "Yeah, I already knew I liked Lilina." Ars suddenly realized he wanted to marry Lilina, and Carlos snapped, "You think I'll just betroth you, because what I'm saying is..." Then Leon tells him, and the second he hears it, he happily agrees to take care of their sister. MC froze in thought. What he trusted him with, something this huge. That meant everything after that, Lelina swung back over and confessed, all flustered. I didn't mean to say that, I swear. Now MC swore he finally got it, but wait, was he the only one back then who didn't? Did anyone even tell him? The moment he didn't notice that every single formality had already been handled, ours swooped in and asked him, Carlos, but this year he'll only be 10 years old. MC was sure that once that aristocrat opened his mouth, he'd start lecturing about how he was old enough to get married, and MC knew he'd never truly get what the world of this was like. Lelina was of high blood, and Carlos snapped that his position was hanging by a thread right down to the very blood they shared. If he married her, defending his position would get a whole lot easier. Marriage to him wasn't love, it was pure profit, and now ours finally gets it. This won't be a real romance, it's a marriage of convenience. So Carlos could finally get close to him, and both of them could cash in on the union's perks, but after that, MC told him, tell me what your parents are like. Did Lelina actually go along with it? Carlos shot back that her parents were gone, and honestly nothing anyone else thought could touch him. Had grown up in an aristocratic world and knew every rule of the game. Melina believed there was no way anything could ever change. She'd never had real freedom one day. They'd turn her into a weapon. Carlos told Lelina she'd already been proposed to again and again. So now she had to tread carefully and pick her husband like her life depended on it. Otherwise, she could lose her chance to even lay a finger on those books. The fate of everyone born into an era. That aristocratic family connection is what made Leon trust him. And before the request could even sink in, he'd agreed fast. Mars felt Carlos was snapping at him, but it was obvious he was scared, too scared that Lelina might one day have to leave home. MC couldn't shake the nagging thought that he'd been pushing too hard, too fast. Lena figured our power was soaking up new knowledge like a sponge. Sponge, she told him she was a couple of years older than him, and that was when she finally got to. She couldn't stop herself reading every line to understand the meaning, and it only took a few pages for her to feel bothered by, man, that's a complicated feeling. MC just shrugged and said she was simply a very... Lelina blushed hard and then sputtered out that she needed to stop because he was honestly just too good of a teacher. This was the first time she'd ever talked about a book with someone, and she'd never laughed so hard. Then she and ours headed back and said, all right, so what's he going to say to the others about it? After a while, the fight spiraled right. He snapped into anger mode and demanded to know what wedding he was planning to attend. So she's already engaged before him, and it's to some aristocratic, noble girl too. That guy is insanely lucky. MC basically had to ask if he really wanted to. To become a hero who storms in to save a beautiful princess, Bites lit up and said, yep, that's my male romance. Ars said Lelina's maid would tag along with her, and maybe they'd finally click. Then Bites snapped furious and demanded if Ars had even bothered to listen. From this day on, he swore he'd grind harder than anyone, stack up titles like trophies, and marry a stunning woman because he wasn't going to lose to. To him, they would see. MC felt like they weren't even really racing, but he still flashed him a grin and wished him luck. Then, after that, everyone else was grinning like they'd just won, and Ashira said, up to now, we've been dragged through serious messes, but marrying a noble girl, that's a whole new level. Kyle then brightened and cheered him on. While MC's mom fought back some tears, Hector was still smiling for him, even telling ours he figured Hector never wanted marriage, because for some reason he'd been alone since childhood, and then ours just awkwardly laughed and snapped back. I'm only 10 years old, so yeah, of course he wasn't interested. Sure, Barcelona would gain something from this marriage, but Lelina also felt like the kind of person worth taking seriously. At that exact moment, Bites eyed him like a suspicious cat, and MC shot back, you're kind of irritating. And honestly, that was only the start of it. This marriage was nothing but pure wins. Then Barca's castle started rising right up. The plan that him and Gran had hashed out, yeah, that was about to make everything move even faster, and Bites wasted no time grilling him. Kawakita Castle was built without permission. So are they really going to push back the castle deadline in Barca? Ars swore he was right about that. But this time they're set on building the most lavish castle in Barca, an unbeatable flex to prove they're in total control. If they built some super fancy castle, the boss of the Fontana family would 100 clock it, and that's exactly where the wedding would come in. Right? He nodded, then said the wedding would work because Lelina was the daughter of Fountain House was about to be folded into their family for good, so they had to scramble and set up the absolute best place for her to live. They figured nobody would complain, even if the castle was way too fancy, so they kicked off the official build of Barca Castle, and this grand masterpiece was meant to lock in their power for good. The easiest way was height, simple, right? He didn't even need to because he was just that cool. He could throw up a building so tall it felt unreal, but then it would only be a hassle. Cleaning was the heartbeat of building maintenance because only he and his tight-knit crew would ever set foot here. And he hated the way the place was sized. It just didn't feel right and needed a whole new game plan. Then he kicked back in his chair and went, "Authority, huh?" Like it had to be something unreal, mind-blowing, almost godlike. And he started to remember in that past life, the gods, including Buddha, were always ringed by a radiant eagle. And when that blazing light lit up the whole scene, it didn't just look holy, it made them feel instantly divine. That's it. Right after, Grant stormed up to MC and asked, "Glass, huh?" MC blurted out in excitement, but soon the merchants kept flooding in with orders, all because they'd spotted those window panes and they'd built a one-of-a-kind glass castle no one else could touch, the kind of feat that screams credibility. He paused like he finally got the point, then hit a wall glass. Only makes windows, right? And he couldn't shake the fear that a castle packed with windows would impress absolutely no one. Ours snapped that it was true because this wasn't just any glass they were using, stained glass. And Gran went wild. He lit up and blurted, "What is it?" The MC stared at him and said, "So you haven't made these yet, right?" When they finally rolled into Barca, the crowd surged toward the throne room like they owned the moment. Inside the new castle, he'd be waiting for them right there, ready for whatever comes next. Behind him, a gorgeous stained glass window glowed like gold and secrets. Sunlight spilled through the stained glass like a glowing halo, turning the whole room into something holy. Anyone who saw that kind of light show for the first time would be stuck with that memory forever, and it would make everything that came after feel way more believable. MC tried to sketch the castle from memory, thinking it would finally come out. Then he looked at his drawing and realized it didn't look like a castle at all. Cathedral, his mind blurted it out instantly. Wait, what if we add some blue, he thought, trying to match it to Mana's color. Graham swore he'd sketched exactly how he was told, because to nail that perfect lighting, they had to map the castle's location and the interior design in detail, and Kale's reaction hit like a shock. He said that was a whole different ballgame because the drawings laid it all out in razor-sharp detail, and Grant insisted the more glass they used, the less defensive they'd have to be. Barr said he'd been thinking about keeping defenses on both the outer and inner walls. But what if they also carved out a secret escape passage just in case disaster hit? Grant grinned and said, "Perfect idea. I'll handle everything: living quarters, staff quarters, a meeting room for me and my entourage, and a throne room loomed with stained glass windows." And since winter dragged on with nothing to do, they begged Celian to help forge hardened bricks for the next wave of construction, while Grant took the lead on building it all, even crafting the stained glass himself. But right before he tried to craft a full-size stained glass window, he swore he noticed something. Those stained glass pieces were still it was way too big, so he snapped to it and built a tiny miniature version instead. This version was too low, and that one was too low too. Light flickered. Then the MC kept trying again and again, refusing to quit, and after a while R finally said it was just perfect, like he'd nailed it down. It hit the nail on the head. Right then Kyle burst in and blurted, "It's Sibley." He couldn't believe it, so small, just like the real thing. The MC said he might even be able to put it on the market as a fancy little toy. Like that wouldn't just vanish into kids' hands. It'd be snapped up by aristocrats, treated like a real art piece. Then Kyle leaned in and asked if he'd make an even bigger version next. Mars said he was ready to hand the job to Gran and toss him this model as a sample. Then Kyle shot him a question. So that's how it is. He figured he could just whip up walls of stained glass with magic, and didn't he do exactly that? Then right after MC suddenly clocked something huge, and he suddenly realized he could build a whole building with magic. Turns out the first time, it wasn't some grand structure, just 4 straight walls after. Then he thanked Kyle and leaned in, saying maybe they'd blast through the construction way sooner and he'd take it up with Graham. Then ours bolted too. Kyle glanced at him and couldn't shake the feeling that his brother's always one step away, too careless, yet somehow always worrying about him. After a bit, MC dragged Leon over to show what he'd built. Leon blinked and said he never pictured. Just imagine the Knights of Bark with a castle like that, our bunch lit up and swore it was the real deal. Yeah, actually, they just put it together recently, and Leon was thinking he was finally here before the wedding, and that choice felt perfect. So MC threw open the doors to Bark Castle and welcomed them in, saying, Barka Are. It started out as 2 tiny villages packed with knights, all of them bracing for the moment a princess would move in with them in the days ahead. In the end, they swore they'd raise a castle fit for her, something worthy of her name in the future. After that, Ars leaned in and demanded to know what he'd say in response. Leon said it was so unreal it made his brain spin, and MC just stared like, wait, we're right there the second the construction wrapped up. Leon and Gran couldn't stop celebrating. They looked stunned, like Leon even admitted it felt a little too unbelievable. Unbelievable his sister and Carlos might share the same blood, but it doesn't belong. She's got the name of House Graham on her back, yet House Graham swears to House Fountain, so no, she's not some princess. He knows she's the daughter of the last head of House Graham, born to a servant. But somehow she's tied to a totally different house than ours, he thought. He said it like it mattered, like Carlos must have warned him about it, because House Graham was already in ashes, wiped out by Raymond. Lion snapped back with a grin and said, yeah, they'd even once held the territory of the Graham Knights. The Grahams used to run a nightly house serving from a fountain. But after their father, Raymond, finally died, the one who'd been holding a grudge for ages snapped everything he took all their land. MC blurted that he was sure he'd helped cause his father's death, and ours couldn't even wrap his head around it then. MC claimed it felt like they were born to clash, and he had to hunt down Carlos for help, then drag them back to the land his father had died on back when all their lands were split up. Carlos had only just been handed the title of Lord, and even with that power, he couldn't stop himself from helping them out. They're split up among families at night. He was grateful for everything he did for them, but he couldn't keep staring back at a past that was already impossible to undo. He decided it was smarter to pour every ounce of effort into creating. MC stared at him, stunned, like, this guy was the real deal. An actual adult, shining so bright it made Bites look small. Or maybe that's exactly what he meant. Like that was why he was coming for a favor. With one breath, he pushed that question out. Could he serve him? And with every ounce of his heart, he vowed he'd restore House Grant. And the only way to prove himself was to stand out in battle. But the crazy part was, they'd never even sent him into one. The battlefield. Ars pressed him for answers. Why didn't he turn to Carlos? Make him explain, Ars demanded, and send him straight into the fight. Or he admitted it straight up, ashamed he even had to say it. But right now, with what was left of House Graham, he definitely didn't stand a chance to be able to jump into the fight. Until just recently, they were still one of the best knightly houses, loaded with the very best. The most powerful magic then, his father drilled him in combat techniques from the moment he could walk, molding him for battle. And he'd mastered a whole arsenal of tactics he's convinced his knowledge will come in handy on the battlefield. The MC leaned in, asking thoughtful questions to forge a strategy, and if things went bad, to be ready to take command. Leon nodded in agreement. When Carlos shoved him back into the fight again, our guy figured Leon's tactics could cut through the problem fast. With no soldiers needed, he could still change everything, putting him on the fast track to the dream he'd carried for years, rebuilding House Graham. After that, the MC nodded yes and admitted he'd been hired because he'd trained since he was a kid, so reading should come naturally. Right and count, right, Leon snapped back. Yeah, and Ars said that Then he demanded his help on the battlefield when the heat was on, and even when peace finally settled in. Can he track down the old contacts from House Graham before everything fell apart because they've scattered like dust across the world? But brothers back each other up because bites always bite back in the best way. Then Leon stepped in and helped him with it right after that. Leon vowed he'd immediately reach out to everyone and line them up with jobs in Barca. Right after that, they took off, and just as they did, they heard someone shout that it was tasteless for such a magnificent castle. He was starting to doubt his sanity. How dare he attack his creation? After that, MC stared at the ceiling, thinking, was that grand? Did he ever tell me that that nameless autodidact finally pulled it off somehow, and now it all clicked into place? Ours was like, wait, who is that? And then he blurted out, "Is this about that other thing? Let me introduce him." MC wondered who even dared to mess with Gran enough to set her off. Leon just shrugged and said it was obvious. Clarice dipped her head and told them to give in to her, just accept her, because sincere apologies spilled out because her name was Clarice and she was Lillian. Lilina's personal servant showed up here to beg Leon for an answer on how Lilina's wedding plans were racing toward the finish line. Now their paths kept colliding, and Arsh told her he was genuinely happy to finally meet her while it looked like she and Gran were in the middle of a heated argument. Clarice fired back with a sharp yes, telling him that if he let her, she would. She slid him some real advice and basically screamed, "Get rid of that over-the-top ornate furniture," and Arsh said Gran was the one who built the furniture, and honestly, he thinks Gran absolutely crushed it. A job then, Gran nodded right along with him and declared that every single thing here is a masterpiece, crafted by his own hand. Clarisse admitted it's done beautifully, but warned that if the castle gets packed with flashy stuff, MC could end up looking like a total show-off. And Arsh just thought, so? Arsh says the top-floor resident lives the good life downing pricey wine while a pedigree cat lounges on his lap. Basically like that, it is just more fitting. Gran told us he'll swallow insults all day for spoiled rich brats, but he'll never let anyone talk trash about the MC. Then R backed him up, saying she's right, and honestly, they're pure action types, just a little too dull when it comes to aesthetics. Clarisse suddenly leaned in and said, "It's just like that. And that's the real reason she's standing here." Couldn't he just trust her to pick the right furniture? They were under a ton of pressure. Clarisse insisted she could handle it. She would pull out every stop to make sure he and Lelena had a real, comfortable home to live in. MC thought, so that's how it is. And then Clarissa started inspecting every single piece of furniture he'd ever built to see if it actually fit the bill. This was the very first mission he handed over to Leon and the Graham family. After that, Ours leaned in and asked if he should hire a carpenter. Clarisse shot back, yes, and then for a castle this legendary, they should have hired a big-name carpenter like Armari or Barbara. MC said he'd have to pick the perfect setting to make the turn hit harder. But with the wedding creeping up fast, they might not even get them out. Make it in time then? Grant nodded like it was the truth, saying if anyone had complaints about his work, he'd fix it immediately, and Clarisse said she begged him to stay out of it, and ours stepped in with a compromise they'd just buy the ready-made, made furniture from these artisans. Clarisse gasped that the castle was built in a weirdly unusual way, so they'd have to. MC pushed for a hands-on look at every item they could sell. Then he lit up the room with an idea. Throw an event in Barca to bring every merchant under one roof and get them the goods they needed. He figured Kale would be thrilled to help. Like, for example, they could even throw a quality assessment contest that pulls all the merchants together in one place. Merchants start it all by rating their experiences. And House Graham's the one everyone trusts night after night. A spotless family name. Reputation alone would rake in merchants. And with their stamp of approval, ratings would go through the roof at least. That's what everyone hoped. Clarisse liked the plan, and then she cut herself off because it seemed like it was about to go wrong. A castle like this was basically unheard of. So how were merchants who'd never even stepped inside supposed to know what they should bring? Ours figured that once they opened free trade here, merchants would flood into Barca. Most of the time, they were just bargain bin merchants with zero pull. So forget it. They wouldn't be buying everything from them. And those merchants probably won't risk hauling a crate full of pricey goods when there's a real chance they won't sell a single thing. And then it hit him. Robbery wasn't just a risk, it was right there, and he blurted out what he realized he had. Found exactly what we needed to crush this problem, and then ours bolted off, came back clutching a model of the building, and MC said it was the way they'd mapped things before the castle even went up. He built a tiny prototype and let the merchants see it. Clarisse stared at it, clearly moved. Ours said you can crack it open and peek inside Clarisse. Maurice stared, stunned. This was so detailed and beautiful, it didn't feel real, like someone else built it. MC then hit him with it. Yeah, finding furniture that actually fit would have been way easier with this. Right, Clarisse jumped in, asking if she could borrow his model of the castle later so she could show Lelena. Then Ours answered, of course. Then Leon rang up MC and grilled him. Was it really safe to show the castle's insides to strangers? Our guy shrugged it off, no problem. They'd only recreated the outside and the throne room in full detail. Leon said, "So we don't get stuck if they try to take a receipt before lending someone a model. We already skipped the rest." Anyone who missed the deadline would get dealt with no mercy, so MC assumed he could trust them. And he said he'd. But after that, he churned out a couple more models and handed the whole presentation off to Kale. Then once the furniture finally arrived, Clarice swept in and picked the best ones. And right after, Ars turned to Grant and started asking Grant told him to jump in on the furniture evaluation too, because they had to prove it was actually practical, not just pretty. The pics were made purely for looks. So Clarice busted out laughing and said he didn't have to sweat him. MC shot them a stare, already feeling they were a nightmare to handle. He just kept hoping they'd finally reach an agreement. And then the day of the quality evaluation finally hit. Arch snapped that there were way more people here than he'd ever expected. Dale told MC that even merchants who weren't supposed to be in the fountain's territory had still shown up here. Then MC blurted, "So what?" Kale fired back that it was all about the castle model because that thing wasn't just a display, it was pure artwork, with stained glass that turned every glance into magic. That window and throne room were pure rare magic only a few lucky eyes would ever lay on it, and only an outstanding knight could have built a model that looked this stunning. This meeting was worth any fortune, every merchant agreed, and once House Graham stamped it with approval, the whole event turned into a sweet, shimmering gold mine for them all, and he was ready to make his next move, starting right with that decision too. Ars leaned in and asked if it was really true. MC figured it was just a toy for him, but for Clarice and Kailu it wasn't. It was pure art at that very moment. Grant and Clarice were hungrily picking out every piece of furniture. Grant blurted out that this was pure, breathtaking tech, clutching a doll in his hand like it was something magical. Grant shot her a look. Clarice said, "Nope, that's absolutely been rejected." And then he leaned in to ask, "So you're telling me if I..." Clarice shot back that if she was really planning to stash defective goods in this castle, then he should just fix it because that would be the better move. The merchants stand in line, waiting their turn, while the living room behind them was once the mansion of the rich, and now it was famous. Ars was sure Clarice had pushed Barker Castle one step from finishing. Then, later in the living room, MC asked, buzzing with relief, "I bet this peaceful quiet is finally worth it." But the stash of money he'd been hoarding was about running low again. After that, Ars snapped with anger and swore Clarice was burning through it nonstop. After the wedding, he's probably right back to hunting for money again after what just killed him. Kale rang MC and blurted that the merchant review was finally done, and Ars shot back a quick "thank you." Kale thanked him for everything he'd done, then said he'd even built separate docs and neat lists, while MC nodded, thanking Madlock for helping nail the rating check. They wiped out the troublesome merchants, and Madlock shrugged like, "It's fine," even though he knew it was a ton of work, while Ars frowned and started to think about how a merchant's rating really gets decided. It all boils down to three things: the quality of the goods, how they look, and whether there's any past fraud on record. Meet all three, and they're cleared. They're tagged as 3-star merchants, and they drag Madlock the judge into the mess, begging him to dig up everything about the fraud they're accused of in point 3, because these scammers have already mastered the art of selling trash for inflated prices in other territories. Everyone got thrown into prison, and once the ratings dropped, the free market's quality shot up big time, so MC insisted, to keep it that good, we've got to regularly check. He checked the ratings and convinced himself that guilds that got burned in the remote volcanoes still had one thing going for them: every merchant they backed was top-notch. Guilds weren't automatically the villains. He learned that the hard way from Bark's territory, where the people and the goods coming in and out weren't always rotten, had completely deteriorated. And there they are, Solalina, looking absolutely stunning in her gorgeous, perfectly tailored outfit. She stormed up to Valkyrie and wrapped her arms around her tight MC. He shot his hand out and hauled her up onto her feet. Then they hoisted themselves on and tore off across the land, the terrifying road to the church. Thought that when the warm spring wind woke the world with new life, the MC and Lalina's wedding ceremony had already happened. They locked lips, and the guests in the room started to roar fast, to shout at the top of his lungs and clap like he means it, and grinning like they won. They spun around to face the guest. Guests burst in with bright, joyful smiles. He stared at the magnificent stained glass glow, stunned by its sheer beauty. Glass windows glowed, the air felt warm, and those happy hours hit like pure sunshine. The wedding dragged on for 3 nonstop days and 3 sleepless nights. When it was all over, we crashed onto the sofa, wiped out, and asked Luina why the wedding had to feel so mandatory. She laughed and said the celebrations usually drag on for a day or two. But he had a huge web of connections. And after everything that happened, he finally agreed she was right. Because of the way, at their wedding, people piled up outside the castle, lining up one after another to congratulate them. Some of these guests didn't even know. He didn't even have to wonder this guy was a knight from a peasant family. So people flooded into the ceremony from every corner of the world because their job was simple cook. And this time, the Graham family brought in their top cooks because here, whether you're a noble or a commoner, it's tradition to serve food to everyone showing up for the ceremony. They stormed the castle hunting exquisite food that commoners and peasants could only dream about. He can't eat, and Bishop Paul barges into their room demanding, is this really good news? He couldn't stop smiling. Being the priest at their wedding felt like a dream, and then he stood up. He shot up from the sofa, eyes bright, and told them he was truly grateful for every second they'd shared. Then he started to say more, that he'd been tearing through Fontana lately, and that it was the roads he'd built that made all the difference. Getting around this place had suddenly become effortless, and these stained glass windows in the castle were straight up breathtaking. He'd never witnessed a wedding so sacred. Not even once, but one thing always threw him off. There wasn't a single church anywhere in all of Vulcania. The moment it hit, he didn't get it, and panic bloomed as he realized he'd probably totally forgotten the whole thing. Near the church, he asked, sounding totally lost, "Wait, there's still a church in Burkania, right?" And he leaned in. Staring him down with a grim face, she demanded, "Are you saying this city doesn't need a church?" He shot down the idea and insisted they had land ready for a church. And Paul answered that it had to be God's will to bless them with a man so devoted. He nodded, then promised that in the southeastern region, they'd raise a church there as fast as humanly possible. He strode up to the door and begged them to forgive him. Right now. Whatever it took, he'd go. He just wanted them both to chase a bright future together. So he shut the door. But then she snapped back and called him by name, telling him how, in big cities, shelters are often tucked right beside churches. He needs to make sure every church in the city has a shelter. He couldn't stop thinking about the bishop's call to raise a church and tuck an orphanage inside him. In the bustling castle town of Barkania, the whole plan was finally laid out. Then he pointed straight to the spot where the church would rise. On the map, the church minister beamed and said she was overjoyed because a brand new church was about to be built right here. This site, after she'd just been made a bishop, and Paul promised the brand new church would be handed to the sister who ran the village church at Barconia, side by side with him. MC said, "If you want to run the church yourselves, I'll set it up and connect it so you can take over." An orphanage with a covered corridor, he promised it would help them tons. And he insisted it wouldn't take long at all, because they still had leftover building materials from when the castle was first raised. He grinned, and you could tell he was counting on it. Then it hit him, and after that, they walked out together. And Lelina couldn't stop praising that bishop as the kindest soul alive. He froze in shock at what he heard, spun around and blurted, "Wait, what did you just say?" He dropped onto the sofa and, sounding a little baffled, insisted no way. He wasn't bad at all. She got up to make tea and said, she said it was priceless to have someone who would call out what he was missing. No hesitation, no softening it. That fear gripped him. His weakness made it feel like you could strike at any moment. But the truth was, there was nothing wrong at all. Nothing wrong with building a church. He even left him the money to do it. Like it was fate, he somehow knew exactly how tight his finances were. And then he started thinking about. He shrugged and said, "I can build an orphanage anyway." He figured there should have been a vocational school there too. And maybe they'd hired Graham family members, but somehow they still didn't have enough people. People were needed for the admin work right now, and besides the Bark family, merchants too. And the rich grab the best land, hide behind their walls while the poor, they've got nothing. Come here right now because they're starving and they need food. And he swears there's this urban legend about them that if they head to Vulcania, they'll finally unlock magic, yet he refuses to hand the Bark name to anyone else, convinced this was where his story ends. He'd reached a friendly deal with the Fontaine family, but the church had a claim on him too because he took godfatherhood without permission. And if they dare to abandon people with nowhere to go, trying to shove them outside Volcania's walls. He said it'd turn to a slum fast unless they let the people who busted their backs rebuild the walls and raise his castle, then live safely inside it. But their daytime jobs are unsafe, and they have to hunt for something better. So he keeps pushing the idea of building a vocational. Before anything else, he had to get basic education, and that thought hit him like a wave of worry. And convince himself he was just getting lost in his own thoughts again. Then he blurted out that he was sorry for bringing up how they'd managed the territory right at the wedding. The wedding had barely wrapped up when Lilina leaned in and said she was just blown away by him, a truly amazing lord who always put thought into the... And right then, like Bishop Paul said, she couldn't believe the road from Fountain City, then Kawakita Castle finally hit her, towering and stunning beyond anything she'd ever imagined. And above it all, the city folk greeted her with warm, friendly smiles. Residents who rolled out the welcome mat for them. She knows this is a place where they can peace. He's been wasting his days away, and in a world where people starve, that kind of value is rare and vicious. Eternal strife followed her from day one, born into an aristocratic family with a destiny that refused to let her breathe. And she never really had freedom until the day comes when she's finally dragged out to be used as a pawn after spending her whole life pretending it wasn't happening. She knows her wishes will never matter, but she clings to the joy they share, then begs him to let her stand by him, starting now. After a while, he couldn't stop replaying the wedding in his head, every detail, every fear, every doubt, he thought. He thought he was still way too young for all this, but then he liked it, a lot. And honestly, it's really good. So he's grateful it was she who stepped in and supported him. Kyle stormed up to him and blurted out an apology. He snapped at his brother for being late, and when it was all said and done, ours finally turned to him and said, "We're finished with the construction." A school, an orphanage, and a church like his whole life got stitched together in 3 ruthless places. And they built a vocational school right here, he said with a grin, like it was all part of something big. Joy lit up his face with pure happiness. It's not right in the center, but there's still plenty of room here. He snapped his attention to him and called him over and blurted that he wanted him teaching at the school so fast that suspicion hit him immediately. And the moment he heard that, he blurted, "Will he become a teacher?" Then his mind raced, wondering what they would have to do to make sure the Barcania territory kept running. They had to get literacy rising in the territory first, and only then could everything else run smoothly in the future. In the nightly wilds of Barcania, right around the villages of Bark and Linda, once starving farming hamlets, everything begins. There were barely any people who could read or write, so he pushed to make a work manual. But before this, they always had to trek to the worksite just to get trained. He had them reported out loud, but it kept slipping, and mistakes were way too easy, so he decided memory storage was the fix to lock in every single letter for them. Memorizing a mountain of words still left his sentences a blurry mess, so just because they learn numbers doesn't mean they can't do real math. Decoding eats up too much time, and that's exactly when schools step in to save him. Merchants will trade lessons and take turns teaching writing and arithmetic. The village elder and the other wise elders will sit the kids down and spill stories about village life and the region's past. Then he promised that after class they'd be rewarded with a mouth-watering lunch. And then they split off for good, and Kyle swore that if they offered lunch, they'd pull in a whole crowd. Then he spotted his mana and told everyone, "I want to learn that magical manipulation too, right in the head." He figured that if they packed all that magical power into his head and boosted his head even more, everything would finally click. If he could tap into that rotation, he'd start mastering writing and counting at lightning speed because honestly, he's already learned a ton through magic. Manipulated the world since childhood, then outsmarted everyone so much so that most of the ranking documents were basically stamped with his name. And the old man said, loud and clear, that without him, the office would fall apart. So he swallowed hard, cheeks burning with embarrassment, and then he started to say, he wasn't that good, he just wanted to be useful. Then it hit him, because of him, they had to fight the nobles, and he couldn't have. He can't fight like everyone else, and he can't repay them all with battles. So with sheer determination on his face, he declares he's choosing a new path, becoming a teacher, and the protagonist promises, "Don't worry, I'll explain everything." He spilled everything he knew, so Kyle could learn to control magic, and he'd teach him how to write and crunch the calculations too. Kyle opened his mouth to speak, but the moment he did, he started stroking his head and and said he figured he'd hit him up for yet another school assignment, then added that after class, he should grab lunch with everyone at school. He inspected the food like it mattered, and when he nodded, he thanked him straight away. Then the MC headed down the street thinking, just don't go overboard and I'll be okay. Because for a kid of only 7, responsibility was already heavy on his shoulders. He was hardworking and genuinely kind, and if he ever stepped into teaching, he'd master magic control at lightning speed. He stared out the window, eyes wide with dread, and knew that the problem was going to be something far worse than he could handle. Then it hit him, something was off, and he spotted the head instructor at the Vocational Training Institute. Institute Grant, flash a cheerful grin, and tell them they can study nonstop for 10 days and pull it off. Then if they suddenly he nodded off sure as anything. He'd wake them up when the moment came, so they had nothing to stress about. Then he looked. He stared at it with a nervous edge, really praying that he'd actually manage to teach them the right way. He was begging him to show him those crafts all over again. Stained glass is blowing up, and he's itching to see even more glassmakers trained. This is the Lens Master Special. Honestly, you could call it his specialty too, because right now he only cares about one thing, getting Grand to do it. And he's got the kind of outstanding talent that cuts. He can flex design skills all day, but he's got 0 production skills to back it up. Ours remembered that earlier he'd rushed up and told him he just needed a few more binoculars. He turned to him and snapped that it was boring and painfully repetitive, doing the exact same thing again and again, because he didn't buy into such a bland request, but yeah, he'd do it. Rage boiled in him as the memory hit, and he figured this guy was handy until he proved completely useless at what mattered. Right now, they're pushing to boost the number of people who can reach that exact amount. He's stuck seeing shoddy copies of his work, and now he's desperate somehow, without ditching their studies, to teach them the craft and give them a real shot at making it in this city. As artisans, they kept working then. After a while, he mounted a Valkyrie and tore across the sky to a wheat field, where he spotted an incredible view and declared the wheat harvest was about to kick off. Then his whole face changed when he finally noticed Vargas standing there, who was posted right beside that field. He nodded, agreed with the general, and said the harvest was finally kicking off. He cuts through those wheat fields every day, twice a day, on his route to and from training. Base this year, the fields exploded with a massive harvest, and he stared at it, totally baffled, then asked, eyes narrowed like he couldn't believe his luck. Look what a perfect harvest can do, he called out. What was wrong with it? Then admitted he didn't even like the word threshing at first. First, he stuffed the wheat into sacks and slammed them hard until the grains tore free from the ears. Next, blow the light chaff away like you're clearing the air the moment it dries. Is hurled down from a massive height, then only the wheat's weight is what really matters. It doesn't get the job done. It drops straight down and gets swallowed by the container below. It's wild to think how little time he's going to get before he's stuck wasting it on these pathetic fields. The protagonist clapped him on the shoulder and immediately decided he was way too soft. His heart softened just enough to tell him, stop calling me general. Thanks to powerful clearing and soil boosting spells, the fields exploded with bigger, better crops than ever. Significantly yet, the farming tech around here hadn't advanced much at all, mostly because men were often yanked away because those military missions dragged on forever. Then later, they finally came back to the city together, and he said he had a ton of threshing to get done, and when he was just a kid, he already built a threshing machine with 1,000, but the teeth were carved from wood, and that just didn't cut it for his durability standards. Vargas slid in beside him and asked, so how about we fix this? He tore it out of bricks, then blurted that he didn't care anyway, he was going to build something better. A motorized, foot-powered threshing machine that could smash through a huge amount in one go. Once this weird thing showed up, and it had to spin somehow, he stared at it, then blurted that he'd be even more grateful if he just had something like. MC dropped it like the final nail, it settled. Then he promised Gran a rough rundown of how it'd work and pushed toward a prototype. He figured he couldn't count on him to crank out mass production, so he grabbed the job himself, scribbling notes with his student right there beside him. Students at the Vocational Training Center then, once they'd built that motorized threshing machine, Vargas grinned like he just won everything and announced that it was amazing at this pace the prayer would be over in a flash. With a bright, joyful grin, he swore he'd build a bunch more machines like this and crank them out for production. If they managed to build that Thresher, are they really ready for another brutal push? He stared at him in shock, then blurted, "Wait, you've got other great tools too, don't you?" Arsh said, based on what he'd seen, he was basically guaranteed to win, and then he jabbed at the device beside him and went, "And that's the reason." So once he built something this useful, of course he couldn't stop there. He had to know what would come next. And he said, this time it was only an idea, and he had no clue if it would work, so he had to stop himself from getting his hopes too high. Vargas told him, though, that he was certain he'd pull off something weird. Strange. I guess same as always, he couldn't wait for what was coming next. Later, he scribbled on a Valkyrie and couldn't stop thinking about how so many people viewed him as the guy who always pulls off the weirdest moves. Strange things like whenever people like him tell him the truth, it hits him hard and he can't stop feeling. Something feels off. He hurries back to the castle stunned because part of him just can't shake the idea that real friends are actually out there believing in him. Trusted him with their whole hearts, followed close behind, and gave him total freedom to do exactly whatever he wanted. Even if he seemed strange as hell, he still had a family, and he was determined to build a peaceful haven where they could spend their days in calm no matter what it took. He could earn respect and rise to lord by tomorrow. While Carlos strode through the castle halls, he told his servants, "If anything changes, report it to me right away." They're forced to blast letters to every noble across the provinces. Then they have to crush their way back to Enrad Hill and finally end that brutal, long-running nightmare. Struggle followed him. Then later he realized that the foot-pedal thresher first made hard threshing far more efficient. He craved an easier way to handle the brutal threshing done by hand with a grinding millstone. So what was he supposed to do? His brain was blank. He dropped onto the floor and blurted, "I've got nothing. I don't know what to come up with." Grant laid out the basic plan, then pointed them toward the wing's direction, while Kyle burst into the room, spotted him sprawled on the floor, and demanded to know what he was doing, but he dodged the question and shot back instead with, "How's the..." Teaching was flying by, he said. Everyone picked it up fast, like he was born for the job, and then he snatched up the drawing. He yanked it off the floor and demanded, "So you're building something else?" He nodded and said he'd craft a creature with mighty wings. The wings latch onto a windmill, and when the gusts hit, they shove the wings around, turning the millstones next, powered through shafts and gears. He said it was mind-blowing how he could harness the wind, and the MC snapped back that they could build a watermill at Kawakita Castle, only to hit a wall since Volcania had 0 rivers. He paused, thinking hard, and asked if he even understood how windmills were built. Then he dropped the real problem. The mill wouldn't spin unless the blades faced straight into the wind. Sure, you could swivel them toward the breeze, but he had no clue how. He had no clue what if he couldn't pull it off, and Vargas would be crushed. Kyle blurted out, "Wait, do we really need a whole mechanism like that?" He shot back, shocked and loud. "What kind of questions are..." He says he doesn't have to slave at the mill all year long. Just spin the wings with whatever way the wind blows. So why not build 4 windmills? One facing east, one west, one north, and one south. He snapped with shock at the news and blurted, "Wait, are you seriously proposing to build a windmill for each of the 4 directions?" He nodded and asked, "If those wind turbines really work, we can grind flour with them, right?" And that question hit him like a spark. And he finally realized his mind could bend and flex, and that he didn't need to rebuild every useful piece of technology, clawing his way out of that old life in this world, because right here, right now, this was all they needed. He started praising him like crazy, and then he swore they'd finally place those windmills in the northwest, right beside the wheat. The fields stretched out east, west, north, and south, and right into the southeast. So even with that magical boost to the harvest, threshing and milling could finally run nonstop. Later, Vargas told them, grinning wide, that because of him, they'd be able to stare at the wheat fields next year and truly enjoy them, and he was certain it would all turn out just that way. A servant burst over to him, shouting that he never thought he'd catch him here, while Clarice was right there, helping him out. Plotting to school him in manners, Master Kyle had been waiting in that room since dawn, and the main thing was this. She was dead quiet but furious at him. So he needed to move fast and honestly. He didn't mind that his brother was going out alone today. She was certain he'd follow, so when the servant started pulling him away, he dialed Vargas and blurted out that he had to take care of it right then. Bite came galloping up to them. He screamed at the top of his lungs, saying a messenger from the city of Fountain had arrived. They finally made it, and somehow it didn't feel like they'd run into the same problems again. On their city's turf, just like before, until the protagonists realized what was coming. Until now, when they called him, he could only slip into Fountain territory, and that was it. He'd only been gone about a month, but now he was already dispatching squads eastward toward the Enrod Hills, if it was even remotely east. Yeah, that's probably the real problem. This trip takes a whole month, and if he starts fighting when he gets there, winter might slam in right by the time it's over. The moment he comes back, he's got a solid squad of guards, so he can take it in stride. Later, he called Kyle and asked. He asked if it would be okay, then said Leon had already left a few Graham family members behind, and Tryon did too. He rang him again and ordered him to keep Bark safe because the army was nearly done for. And then, but he can't just dump it all on them. He needs him to look after Bark. He started petting him, and for the first time, it hit him hard up until now. He'd always had to lean on his brother, but not this time. Not after this. He grabbed onto his courage, forced the words out, "I'm gonna be fine." And right then, this time, he promised he'd make it right. Then told him, "Just don't grind yourself into the ground. Take it easy." Too much. He nodded along, and the MC immediately started thinking all the way to the very end. They head to the east, yanking away from Bark, and right ahead sits Enrad Hill. First stop is the city of Fountain, where they'll join forces with soldiers from other territories. Carlos is about to do something huge, and it starts right here. Give them the plan then. As the army marched out onto the road, Ashira snapped that Enrad Hill meant one thing: they'd be going to war against the House of Uruk. He called his father and blurted, "So this has happened before." His dad said that when he was a kid, a massive battle erupted between the House of Fountain and the House of Uruk, right around the time he started making sandals and dropping big talk about money. He and his mother were stunned. This little kid, still unnamed, suddenly started talking about money and everything else. He couldn't stop thinking about all the things he'd lived through then. When he realized war was coming and he was about to be thrown into it, he decided he needed a weapon. His father told him back then he was just a plain soldier, so he never got the chance to clash with knights head on. But even from far away, the Uruk magic was jaw-dropping because their magic flips the script on the Fountain family's ice magic. Like it's straight up the opposite of freezing. Is just normal magic than ours. Eyes blazing with excitement, blurted out. "So the Uruk family have, Leon blurted it out. The Uruk family really could pull fire magic, only that the essence of it. Their magic didn't just harm, it corrupted everything, warping those beast hunters into something worse. The nobles' houses that once hunted monsters turned into fox shifters, and the knights of their own house were the ones who sealed it, practicing that twisted magic. He taps into professional fire magic. But the real nightmare is oxidation. It burns through his body and cranks up the physical heat. He figured the only magic systems he'd run into were the earth kind like his and the ice magic the Fountain family wielded, so he should have studied magic systems instead of assuming. He pushed the system harder, didn't even realize oxidation magic existed. Then Bite dialed Leon and demanded answers. What beast form was it? It looked like a fox walking on two legs. He denied it hard and said it wasn't turning into a fox, basically just swapping into human skin while grabbing fox powers, starting with those sharp fox ears, a cap on his head and a tail on his hips. Then the protagonist's jaw drops in shock at the sight. He couldn't take it. He demanded answers as soon as he heard it, spun around and shouted, "Hey!" before he could finish his sentence. He's going on about cute ears. Wait, is that real? If it is, then this whole story checks out, and he nodded with a confused frown, blurting out why he was so damn happy, and embarrassment crashed over him as he realized he never, ever thought this kind of... Even here, magic still breathes. This world is still packed with adorable little wonders. He's chasing secrets he doesn't even know about yet, dreaming of a gorgeous girl just like Lilina, with fox ears perched on her head when Bite snaps at him in a loud, furious voice and says, he warned them there's a huge battle coming soon, but does he really get it? He says he knows, yet his mind keeps snapping back to the ears. Vargas looked. He stared him down and snapped that he had zero clue what he was even talking about, because honestly, the general always acts downright weird. Strangely, he couldn't shake the feeling he just hoped he was okay. And with those great roads carrying them, They finally rolled into the city. Before dawn, they're at the fountain because the fortress that used to rake in fortune from those bricks is finally done, and every last one of them has gathered. The troops they've piled into fountain territory are beyond anything anyone's seen. Then they march into the city. In the city, he whipped his head around and muttered that everything felt off. Ashira's voice cut through the chaos as she called his name and said, "And told me to push on. There was a garrison waiting. They'd handle everything, and I just needed to go meet you." Master Carlos thanked his father. Then his mind drifted to Uruk in the east and the fountain over in the west. For years, their feud raged anywhere their lands collided, and the real prize was Einrod Hill, the most contested battleground of all, because whoever seized that hill would effectively crush the other side's territory. The territory was one of the hardest places to crack once you seized it. You didn't just lose it easily, but in recent years, the enemy started gaining the upper hand, gaining the upper hand. At that exact moment, Carlos stepped up in the hall and roared at the soldiers, loudly declaring that the Uruk didn't just invade, they snatched Einrod Hill unfairly, a key launch point for pushing even farther south. They couldn't stomach the Uruk's barbarity. One more second, he was itching to slaughter the very territories they'd risked everything to defend. With their lives on the line, justice is on their side, and they've got to claw back that hill. The MC heard it, and his heart sank. Tragically, that Uruk didn't just seize the hill, he swallowed the whole surrounding land too, all because he crushed Vizier Raymond, the man who led every fountain terrorist territories. The chaos in the fountains felt like a golden opening for Uruk to snatch even more land then, just a few days later. Carlos Jr. seized every last ounce of power, crushed Bark Raymond's conqueror, and made the whole situation even worse. The Lord of Baruch handed him off to his daughter Graham, sealing the marriage deal in one bold move. Graham, blood family of Carlos, and a political rival to Raymond, stirred the question, could these rebellions be his power move? Power plays erupted under his command, so the House of Uruk snapped to attention and kept a tight watch over the fountain territory, because thanks to his sharp leadership, a full-blown invasion never happened. Even if some spots near the hills, they got captured, but as for him, he's not looking to swing at anyone. He just wants to help build a quiet, peaceful everyday life. Once the dust settles, rage burned in Bite's chest as he snapped, grumbling that it was the same old road building grind again. He sat up on the watchtower, staring at us as we carved roads through the land, then bellowed that they'd trekked all this way just to get into a fight. White, and the only thing he cared about was carving out roads. Then he snapped, keeping the supply routes safe is the backbone of every military operation. He figured Uruk had bolted down defensive lines on Hill Einrod, so they'd start by setting up. They'd surge in and seize the surrounding lands first, so they could snatch back the captured villages and finally set themselves up in perfect territory. The perfect spot to blast the hills. He snapped that he'd rather finish missions that didn't need him to. Bite snapped with rage and shouted that he didn't want to stop. He wanted more fights, more action, and to prove himself. He wanted to prove exactly what he could do. But he ignored it and convinced himself he had everything figured out, yet nobody would budge. Alone, he just couldn't belong, because if he'd been born in a peaceful era, society would have barely let him make a dent. He peered through his binoculars and spotted something far out in the distance, and Bite leaned in and asked, "So something happened over there?" He snapped back, "No, it didn't." He then said he couldn't shake this weird, uneasy feeling creeping around the forest. For a split second, he swore he saw something blurry in the air. Then it all vanished before he could finish. He shrugged it off and said it didn't matter. There was no need for it. Need to worry about it. The protagonist refused, shouting like it was the end of the world. He shouted that it was magic, so much magic packed into. Deep in the forest, everything shattered. This wasn't just trouble. It was an all-out enemy attack. If they didn't intercept it, then everyone on the team would have been taken down. Working would be in big trouble, so he blared his name and flat out told them they couldn't pull it off. Then he bolted down from the tower and raced through his thoughts. Thought they were blasting at full speed, powered along by a messenger beast. And from the sheer size of their magical mark, it was clear they weren't 100 at most, just a handful. Or maybe 200 of them. He swore they were still busy setting up a camp, sure, and yeah, the full-scale battle wasn't here yet, but he was still way too naive, so he went down. And bellowed for the Valkyrie, who stood right there. Then he came charging, galloping hard They pushed ahead and couldn't stop thinking, if we wait for everyone, While everyone else was about to miss it, he stared at the clock and decided he'd have to gamble his way there. At the same time, an old man from the enemy ranks swung in and called, "Master Kim," and told them that watchers saw no real shifting in the enemy lines and they hadn't moved at all. Realized that those enemy soldiers had just slipped in here, and they were probably catching their breath, soaking up every last advantage they had. He didn't expect them to pull off a surprise attack. So when it hit, he spun back with a grin and called him an old man snapped that he was right, and this sudden strike would seal their victory. More certain now, like they were about to hand the people a fountain and a flood of blood. Bloody mayhem erupted. Then he barked for the master again and shouted that the enemy ranks were moving. A small group of troops spotted them and started closing in fast. To intercept, the old man smirked and chuckled, like he knew exactly how. This won't be a problem. Bigger forces can charge in, even in panic, and they'll still be ready enough to handle it without proper preparation. Kim realized the old man, once feared as a brutal commander, stepped in as his mentor and guided him down the right path. To strike without warning, to smash the enemy before they even react, Enard Hill was packed and fortified. They dug in with everything they had, but success didn't stand a chance because the deadliest cavalry was coming for them next. A cavalry of savage, unstoppable dragons built to fight, built to endure. So that one-hit landing meant everything he bellowed that they had to. Crush every enemy. MC thundered toward the enemy army, thinking that even if they wiped out twice as enemies couldn't handle it, so they swung their axes, cut down the trees, and charged straight at them. If they hesitated, they'd bulldoze right over everyone, so he had to make it happen. No matter the cost, he'd do it, period. Then one of the enemy team raised a finger and pointed right at him. They burst in, shouting for the master, yelling that they'd spotted the enemy, 100 of them, and yep, it was cavalry. Kim saw them too. He spots those four-legged white beasts and blurts, "Whoa, what are they? Is this the monster rumor everyone's been talking about?" Rumor spread that Raymond, standing high atop the fountain, was gunned down during the uprising by a kid with zero experience. They say his defeat came down to one brutal detail. Despite his edge and battle experience and the sheer number of warriors he had, it all ended because of a nasty song. A ruthless squad of hound beasts tore into the city. These magical service animals are so rare and valuable that losing even one would be a disaster. Losing even one can shatter their whole advantage. They've already thrown plenty of them into real combat, but this trick only works once, and then they'll slam into a wall when the breakthrough tries to hit them all at once. Suddenly they knew about the secret beasts, and that's when he snapped his hand up and blasted, "All troops, prepare to intercept. That white thing is using magic. The moment they slip into the magic's range, the attacks will explode and they'd better have their shields ready. No excuses." The old man stared ahead and swore it looked like someone was riding the lead monster was that guy. Kim locked eyes with him and thought, "So you're the R's eater." Then he heard you fought shoulder to shoulder with Raymond, and he grinned like, "So this is what you're really made of." That same hot-headed, reckless kid who actually thinks his weapon will hit twice. A soldier from the army leaned in and called out, "Master, listen," then explained they were in the middle of a set your magic range, high lock in your aim, fire at the cavalry charging in front, and then form up into a tight spear formation. And now he's gearing up to unleash Oboro on the fox. He ordered the flames to be unleashed, convinced they'd crush their enemies. The moment the protagonist said they should, his smile vanished like it never existed. Should scatter and form a wall, and Kim's eyes went wide at what happened and what they couldn't stop thinking about before they split up for good. But why was he holding back? He was only trying to read their strength, yet he refused to pick a fight. That sting crushed his pride, and he snapped that their war dragons were lightning fast, but they spun away on a dime and bolted, choosing to run instead. He refused to let it happen, and the old man called out to him. He shouted at him, blasting the warning that something deadly waited up ahead. Then they stared and saw massive walls slam into their path, and he realized this was exactly what happened. Wherever the white monsters had passed, the walls simply grew out of nowhere. One after another, then the old man erupted into loud shouts, telling him they were sprinting forward, speed climbing so hard they were about to smash straight into the wall. If they halted right here, the cavalry in the back would get wiped out. One by one, Kim shouted, They had to spin back fast, dodge the wall at all costs, and spread out more. So, tell me, what kind of formation is this supposed to be? The old man swore their enemy was famous for turning luck into fortunes with pure, deadly skill. It looked like this wall was being raised to trap them in fortresses of stone. They had to vanish before the trap snapped shut, and they got fully surrounded. Then he spotted something called. Kim called the master and demanded answers. What was that noise and then the wall? How did it pop up out of nowhere? Kim spun around, stunned, wondering did the riders really crash into this wall? If they did, why isn't a single scratch on it? Some hit harder than others. Some of them are a bit weaker, but every single one is still a brute of a heavy cavalry dragon. He's never even heard of magic that can instantly. He erected a wall so strong it felt unreal. What the heck was that supposed to be? He stared ahead. He shouted that a gap had been left open, and the only thing left to do was scramble out of here right now. Before the wall slammed shut for good, he swore the wall had just nicked part of them. In the back row, they can flip back into position again and again, no limits. MC froze in shock when he heard it, an ice spear. Spear! A clearing opened up in front of him. He spun around, threw his hand out like a command, and shouted that they had to slam into this attack before it landed. They unleashed Oboro's fire, and right as it hit, a wave of ice began attacking his army from all sides. He gripped his spears and swore the columns were peeling away from the left, like they were spreading out before his eyes. And then he twisted and stretched his vertebrae. Vertically, his army's members keeled over one after another, dying in brutal sequence. Another panic crept in as his nerves started to go haywire. I was freaking out, because deep down I knew this was about to get real and I wasn't ready for it. Was the absolute worst-case nightmare. The old man hauled the master in and blurted, "This is a disaster." Faster turns out it was his fault for pushing a plan built on nothing but the info he had. He got that message, but there was no saving this battle now. So the only thing left was to tear down the commander-in-chief. Now they have to smash through that ice spear before it stops them. Kim started scanning the area, clocking every detail. Then he noticed something that changed everything. Right there, and demanded to know what crushed him. So he explained it, and our crew answered with the wall-building skill. Kim stared at it in horror as they ordered the enemy army trapped and slaughtered behind these walls, and realized he could only pray the old man would finally forgive him. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't make that crushing disappointment disappear. Right then, Bite barreled up on a gallop, blasted his name into the air, and roasted him as an idiot. Then he spun around and snapped, He showed up late, and rage exploded in his chest. And then he blurted out, loud as thunder, "Why did you run off alone?" He spoke in a steady voice, saying that if he hadn't pushed himself to hurry, everyone was about to be thrown into danger. He could only pray that. He shoved them through the last stretch with seconds to spare, and somehow he still carved up the enemy cavalry. People inside those wall survivors were still alive. Surprised out of nowhere, he whipped around and shouted that they'd cram the soldiers inside the walls and then rip them apart by smashing right through wall and all. They hurled ice spears through the wall, sealing the whole place so nobody could slip out. Ashira thundered up to the wall, shouted for him, and demanded to know how he pulled off that defense in mere moments. Then the protagonist said they'd wrestled with that idea for ages because the Bark cavalry doesn't win with brute force. They crush you with lightning-fast strategy, nipping the threat in the bud, which is why they never load up with heavy armor. Because if a swarm of archers suddenly hits the battlefield, they'll unleash a brutal volley and start raining arrows down from above. This time, he could shield the horned ones with his wall-building skill because they were outnumbered and unarmed. They had to gamble with their lives, and still he couldn't help but feel glad. Bite called him and said, "We can't spare someone who's trying to kill us." And he just couldn't bring himself to strike back, no matter what. Raymond marched right back to the tax collectors because if he didn't, he'd be doomed to die young, and his friends will pay the price. He knows exactly what he's saying. He even swore he remembered a past life, one where he lived in peace. But even with all that, he doesn't see it as terrible when he wipes out his enemies. He doesn't hesitate for a second. He refuses to deny the worth of this world or the truth of life and death, and if there's even a single way to shield what he's sworn to protect, he'll grab it without flinching just to make sure the truth gets told. Truth. He'd already told his brother this peace was what he wanted, not war, not chaos, just the calm chance to tinker with the land, but his path. He has to dig into every scrap of knowledge and magic he still has from his past life and use it just to survive in this new world, because that's exactly what he's doing right now then. After a while, Carlos leans in and asks with a serious, no-joke expression, so he marched in to take down Einrod and knocked out Kim and Miriam in a single day. Finally, he called out to him, totally baffled, and demanded, "So who are these people supposed to be?" He looked stunned, then snapped that the first one was the direct son of the Lord of Ura. Uruk was one of them, and the second was his assistant Kim, a fresh-faced 21-year-old, while Aram was a legendary general who'd already survived countless battles. So many Fountain Knights fell to them in the fights for Ainrad Hill until now, but this time he'd done too much good, and even the next knight couldn't. He might have been the only one who could stand against him in this fight, so there was no way he was stepping into the capture of the hill because it was about to kick off any second. Now that he had a new role, he didn't need to throw hands. This fight was really a test to see how well the old Ravens had been serving him, and he made sure they knew he wasn't playing. He told them straight up, "Nail the performance and your spot is locked in, mess it up, and your rank will get torn away." All he could do was hang back and watch from behind, just to light a fire under them. And there was one more prize waiting for his bravery, the nine-tailed sword. Kim brandished a magic sword, an ultra-rare blade that comes alive the moment it's loaded with magical power. Then it flares into a sword shape, sharp heat slicing through the air like the ice forms an icy spear, and the MC snatched that blade with his mouth dropping in pure shock. Carlos nodded like, "Yeah, can he really pull this off?" And he went on from there, asking, "Did you really mean that?" That he'd go for Miriam's sword, and because he'd put in the hard work, he told him to slow down and rest. He stormed out of his office, convinced that the blade he just earned, rightfully his, was a precious magic sword meant for taking the fight alone. Initiative in the future, he wouldn't have to be charging at the front anymore because they'd all be to make it back home together with zero casualties. Yet Brother Bite would be absolutely enraged by it. He barged into the hall everyone was bragging about, saying landing in Enrad Hill as the first arrivals was pure legendary luck, Master Carlo. Carlos is about to realize what's going on. Ours truly believed he'd done his part, yet they're still dragging him through this mess, people. People sneered that Kim and Miriam were nothing but weak generals until they got ready to be smashed by his hands. He closed the distance toward them, and that terrifying experience hit like a punch. He lifted his new sword and flashed it like a dare. His face snapped into pure joy, and he practically beamed as he declared it an excellent sword. He'd push himself to the limit, fighting tooth and nail to win their favor. He snapped into silence, then sucked in a deep breath like he was bracing for impact. And he couldn't help thinking, "Please tell me I didn't go too far." So this sword had to be an Uruk family heirloom, handed down through generations. For generations, it was his family's job. Then he swore he'd carry that duty and keep it safe. Later on, at the Bark True position, Leon buzzed the master and told him, "I get it, you're worn out, but I've got one suggestion." A furious recruit snapped at the question of why he wasn't thrown into the front lines. This was a real battle, not a waiting room. And while he kept grumbling, the protagonist, completely clueless, turned and asked what was going on. He said that because of their wins, the capture of Aenrad Hill was moving way faster than anyone dared hope. First, they had to retake the surrounding villages. Then they'd hit the hill itself, and it was going to take at least after one lunar cycle. So if he wasn't showing up for the hill assault, once his positions were locked in, he thought it through and declared that the Bark army would have to stall the Uruk reinforcements only. They'd already slipped a detachment out to do exactly that, and they were now hitting the northern city of Burma to pull the enemy's attention. Enemy, he nodded and swore this was the perfect move to hit the city and choke off their reinforcements because once their commander was already gone, now that diversion wouldn't hold up. He knew it, Uruk would slam reinforcements straight to the hill. He stared a moment, nodding like he'd just solved it, because they had to end this fast. So they had to move before it even happened, and then he thought, yeah. They'd never let them reach that hill, period, but rolling in with just the Bark army against fresh reinforcements was way too dangerous. Risky as it sounds, after a while, he grinned and raised multiple walls across the whole area, then said, Leon swore this was the plan to smash the Uruk reinforcements right then. With wide eyes and a stunned voice, he admitted he'd only told them to stop the reinforcements from getting closer. Then, out of nowhere, he decided to seal off the entire hill with a wall. Who would have guessed he'd make that kind of move? MC said they'd sealed off every easy way up, but there were still, even with all those rocks packed in, there were still gaps here and there, so they doubled down, building towers that shot way higher than the walls, and set up surveillance with spy glasses as fight patrolled the zone, riding a Valkyrie moving only within a day's march so he could slip back before. For sunset, he figured it'd help him finally unwind. With a confused look, he realized the Valkyrie moved incredibly fast after a while. She could soar across a massive area in just one day. Time Arsh was convinced, while Carlos rampaged through Ainrod Hill. Arsh kept his cool, quietly surveilled the security on the ground, and juggled his own tasks at the same time. His land's Kale slid up to him and said the money came from selling the dragon pack beast they'd caught in the... During that last battle, he stared in shock at what he'd discovered and blurted out that trading magical beasts ended up being a crazy profitable business. He nodded fast, swore dragons were built like tanks, tough, hard to break, hardly ever wounded, and the best kind of pack beast around. Most merchants only chase it for one reason: snag the dragon for themselves, then brag for a day because, in military eyes, that beast screams fear. He mulled it over, shrugged. He wouldn't argue. But even as it's not exactly the best way to move an army, too many different dragon types to deal with. They don't move as one, so each fighter ends up running at a totally different pace. And that split is a big, dangerous problem. And that became their nightmare during marches, like when the Uruk dragon cavalry got yanked off their route because of their formation got yanked apart by the speed gap, and he seized the opening to land those strikes right at that arm. That razor-precise moment was his whole edge, and that's why he could crush them. If it had slipped, the battle's ending would have flipped completely. So if you use even cavalry runs smoother when every mount is the same type, like the Valkyries. But hey, dragons don't munch on anything but meat. He said that if they bred dragons the same way they bred Valkyries, they could finally standardize them. And the protagonist went wide-eyed, stunned that this was actually a very high cost, but he didn't flinch. He agreed and swore that once you factor in feeding, Valkyries rake in more profit than dragons. That's why the Uruk dragon cavalry exists at all, to surviving on rich lands. The eastern mountains of their land are packed with wild goats, so many that the dragons had food for days. So when he heard the goats were on the menu, he snapped, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" and just stared, stunned. Goats aren't just cute people. Raise them for meat, milk, and even the cashmere fibers that rake in real money. He's obsessed with goats, and Kale immediately shoots back, "Do you even know what kind of creatures they are?" Goats. Hearing it, he froze in shock. Then his thoughts raced, like so yeah, those weren't the goats he had in mind after all. After a while, he hauled in several goats, and MC snapped way too loud. "It's just a goat," eyes wide, voice shaking as he struggled to finish. "I can't." He wouldn't let that goat go, couldn't even picture how brutal it was to haul a live one through the middle of a battlefield, or how insanely expensive it was. And yeah, he'd always believed traders were pure con artists because, even in war, they're still selling. They'd figured out a money-making scheme. If he told them ahead of time what he needed, they'd deliver it, but at straight-up military prices. He got it as a trader, yet as a customer. That bill still stung like a punch. He stood nearby, grinning, and said it was a relief the goats didn't carry any nasty magic. Kale agreed they weren't creepy, just stuck with an annoying little spell meant to keep them. Apparently it was supposed to survive. They mastered the crazy art of super jumping. Then he finally let go of then he tugged the leash, caught the goat mid-leap, and they couldn't believe it. This move had insane agility, like a real mirror catching every beat. With that jumping magic miracle, they'd probably still land nowhere near 10 meters. So yeah, he needs to check, because they're about to eat the hot. That's brutal. Valkyries leave bad stocks behind, so you better fence them on. They slammed into a wall, and if they ducked just right, they'd graze like that's all the land of Bart was willing to give them. Bark was absolutely perfect for getting these goats riled up and ready to move. A wild boar tamed by a man got turned into a pig, and the moment it happened, it started to think. He swore that, in some past life, he'd already tried to tame a massive boar, and then, even if you raise piglets from the day they're born, even if you smash their tusks down, those little maniacs still skid toward the air like they're chasing something alive, at everything and devour everything in sight. His first shot at taming a wild beast ended in a total, brutal failure, straight into a complete failure. "Listen," he snapped, insisting the goats might leap. But they're not the attacking type at all. They just need to send a few of them to Barcania. He reckoned they'd start by breeding them for milk, and if that worked, the wool would finally become useful too. Then, down the line, he couldn't help dreaming they'd be showing up on the dinner table. Later, Vargas caught him mid-step and snapped. Bite and his squad just came back from reconnaissance. His team's eyes widened. Wait, is that for real? Excellent, Vargas said, and then he swore he'd be back before sunset. And somehow he always shows up right on time. No warning, no report, then claims he's built like a boar and charges straight ahead. He charges ahead without a second thought. If he starts acting totally reckless, he'll slam on the brakes and stop him himself, because that's the rule. At this point, they're already leveling up and living the good life, so there's no need for him to chase military glory. And then he tells the story of his father. His father told him the nickname Iron Wall came from a string of victories, and that he'd even been promoted from knight to vassal, but now things are about to go bad. Now he's barking orders to the troops, but he stays out of the fight, straight up hiding from battle. And yeah, it's embarrassing, because really, even he refuses to fight because he won't let his family and friends get dragged into danger. Vargas called them. The commander snapped. That's exactly why I came back to the battlefield. He couldn't afford to lose another comrade, so he stared right at him. Then his mind raced, trying to figure out what he was really saying. He meant it, and then, bam, a deafening crash tore through the air, jolting everyone awake mid-flight. Leon sprinted into the area and blared for his master, right at his side. He sped up, shouted his name, and demanded to know what happened. Then he said their troops had already taken. Rod Hill stared in shock at how fast it all happened, then muttered that they'd thought it would drag on for at least a month. Even after he crushed the dragon cavalry, he nodded, then said this: once they sealed that hill behind a wall, the Uruks would be cut off so hard they'd lose every last chance to. Reinforcements were sent in, and that move sealed everything. The enemy troops' morale kept crumbling day after day, while their side only grew stronger. Pumped up. All thanks to him, many of the knights scrambled to stand out and get close to the new lord. But a siege turns into the ultimate nightmare while arrows and stones rain down like nonstop death. They climbed over their fallen comrades and pushed forward day after day until the enemy fortress finally crumpled to the ground, but the army's fighting spirit stayed blazing, all because he'd pulled off an insane feat, refusing to let the enemy turn their advantage into something deadly. After the confusion raged, and then one of his warriors exploded forward with incredible power. Without that, this battle never would have ended when it did. So fast after they won the battle, the protagonist blurted, "If we crush them, then we should." He should have thrown a tiny celebration, right? He nodded like, yeah, at least a little fun is worth it. He snapped at the old man to bring the drinks, because Bark handled security for the feast, so Bark was on ticket to pass them out. Leon called out to his men, whoever grabbed the first post would score extra drinks, and they were told to soak the fountain soldiers and regular peasants with as much ale as they could down. Someone pulled him aside and told him, no alcohol for now, and warned everyone else not to go overboard. He grinned to himself, thinking that if they threw a feast, the discontent could be swept away. The ones watching him would finally loosen their grip, and that meant his first. Carlos pushed through the first big external campaign, and it paid off then. After some time, he shouted loudly, then make them listen to everyone, because the next battle isn't going to be that easy. After stuffing themselves at the feast, they'd rest up for a moment, then press on to the next stage. In a chilly northern city of Burma, where the detachment was stationed, the MC stared with his face frozen in pure shock, like he couldn't believe his eyes. He shot his hand up and demanded, wasn't the capture of the city just a distraction from Ainrod Hill? He said, that hill has to be taken first, and yeah, that's true. Now that they've seized it, he pushed, so we hit Burm too, because it's just as vital. The news coming out of that detachment is grim, so they're rushing in right now to lend a hand. He's taken charge of Onrad now, and he's handing it over to him for the time being until he comes back from Burm. He has to nail the hill down tighter than ever and keep it no matter what. Then he storms right up to him and shouts his name. He called in and told him straight up the Bark army was mostly cavalry, but they were outnumbered. No matter how many walls they throw up, it always hits a ceiling. He calmly told them that would give him the power to pull in fresh recruits from the nearby villages. Then the rest would follow. Stick with him to Stormburn. Whoever grabs the glory is getting rewarded in a big way. Rewarded shock hit his face as he realized Bark was terrifyingly strong out there, especially as he defended that hill. Hill needed a few detachments to pull together, but right now he didn't have the men who could round up the rank and file, so one man stepped up to the Lord and asked if he'd stay and help him defend the hill. Would he really agree? He stared back, stunned, trying to figure out who this guy was. Carlos nodded and granted him permission, called him Peach, then promised that Carlos and his squires would plant themselves right here with him. He stared at him in shock and swore it had to be one of the knights they'd snagged during the fight with Raymond. Then he learned the truth. The guy was a peasant by birth. Yet somehow he knew Vargas too. And later on, when the Lord rode out on campaign, the protagonist snapped, "Hey, what are you planning? Because there's no way he should just leave like that, right? Would you really go with him to chase glory?" He grinned at him and said, like it was fate, even he knew one guy with just the Bark army couldn't hold this hill alone still. He was sure glory could be won right here if he threw himself into the defense. He admitted, straight up, he hated these guessing games, so he'd come at it head on. What was he really planning? Was he out for revenge for the late Raymond Picha? Fired back with a question, lost in thought, wondering if he truly understood how brutal it is for enemies to trust each other just to think, let alone do it. No matter what you told him, he wouldn't budge. He shut you down fast and set it straight, no softening it. Every month, he couldn't get enough of his fighting style, two peasants on the grind, and him facing Vargas, the same guy he'd already battled before. They tore into the battle side by side, and right there, he made up his mind he'd carve out his own name so he could keep fighting right beside him. He'd show his worth with action, not talk. And when he met his eyes, the real question hit him hard. Could he trust him or not? One thing was certain, this guy wasn't just strong. He'd fought for years, and he always made ruthless, ice-cold choices, staying alive and keeping his squad safe. His comrades, because if he showed up with his squires, they'd step up as commanders for the regular ranks. And this knight had just begun to transform. Turn those talented peasants into dependable squires, and their help holding the hill was exactly what made the difference. He let out a heavy sigh and said, either way, it's the Lord's call, and he just prayed his support would be there. He figured they'd have to burn through everything they had and do everything they possibly could. At least for now, he'd lean on Leon and their massive plan to stay on watch, never letting their guard down, because no matter what came, they had to hold that hill until, while they waited for the Lord's return, they had to cling to that hill, throwing every last thing they had into it and doing everything they possibly could to hold the line. He said, first we rebuild the walls the assault wrecked so everyone who knows the bill can finally see it through. He started building the magic walls. Then he turned to Leon and demanded to know how long they'd have to hold the line. He said, eyes narrowed, that it looked like Burma was getting shelled too, so there was no way anyone could feel safe. MC said, then we need to estimate how long we can hold out and map out a plan to shuffle everyone between the posts. That old man better hoard supplies and get enough provisions ready to carry them through the whole siege. Father and Medlock need to head back to Barcania and kick off recruiting again, while Vargas has to make sure he succeeds. Must rally fighters from the nearby villages and get them organized. These villages used to kneel under Uruk's rule, so they had to warn them, because now Uruk's laws are the ones that run here. He's begging Bite to help him build a defensive line, then it hits him. He's not making sense, and he snaps, wait, what do you mean? He shouted that he had to explain it right, because nothing made sense to him at all. Then RC snapped, if the enemy breaks, smash through, because pure defense won't cut it now. They've got to come up with a game-changing plan, fast, right as a counterattack is about to hit. If they spot the enemy, they fire off smoke signals and send the message. He hunted down those messengers and caught them before they could lock themselves away in the fortress, patrolling every single day to scout the route and spot exactly where Uruk reinforcements could show up any second. So he's pushing him to help scout the best spots to drop those watchtowers. He figured it all out. Then he told everyone, there's exactly one place that's already been bought. Pestering him for ages now, he's about to snap and show it to him. And that's exactly when the protagonist. Gron promised they'd craft together later, and the master's words made him grin. He agreed right away. Then he spun on his heels and barked that every single one of them already knew the mission. Get moving, grab your jobs, and hold Irod Hill at all costs. Even so, he swore he'd pay any price because this is exactly what it meant to survive the Ironbark Army's defenses. Later, he blurted out, shocked, that he couldn't wait to see just how many people had packed in. Vargas leaned in beside him and said they were mostly the second and third sons of that FGY. They were staring him down, those farmers, like, wait, it's him, right? And then they all blurted the same thing. He's still just a kid for real. They say he started out as just a peasant kid, but now he's a knight with land of his own, and it was him who wiped out a whole squad of dragon riders. He said with, his fame did the heavy lifting, smiles turned into a flood of volunteers, and they quickly pulled in more people because recruiting only made it better. But how is he supposed to protect them all? Most teams would fire down from the upper walls with bows. Yet it feels like almost nobody here even knows how to shoot, and that kind of archer training just won't happen fast enough. He said that's why he decided to use bricks. Then he paused, looked right at the wall, and claimed that from that height, you could just throw bricks at those climbers. Dead simple, though. Maybe they should smash them first before they finally crashed into the walls, and he grinned, agreeing on the spot. That's exactly why. That's why they built catapults. These beasts could hurl bricks for miles. And if they landed dead on target, even a reinforced one wouldn't survive that hit. So he caught himself thinking, then straight up asked if they could actually forge it in time. He planted his hands on the ground with a glowing grin and said the thresh had caused nothing but nonstop problems. Threshing machine this time. He had everything locked in, and he kicked things off like it was game time. Ready to start. He started building the catapult and swore he'd already thought through every part of what he'd proposed. Crackling under pressure, the defense finally held as the siege crashed down. He couldn't forget the prototype he and Gron had built, right down to how it was wrapped in bark because he kept it locked in his mind, ready for the day they'd install several of inside Einrod's fortress. And since every bark can fire those catapults, they'd never run out of ammo. He even pictured piles of bricks by each one, ready to snap into place and plug every crack in the walls around the hill, sealing it tight until he hacked through the fortress wall of Einrod, cutting into the outer shell so the place could finally unleash focused, targeted fire pretty much from the start. They'd scatter watchtowers everywhere and fire off smoke signals so the alarm could blast all the way from afar. And it looked like Dad had just dashed off to the barn to record. They recruited them, but the ground here felt totally wrong because, as always, they just dug a ditch behind the wall. Then Ashira warned, if you do this to the hill around us, it'll look like, and she cut off mid-sentence as something changed. If that wall gave in, it would have been a disaster so far. They'd been hardening it brick by brick just to keep it standing. He cast that spell twice to crank the walls up, and everything held steady. Then he jabbed a finger and pointed to, tilt it sideways, crop the cult rupees, and then demand, what was that noise? With a bright grin, he said those cheerful tests were the catapults hurling reinforced bricks to see how hard they could really hit. He tested the range and direction for practice, but it hit him hard. He snapped loudly that he needed to quit. They snatched the deal and rushed them inside, then sprinted up the bridge until they burst into the fortress. He called it a fortress, marveled at everything, and then blurted, wait, why'd you build the entrance with that massive drawbridge? It's heavy, isn't it? A nightmare to lift and drop. With a worried look, he admitted he'd rather choose defense than convenience, because really, it's just how he fixes a mistake. They'd clawed up way too much soil, and somehow he found it weird as hell that it was still so stubbornly indestructible, like it couldn't be broken. Einrod Hill had turned into an unbreakable fortress, and Ashura called him up like, you're pulling off insane stuff. The protagonist insisted the Barks couldn't possibly have set this place up any other way. Then he grinned and said, maybe once she sees it. Uruk figured there was no way he'd even bother coming here. His father had warned him it was pointless to fight someone who already knew how to build castles. He stared at those castles and prayed hard that the Uruk would back off, refusing to attack once they saw that terrifying look. But reality never plays nice, just wait later. Later, a night runner burst into his office, blared at him, and told him that a smoke signal finally burst from the eastern watchtower, slicing through the air like a warning. He burst out of the office, shouted that he and Bite were heading straight to the front lines. Then He called Leon and told him to round up the very best cavalry detachment, then ship them straight to the northeastern watchtower after that. Then he peered through the binoculars and said that, on their end, the watchtowers plus the Valkyrie's speed were holding everything down. They can fire off a response right away, since their ranks are spread thin, but trying to count them is a total nightmare. Exactly, probably not more than 5. And at least 3,000 plus there are tamed monsters roaming around too. They're already beyond fully combat ready, and Bite admits it straight up. So what happens next? Attack first. He snaps back, saying they have got bark cavalry around 200 horsemen, even if you. He stared at the horned ones and knew these odds were brutal. Inside the fortress, even with the recruits counted, there weren't even 1,000. But if the enemy really had around 3,000, then maybe the defense could still hold. If they have 5,000, then this is going to be brutal. First, we'll send a messenger to Carlos in the fortress, he said, eyes sharp as he laid out the plan, and we'll beg for reinforcements ahead of time if they start a siege. Bite's temper flared and he snapped, so you're just going to let them march on. He said even if the fortress was still miles away, they couldn't just stand there and stare, so they'd hit them hard enough to mess things up a little. And he figured once an army of several thousand soldiers started moving. Even in the year 2000, setting up camp was a brutal job, so they always stopped moving long before sunset just to have enough time to set everything up. And after a while, he finally studied the enemy army he burst out from the bushes, convinced they were split into multiple groups. Then he spotted everything stacked neatly in one giant tent right in the middle. Bite snapped, clearly not amused. Okay, a night raid is one thing, but torching the food? That's just too dull. MC shot back, asking if they even had food, and then they'd never move on, right? He demanded, asking if even the Valkyrie's speed could still get him straight into the camp's very heart, then shrugged and said it was optional, like, if that doesn't work, forget the work torch the nearby tents and vanish in the chaos, because if that 9-tailed sword could actually spit out fire, escaping would be a whole lot easier. Yeah, it hit him harder than ever, rage boiled in his veins, and he snapped that he already wielded a legendary sword, then ordered the other guy to stop being disrespectful, right? As he started to say that the 9-tailed blade is dangerous, those flames can't be snuffed out or dodged, not even with dodging or water blades. And they're even worse than that, though there's one brutal drawback, one massive waste. Mana surged, but the hard fang blade wasn't much help still. It held up like a tank, dependable and tough, and he swore it was a great weapon, yet rage only flared harder, because he snapped that he'd figured that out already. After that, they came back, rallied an army, and he realized back then he had no clue how this was going to end. He yelled that they were bolting out of there at full speed, straight for the enemy camp. They're heading for the camp's food storage, ready to torch the warehouses by hurling oil bottles they've been handed. This bark hits like a thunderclap. The Valkyries weren't there. Not only could they move at blistering speeds, but their night vision was insane. So the plan was simple: trust only the ones who could smash straight through and hit the very heart of the camp. He figured the one thing that mattered most was this. Those were his most trusty allies in this brutal world. Then he barked an order. He barked for them to push ahead, flicked his eyes to the side and muttered, so these are the real. They don't just move together. They move like one living creature. At this speed, they'll slam into the food warehouse and in one dash, he froze in shock. Someone from the camp showed up, jutted a finger straight at them and blared that they were closing in and had to brace themselves because a brutal counterattack was coming and our side was already mid-prep, he stared in disbelief, thinking torches had been lit all through the camp because the news spread so fast it felt like information hit his brain in a flash. Transfer. Did they even spot Bite's crew before the attack? Hit Bite snapped. Hey, he shouted at him, barking that he better take a good look at those soldiers. He stared at them and froze. Had the Uruk clan's magic turned people into animals? A man stuck in a nightmare, he transforms. And suddenly he's a fox again and again. They grow fox ears and a swishing tail, and boom, they can command flames with their minds. Turns out the beast warriors could hear every single step they took before he even got close. So he demanded, tell me, does your beast form really make you stronger? Their bodies hardened and their hearing sharpened too. He snapped, bite, and said, so forget the food warehouse. He didn't need to slow down for it. He had to torch as many tents as he could along the route. They tore through the camp, and then Bam saw a giant man crawling out of one of the tents and screaming at the top of his lungs. Then he froze, blown away by what he saw aloud. He barked a shaky command to split up, then shoved them to sprint right now. Because he was gearing up to strike, he stared at that massive brute and couldn't help but wonder. Was he really swinging a giant log? Because this camp had never seen giants like that before. Before that weight, where did he even come from? And who is this giant supposed to be? With a blade-pointed command, he ordered the retreat again 5 meters long and realized the bigger the army. The more they slowed down, the more they locked into massive formations, rolling forward like a war machine. Hauling supplies mile after mile is always a brutal grind. The Fountain and Rook clans know it all too well, so they intentionally let the roads fall apart so the enemy can't move like they want. Then the night raid crashes hard and it all goes wrong. But even so, they still walk away with something valuable first, that the Uruk warriors, even in their bestial forms, have, with their crazy sensitivity and combat skills locked in. The second thing hits harder. There's a mysterious giant hiding among them. They bolted for the castle, and the protagonist blared that knowing this before the real battle even started was a win guess that counts. Wait, what kind of monster giant is this? And tell me, could some noble family really be rocking gigantization magic? Leon told them to hold up and admitted he'd never heard of anything like it then. Shaking with worry, he snapped that if that's true, someone else is already messing with the claim. Pisha nodded and said, "Look, when it comes to the noble magics, there's no such thing as turning into some giant monster. So this interference theory from other clans doesn't look likely. He even said it could be something else, like a rep from the giant race. He should have spotted it the second the spyglass hit the ranks. There was no way to miss a brute like that sitting among the soldiers," Bite said, because he'd been watching too. Gran stared it down, tracked down the MC, and blurted that it totally looked like the so-called warrior aura. Then he cut himself off. He was so stunned by what he heard, he couldn't believe it, because it turned out that, just like that Uruk beast form, he does it all over. He had no clue what this world held. Then he told him straight, "If you know more, you better speak up." Leon demanded he hold up, then snapped that he'd never once heard of a noble clan called Atmos, because these guys weren't nobility, and they sure as hell weren't from these lands. They, just like him, rolled in from the east past Uruk's borders, where colossal mountains towered so high they felt like they were trying to touch the sea. The sky so harsh that almost nothing from the far side of those mountains ever reaches them. Beyond those mountains, several countries grind their teeth in nonstop war, just like their noble houses. And in the middle of it all, the warriors of Atmos sell their blades as mercenaries, human like anyone else, but with magic that can swell their bodies to triple size, making them terrifyingly strong. They can't form. Their bodies turn to stone-hard armor, and good luck trying to break through that almost impossible while their home village, Atmos, sits out on barren lands. So yeah, back then, for them, war is life, and pride comes first, because these are the warriors. He knows that ours said it was good, so this wasn't some noble-backed distraction. Giants didn't show any clear weak spot at all, and he couldn't help but wonder. Maybe they weren't truly invincible because they were human after all, but he couldn't bring himself to admit it, and Leon kept spiraling over it all. Then he demanded permission for a handful of Atmos warriors to smash through these mountains and link up with the Uruk's big confidence, no doubt. He figured even a handful of them wouldn't help. "I can't be 100, he admitted, but something told him it was probably a no-go. Even daring to cross those snowy mountains in the east was basically a death sentence. No roads, and most people didn't make it. Most didn't make it. Avalanches crushed them, or the cold froze them solid, and the rare survivors usually staggered back, missing limbs to frostbite the mountain. Those mountains were pure danger, at least that's what he believed, because nobody ever came back after crossing them. Even the warriors of Atmos couldn't pull that off without a fight, so the protagonist snapped at him to hold on and told him he'd already crossed those mountains. He climbed up to get here, yeah, and he said he almost died doing that too. But now that he could team up with him, he swore it was worth every second. Worth it until he got frostbite on his nose, his lungs started giving up, and he shattered bones from the fall. But yeah, somehow he treated it like it was nothing. He stared at him with a confused grin, finally realizing he was still a little unhinged because if another noble family had stepped in too, he would have asked. Carlos searched for instructions, but when that didn't happen, things got simple. They had to take down the giant before it reached the fortress, and hunting it became their #1 priority, even though it wasn't strictly required. To finally square up with him in a fair fight after last night's attack, the Uruks tightened their defenses and their push ground to an even slower crawl, which gave them just enough time to set up traps along the way, especially for the giant. After a while, Bite blared, "Are we going to end up planning another night raid again?" MC whipped around and told him, "Our enemies don't stand a chance. There are just way more of them than us." He figured this time they'd lure that giant out of their ranks first, then they'd strike hard. He hit the planet Dawn, peered through his binoculars at the camp, and said he spotted the Atmos warrior, and he was right there standing close and asking questions. But now he's got the look of a regular person. So how in the world did he even recognize him? He cast magic on his own eyes and swore it was impossible. To make a mistake, his magic hits levels no one else can touch. No matter how he and his brother rushed in, because if they couldn't handle him, it was over for them, and if he thinks just getting bigger will save him, then he's already done. They charged straight for the enemy camp, certain they could strike from far off so the Eastman wouldn't even see them coming. They'd ride the Valkyries' insane speed and hit like lightning, instant. They closed in, and when it finally felt right, he grinned because this was exactly what he'd planned. More guards surged in, but they moved like they were stuck in mud. He snapped his head toward his comrades and roared loudly, said to smash through and grab our supplies. Provisions were the goal, then get ready to throw incendiary bottles ours. Cars thundered forward with tense eyes, realizing they hadn't boxed him in yet, but he still had to bust out of this mess fast before they closed in for good. Straight to the giant, he had to reach them fast before your Amos snapped into action, chomped down like a warning, and then shouted for him, calling him out and telling him everything. Told him he couldn't even breathe easy. He'd been so locked up with everything that he never noticed it had happened. Last time, right, giants were totally naked, and tell me that bandage wasn't made from, what kind of fabric is it? When he transformed, did he check if his clothes were ripped? Because if he had no armor, did his durability even jump? He blasted his whole body with magic to crank up his defense, and his brother, dead serious and furious, boomed in a harsh, displeased voice that he was the one who finally let his guard down. Then he stared at them. He grabbed the giant again and swore he'd use that log like a weapon, because that strength was unreal. Yet something told him he'd already gone too far. He didn't have a single piece of special gear, so he yelled his name at the top of his lungs. Then the protagonists snapped back that they could start. They knew it was a gamble, but they had to confirm what kind of defense he could unleash when he fully transformed into that giant form. Then they picked up the ice spear spell and kept hammering that warrior with every strike. They kept slamming into each other for what felt like forever, and the war kept raging on. The warrior flung the log away and slapped his hand over his face. He clutched his hands up to shield his head as Bite stared at the towering giant. And then he blared, "Did you pull it off?" He shouted. He shouted to him in pure panic and said that this is usually the moment right after which the trouble explodes, and right then he finally begins to act. He reached out for it, then froze, staring right at it like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He shot back with a baffled look, admitting he'd already blown through so much. Ice spears rained down everywhere, and somehow not a single one even nicked him. His brother whipped around and shouted his name straight at him, and told him to ditch that and go try something else. He snatched up his brand new sword, nodded his agreement, and he read it and said, if this doesn't work either, then they should follow the plan to the letter, because the next moment, he yanked his sword free. It tore its blade free from the sheath, then bolted forward in a blur of hooves toward arm. He charged straight at the giant, closing the distance fast. Then he blasted it with fire magic in a ferocious attack. Left a burn on the giant's hand and thought, damn. The damage hit harder than ice, but it was still nowhere near only burning. The warrior snatched the log with raw strength, like it was the only thing keeping him standing. With insane speed, he tore forward and launched the attack. He was just getting started, was absolutely terrified, but the Valkyrie still pulled it off and managed. Bite shouted Tim's name at the top of his lungs and demanded. MC asked if he was okay, and the look in his eyes screamed that something terrifying just happened. He claimed he only barely scratched him, but his shoulder screamed in real pain. He reeled in pain, and the Uruk warriors stared him down and shouted at the top of their lungs. Said they had to wait because this was the blade of 9 scorching tails and every single troop. No excuses has got to come back. His brother stared at him, and the second they laid eyes on that sword, he knew they'd strike. Sword then, in an instant, fury exploded through them. For these knights, that sword isn't just metal, it's pride you can feel in your bones. He rode up, grinning, and swore that when the giant gets, they press in so they hit the brakes, retreat on purpose, and lure the enemy right where they promised to bring them. Bite glanced back, shouted to him, and insisted there were still tons of plans left to do. Knights came sprinting after that giant, never part of the plan at all, and he insisted there was no way to pull the giant out of. He slipped out of the Uruk army all by himself, but the moment it happened, they already split up, so he had to keep going, sure that in just a little while they'd start reading. They had to make it to that brutal gorge first, a skinny canyon-like choke point, because that's where their trap sat, waiting to snare the giant. And the knights all at once panic-clawed at him. He feared the terrain would give the trick away, but with the Nine-Tails blade in play, all they could think about was him. He flicked his hand, and in that moment, everything else was. Leon was left holding the bag. Knights burst in from both sides, and then with magic walls rising up around them, they slammed the opening shut, cutting off what came next. The enemy army swarmed this gorge, and our side just stared back, stunned, and thought it all went perfectly, his timing. Perfect. He towered above, then shot his hand up in the air, snapped his hand up, and shouted at the top of his lungs that the catapult should open fire right at that exact moment. Soon, wave after wave of catapults unleashed hell, each one slamming into the Uruk army. He stared at it and realized they'd stacked in dozens of them. Dozens of catapults lined the gorge slopes, blasting away to make up for their painfully slow. They reload in a flash, then slam those hardened bricks into place. That barrage would have crushed the giant. Then his eyes snapped to a monstrous looming hand. His hand slammed onto the top of the wall, and then he was very something. He was absolutely stunned, like there was no way this could have been real. He scaled a brutal 10-meter wall like it was nothing. The giant hauled himself up the wall and stared straight at Leon, who was standing nearby, and the protagonist stared back with a worried look. Look, thought he and the others were under attack, and then a wild idea hit him. He whipped out a sword that crackled with fire and roared it loud as hell, told him to chase it, then he bolted into the distance at full gallop. He blared out that he should go after it and try to snatch it back if he had the chance. This is the sword that turned his life into a burning nightmare. Yeah, it's him. The giant leapt off the wall and charged after him. Bite galloped too, then Bite blurted, "Did you anger him?" He didn't even answer, just kept sprinting, convinced that the first trap still hadn't managed to finish the jump. It was a giant, but not for show. Its blow smashed hard, tore through the ranks, and it bought the next wave of infantry time by slowing them down. As planned from the start, we finally isolated the giant, and it was just him, alone, that mattered. He was the one who turned out to be. To speed up, only he was a mountain of muscle, built way too solid for that, and his brother glanced back with worry etched all over his face. He shouted to him, bragging that he was quicker than the Valkyrie, and when he agreed, he admitted he might have been holding back earlier thanks to the Uruk Knights. He couldn't believe it. This was way beyond anything he'd expected, and the giant's power blew past what Grandy had even hinted. Grand story already? The second plan was locked and loaded. He looked around and started thinking. They'd arrived, so now everyone needed to fall in right behind them, step for step. No drifting. Behind him, a road curved left with a soft bend, and he was mid-demonstration right there, showing it off. He sprinted wide to the right, slipping away from the pursuer who was desperate to close in. He'd slammed the gas to close the gap, always picking the fastest path straight down them. As the giant charged into the turn, he pushed harder and harder, then crashed straight into it. Straight to a ditch gushing with some nasty bubbling liquid. The knights snapped around to face him, and he bellowed out, said they needed to trap him fast, ring him with walls on every side. They sprinted to the ditch and threw up walls on every side. Kojvom closed in tight so he couldn't scramble out. Then the giant thrashed to escape, but his hands kept slipping out of his grip. He was alive, and then he snapped his head around, eyes wide with pure worry. He suddenly realized he was boxed in, surrounded on all sides. Walls closing in, he started to sink, and Bite hovered above him, watching it all like a nightmare unfolding. And he said it looked like he couldn't even get to his feet in the water unless someone helped him. MC stood right there and snapped back, that trying to move through algae and mud was brutally hard. This was the backup trap. If he smashed the first one, they'd unleash the second. The plan was simple: hurl the giant into something that was already there. He sealed the pond tight with walls and claimed that even though he'd covered the water surface with a magic-made light stone, this trick would snap open the instant it was set. Not on a night this dark, he just stared, eyes locked. He leaned in, locked onto every second of it, when his brother suddenly called out and said they had to stop because if they wanted to win, they needed to unite with Leon. He refused outright, then swore they'd stay up and watch until dawn, exactly like they planned. At sunrise, he tore toward them on a gallop, shouting at the master for the answers. "Tell me, is he safe?" They showed up, and our guy snapped, "We're good." Then the giant was wiped out by the second trap just like we planned, and he ordered everyone to move. With total composure, he fought a blush as embarrassment hit, then shrugged it off and said he was only doing what he could. Yeah, that was all. He didn't have to play it modest. There were only a handful of people who could lead troops, and he threw himself into it, helping nonstop. Whoever stumbled into that first trap got crushed by the barrage of stones and got completely destroyed. Then he stared at him like Leon caught him mid-stumble, embarrassed, convinced he was still a rookie and not used to praise. Then Leon said they had also. It also hit the infantry unit that was tailing them with missiles. Then the enemy pulled back without a single loss, so he praised him for it. But Bite cut in like, "We just crushed the Uruk Knights and the Giants, so why not chase them?" Said that not every Uruk Knight got wiped out by the first trap, even though the whole army's numbers were uneven. Was way too much. So Leon hauled him over, told him, "I'm not saying it's bad, trust me, it's worth checking what he does next." Of the Uruk army, after those brutal losses among the knights, would the main force even dare to keep moving? Offensive. He weighed it all in his head and asked if their retreat was basically an open door for a pursuit. Bite loved that idea, hopped onto a Valkyrie and said he'd round up a squad of knights and hit the recon run. Then Leon caught him off guard, looked him in the eye, and told him he should come with him. He could bring the horned ones, sure, let them try, but don't chase them too far. Then he immediately decided to warn Vargas and the rest. He told them how they'd finally won against that giant, and then admitted the infantry marching with him was pulling back, retreating to Fort Einrod. In the office, a shocked Pizza blurted, "Wait, did they really kill the giant MC?" And the answer hit hard. He didn't resurface until dawn, so everything's fine, right? He said it happens all the time. If you don't finish the Guam, you'll cross paths again on the battlefield. And even after taking brutal wounds out there, healing magic in the church mends you in a flash. So when he heard that, shock hit him hard, and he blurted out, "Wait, does that mean my brother and Leon are in danger?" He said only bishops and higher can use healing magic. And honestly, those high-ranking people probably won't step onto the battlefield to save a seriously wounded knight. The Uruk army is going to break and retreat for sure. He took a breath, finally cooled off, and asked straight up if he really wants to force it. Make the enemy fall back, better to leave half breathing than slaughter them all. It hit him like a shock, and he just couldn't believe it, he said. He said all that vile stuff so casually like it was nothing, and told Leon to finally get it, why you have to cut down enemies, and how healing magic fits into the plan. Then he just stopped there, like that was all he could give. He'd lean on the battle lessons he'd survived, and Arcee said it'd give him the edge. Yeah, but after all that, could he really swing in and kill a giant all by himself? With a sly little smile, he insisted that doing it in just one night was totally impossible, because Lord Carlos, the head of this house, can tap into higher magic the rest of them can't even reach. To them, he has no clue if victory is even possible. But in the fountain domain, only he can properly take on that giant. He clenched his face in seriousness and realized even a monster like this is still just on the same tier as the head of a noble house ruling the land. No weight like the Lord. The Lord stood as strong as a giant, and he only realized it too late. The aristocrats still had to be cool about it, because he talked to them so informally, even while he carried that fearless bravery. Still, it wasn't the royal family's world-ending magic that could wipe out an entire city in an instant. In this city, The aristocratic house leaders are so powerful they can actually flip the tide of battle. Sure, they've survived so far with walls, but the giants are here now, and that trick won't last. They've got to come up with something new before everything falls apart. Vargas burst into the office, yelled to the commander at the top of his lungs, and shouted that Bite and Leon were back. When he came back, everyone burst into cheers, and he declared the Uruk army had vanished in retreat. No casualties at all. In the chaos, the casualties piled up as the protagonist grinned and said it all meant Fort Anrod was safe for now. No enemy forces had found it yet, and they'd been caught early enough to matter. He cut things short and halted way out from the fort. Peach's face lit up with joy as he asked straight up where the battle was. He stared at him and blurted out that he thought he'd said it, the Kirishia Road, and pure shock hit him like a truck. Shocked by what he'd heard, he blurted out that Brother Bite had strapped onto a Valkyrie for a recon run and came back with the report. Same day, right within reach until he finally snapped out of it, calmed down and said, "When we act with him, the rules change. Looks like he's going to be running to Lord Leon more and more, because every time he does, they're one step closer to finishing the job of defending Enrad Hill." He felt relief hit him, but he didn't drop his guard. For a second, he kept watching everything around them, because he knew they had to wait until the Lord storms in and seizes the northern city of Burma. Then, right on cue, Carlos. With wide eyes, he blurted, "Wait, did you just say the Kirishia Road?" That night, the kneeling soldier told him, "Our Bark army under our command launched a deadly raid at the Rook army, who had around 5,000 fighters, and they fought off wave after wave of attacks from the enemy that had been deployed on that road. It's confirmed the Uruk army has slipped back to the second city." He blurted, wide-eyed, that they'd only just reported spotting the Uruk's reinforcements. Then they smashed back a brutal 5,000-man army on the Kirishia Road. He couldn't believe it, because under normal circumstances, that kind of thing is supposed to be impossible, especially on a road that's even farther from Einrod Hill than the route from... He made it from the hill all the way to Burm. What was he even thinking? His standards were downright absurd. And this time the absurd part was the reconnaissance zone was way too big. If that massive Uruk army wasn't marching toward the hill, then there was no way this made sense. Because if it wasn't, there was chances were sky high they were marching straight for the city of Burm, because if he hadn't shoved them back, their army would have been crushed. Enormous losses, so he snapped that they had to send a direct check to the Kirishia Road and get answers from Peach, who stayed put. He stayed there on the hill, stunned because the retreat of those massive Uruk reinforcements had to be shouted everywhere. And the message kept spilling into the next. And he knew the only way to break the besieged was to crush their spirit. So he figured that if the enemy reinforcements had already retreated, and in Einrad Hill, you had the one shot so perfect Raymond even couldn't claw it back. If he messes up right here, everyone's going to doubt the leader's power, and that's when guys like him get to climb back in and move forward again. Take Einrad Hill is unacceptable. Lives have to be risked, because the capture of Burm is breathing down their neck. And all thanks go to him, even as Rook Dragon's detachment is torn apart. Uruk Rescue Party gets trapped as General Kim's Dragon Riders swarm in, locking down the hill with a massive wall and watch posts. And he doesn't just hold the line, he blasts back every enemy reinforcement that tries to break through. He's doing too much. Who told him to go all out like that? He's reckless in everything, full stop. They should pay him a reward worthy of his work. But then again, when his results are this, what's he supposed to do later at Bark Castle? Clarice pounded on the office door, barged into Lillian's room and blurted out that she got a letter straight from the master.